Silver Notes, a romantasy of music, magic, and fate. Written by Daphne Charlene.
Chapter 1.
The Melody of Dreams. The morning light filtered through the curtains of Meredith's modest bedroom, casting soft patterns across the floor as her eyes fluttered open. The dream still lingered in her mind, a silver palace bathed in ethereal light, accompanied by a haunting melody that danced just out of reach. Shaking off the remnants of sleep, she felt a peculiar mix of wonder and unease, the echoes of the melody tugging at her heartstrings like a distant memory waiting to resurface. As she stretched, Mary pushed back the tangled waves of her brown hair, allowing the strands to catch the morning light like polished copper. Her bedroom, small and filled with trinkets of music and memories, held the remnants of her grandmother's tales, portraits of ancestors who shared whispers of long-lost legends that always left Mary with questions. Today felt different, though, as the dream etched itself into her mind, a thread of magic woven into her otherwise ordinary life. With a determined breath, Mary slipped out of bed and padded across the cool wooden floor toward the kitchen, the familiar sounds of the sea melding with the gentle crashing of waves nearby. The salty tang in the air mingled with the warmth of freshly boiled water, a delightful promise of the day ahead. She could hear the comforting symphony of her grandmother bustling about, the rattle of pots and pans acting as the overture to another morning at home. Entering the small kitchen, she caught sight of Annwn, who worked silently at the table, her silver-streaked dark hair pulled into a neat bun. The older woman wore her traditional Welsh wool cardigan, one that had seen countless sunrises and conversations, and her hands moved with a quiet precision, stirring tea while the soft clink of her well-loved cup punctuated the atmosphere. Yet the subtle frown on Annwn's face and the tight grip on the cup betrayed her unease. A familiar melody had reached her ears, too. "Good morning, Annwn," Mary said, her voice a melodic lilt as she placed a slice of bread on the counter. The rhythmic motion of her fingers, tapping out a gentle beat, echoed the song in her heart. "What are we making today?" "Just a little tea to start the day," her grandmother replied, her tone a mixture of warmth and caution, as if aware that a storm could brew from even the lightest rain. There was an unspoken tension that settled between them as Mary continued to hum the melody, an ancient tune that wove through the air like threads of silver light. "Have you ever heard of the Silver Throne?" Mary ventured, glancing sideways at her grandmother, her curiosity peaking like a crescendo in a long-awaited performance. Annwn's gaze flicked up briefly, eyes shadowed with worry, before she resumed her task, stirring the tea with more force than necessary. "Legends often live in whispers, dear," Annwn replied, her voice a low hum, "and some tales are best left unspoken." The way her grandmother carried herself held a mixture of determination and reluctance, the duality that formed the backbone of their lineage. Mary's heart beat a little faster as she poured a cup of tea, feeling the connection to her grandmother deepening with each passing moment. She wanted to press further, to unravel the threads of their history, but the air around them crackled with an understanding. Some things were bound to remain cloaked in the delicate shadows of their family. Setting the teacup before Annwn, Mary ventured back to her thoughts, humming the haunting melody softly. It wound through the kitchen, intertwining with the distant calls of seagulls and the gentle roar of waves against the shore, each sound capturing the beauty of their ordinary morning. As the rhythmic soundscape filled the room, Mary pondered over the day ahead. School awaited her, along with the expectations of the upcoming recital. Yet beneath the surface of her thoughts, the silver palace and its elusive melody hung like an unfinished verse waiting to be played. Annwn looked up at her again, the frown softening just a touch. "Remember, Mary, that music is a powerful thing. It can weave joy, or it can awaken things best forgotten." Her tone lingered, dripping with wisdom, Yet the worry in her gaze remained, a silent echo of the complexities woven into their lives. Mary nodded, wrapping her fingers around the warmth of her own teacup, willing the tension to ebb away as she immersed herself in the sound of their morning. The ordinary nature of their routine offered a canvas where hints of magic shimmered just beneath, a constant reminder that even in the simplicity of everyday life, extraordinary tales were waiting to unfold. The bustling sounds of their shared moments filled the kitchen, with the distant music of the waves intertwining with Nine's old melodies that flitted like wisps of smoke. It was here, surrounded by family, that Mary felt the connections strengthening with each shared glance and echoed laugh, a harmony of hope, tradition, and the tantalizing mystery that enveloped them, leaving a promise hanging in the air, one that perhaps began in the dream of a silver palace. The school buzzed with life as Mary stepped into the sunlit corridors of Tir Afallach High, laughter and chatter wrapping around her like a warm embrace. Students hurried by, books clutched tightly in their arms, while the distant sound of music drifted from the auditorium, mingling with the scent of freshly painted walls and the vibrant energy of youth. The chaos felt comforting, yet as she moved through the throng, her mind still danced with the echoes of the Silver Palace and the haunting melody. "Hey, Mary. Are you ready for the recital?" Sian's voice cut through the din, her wild curly red hair bouncing as she approached, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. The contrast between them was stark. Sian, with her vivacious energy and infectious laugh, stood as a beacon of enthusiasm against Mary's quiet resolve. "I'm trying to be," Mary replied, offering a smile that felt more like a gentle hum than the enthusiastic exclamation Sian emitted. "But with this new song, I just feel different." The words tumbled out, heavier than intended. Yet Sian was always a force of nature. Her carefree spirit had a way of shaking off doubt. "Different how?" "Like enchanting," Sian teased, twirling a lock of her hair. "I mean, I don't blame you. You're like a magical bard." She made a sweeping gesture, as if conjuring images of enchanted forests and fairies, and Mary couldn't help but chuckle, even as the twinge of unease pulsed softly within her. As they walked towards their classroom, the energetic atmosphere of their peers danced around them. Mary glimpsed her classmates, animatedly chatting about upcoming tests and favorite subjects. In the midst of this vibrant tapestry, she felt herself drift, an observer with one foot in the chatter, and one still anchored in the depth of her thoughts about the dream and its elusive song. The classroom doors swung open, revealing a space filled with sunlight streaming through tall windows. Music stands and instruments dotted the room, a delightful clutter that hummed with possibility. Sian plopped herself onto her seat, grinning like a child in a candy store. "I can't believe we get to perform. I'll be dazzling on stage while you bring the magic, of course." Sian winked, gesturing dramatically with her arms. Mary chuckled, grateful for the light-heartedness of her friend. "Just don't trip over your feet when you dance," she retorted playfully, allowing their banter to wash over the currents of worry still tugging at her mind. Once settled in their seats, Sian leaned closer, her excitement palpable. "So, what are you going to play? Something grand, right? Like your Silver Palace song?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. The mention of the melody sent a thrill coursing through Mary, igniting both anxiety and exhilaration within her. "I don't know, maybe," she murmured cautiously. "It's been on my mind since the dream, but I feel like—" Before she could finish, Professor Rhiannon Davies entered the room, her silver-streaked auburn hair glinting in the sunlight. Her presence commanded attention with an air of quiet authority, and the classroom quieted. With warm brown eyes that radiated wisdom, the professor surveyed the students, a small smile dancing on her lips. Good morning, everyone. I hope you've all practiced for the recital, she began, her voice smooth and comforting like the familiar rhythms of an old melody. I expect to hear creativity and passion in your performances. As she spoke, Mary felt a flutter in her stomach. The professor's warm gaze landed briefly on her, a flicker of curiosity passing between them. Mary instinctively hummed the opening notes of her dream melody, the sound escaping her lips before she could hold it back, weaving seamlessly into the atmosphere that danced around them. Mary, please stay after class to discuss your music selection for the recital, Professor Davies interjected, her tone both inviting and filled with quiet intrigue. A momentary stillness settled over the classroom, all eyes darting toward her. Mary felt heat rise to her cheeks, startled yet curious about the professor's keen observation. Sian's smile widened at her side, glancing between Mary and the professor with a twinkle of mischief. "You're in trouble now, Mary," she whispered. "What's so enchanting about your song?" Sian nudged her lightly, encouraging Mary to meet the professor's gaze. Mary faltered, the words stuck between her racing heart and cautious mind. She could sense the anticipation building, the prospect of delving deeper into her musical journey, a tantalizing thread leading her forward. Yet uncertainty loomed like a cloud overhead. "I'm sure it's a song worth exploring," the professor added, a soft smile crossing her lips that seemed to assure Mary of her choice. The gentle authority behind the professor's voice provided a glimmer of hope that perhaps the mysteries of the dream were leading her toward something significant, a path illuminated by music and dreams yet to be uncovered. With the chime of the bell signaling the end of class, Mary knew she would have to take a step into the unknown. The echoes of laughter, chatter, and clamor around her faded into a soothing hum, the ordinary sounds of school life fading, replaced by the captivating pull of music, a new journey unfolding just beyond her grasp, waiting for her to unlock its secrets. Chapter 2: Echoes of Annwn. Mary pushed open the door to the music shop, the cheerful jingle of the bell above announcing her arrival like a whispered invitation. A gentle wave of familiar scents wrapped around her, polished wood, crisp paper, and the unmistakable warmth of melodies waiting to be uncovered. As she stepped inside, the world outside faded, leaving only the soft rustling of sheet music and the hum of inspiration. The shop was a cozy haven, with shelves that held neatly arranged compositions alongside a scattering of aged instruments, each one whispering stories of melodies long past. Rows of music books lined the walls, their spines a delightful array of colors that beckoned her to explore. Mary's fingers danced across the shelves, brushing the spines gently, as if seeking a conversation with each title. With an eager heart, she navigated the aisles, her mind swirling with excitement as she envisioned the recitals and practices ahead. The light filtering through the shop windows shimmered off polished wood surfaces, illuminating the small treasures tucked between dusty tomes. The shop felt alive with its rich history, as if each instrument carried a heartbeat waiting to be unlocked. Her gaze caught on a display of Celtic-themed compositions, a warm smile spreading across her lips. The tunes were old, each note steeped in the legends of her homeland. She leaned in, drawn to the familiar cover art that reminded her of evenings spent with her grandmother, humming traditional melodies. It was in that moment, amidst the cacophony of melodies both new and old, that she felt a connection to the heritage that wrapped around her like a cherished shawl. Refined taste for melodies that tell a story, a voice observed from behind her, smooth and measured. Mary turned to see a boy standing there, tall and elegant, his dark hair framing a face marked by striking green eyes. There was something unsettlingly familiar in his smile, as if they had known each other long before this moment. She smiled back, slightly caught off guard. "I guess I have a soft spot for the tales they weave," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper as she found herself captivated by the intensity of his gaze. "Ever thought these old tunes might carry a secret?" he asked, his tone playfully serious. His presence felt oddly comforting, yet curious, as if he understood the world of music in a way that transcended mere notes on a page. "I never considered that," she admitted, her mind racing with possibilities. What secrets could lie beneath the notes, the melodies like threads weaving together history? Mary felt a thrill at the idea, the spark of excitement igniting within her. Gwyn leaned a bit closer, his eyes glinting with a depth that suggested far more than the simple music shop surrounding them. "Music has a way of binding us to the past, doesn't it? Each note is like a bridge to forgotten tales." Before she could respond, the clock on the wall caught her attention, the hands moving steadily toward an hour she knew she could not ignore. Her heart sank a little. "Oh no. I have to go," she blurted, a flush creeping to her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, but I have to meet my teacher." "Perhaps our paths will cross again," he said, that knowing smile still in place, as though he understood the nature of chance encounters. "Yeah, maybe," she managed, even as her mind spun with curiosity about this mysterious boy. With an embarrassed rush, she waved a hasty goodbye and stepped back into the world outside, leaving him behind in a cloud of unanswered questions. The door chimed again as she exited, and the warmth of the shop quickly faded, replaced by the chill of the evening air. But Mary couldn't shake the feeling that the conversation had opened a door she had only just begun to explore, and she felt an urgent pull toward something she couldn't quite grasp. Stepping into the modest classroom was like entering a cocoon woven from melodies and memories. The walls were adorned with vintage posters of classical musicians, alongside shelves packed with vinyl records, each one an echo of stories shared over decades. The soft light filtering through the curtains danced across the various instruments displayed, setting a harmonious tone for what felt like a meeting of minds. Professor Rhiannon Davies stood by the desk, her warm brown eyes twinkling as Mary stepped over the threshold. "Ah, Mary." "Just in time," she greeted, a welcoming smile on her lips that seemed to carry a touch of comfort. "I trust your selections are ready for our little exploration?" Mary felt a familiar excitement bubble within her as she approached the desk. "I think I've picked a few that really resonate with me," she said, carefully laying out the pieces before her teacher. Each title sang with the promise of discovery, and she couldn't help but feel a flutter of anticipation. "I'm especially drawn to the traditional Welsh pieces." Professor Davies examined the selections, her brow furrowing in concentration. "Ah, the heart of our heritage lies within those melodies. They possess a unique ability to transport us to another time, don't they?" Her voice held a reverence that resonated deeply with Mary. As they discussed the nuances of each piece, Mary found herself sharing more than she intended, her grandmother's journal drifting to the forefront of her mind. "You know, I found my grandmother's old journal recently," she said, unable to contain her enthusiasm. "It's filled with notes about our family's musical history and local legends. I never knew how connected I was to this music until now." The professor nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. "Our ancestors weave their tales into music, Mary. Each note carries echoes of lives lived and stories told." She paused, her gaze becoming distant, as if reaching into memories long past. "The tunes you've chosen, they might lead to something extraordinary." The conversation flowed naturally, enveloping them in a cocoon of shared passions. Suddenly, Professor Davies murmured a phrase under her breath that caught Mary's attention, a name she had encountered in her grandmother's tales. "The calling of Rhiannon," she repeated softly, captivated by the implications. "Is that part of our folklore?" "Yes," Professor Davies responded, her voice now tinged with a cautious excitement. "And it holds layers of meaning, often speaking of journeys, of transformation. Annwn is linked to those themes, a realm filled with wonders and secrets." The weight of her words settled in the air like an unspoken promise. Mary leaned in, curiosity twinkling in her blue eyes. "What happens when you follow those melodies? Do they lead to Annwn? There was a glimmer of longing in her voice, a desire for adventure beyond the pages of her grandmother's journal. "Music has a power that extends beyond sound," Davies replied, her tone measured yet charged with intrigue. "It opens doors to new realms, to experiences that expand our understanding of reality. It's important to approach with reverence and an open heart, for what lies beyond might transform you in ways you never imagined." The room was quiet, the silence pregnant with possibilities. Mary felt a thrill at the thought of unraveling mysteries embedded in her heritage, as if the universe had aligned to invite her on a quest for knowledge. She was struck by the sudden weight of destiny, as if the music itself was calling to her, weaving her into its fabric. As their conversation deepened, Mary's thoughts danced with visions of majestic landscapes and ancient legends coming to life. A longing surged within her, ignited by the prospect of uncovering the threads of her family history through the music they cherished. "What if the music truly carries secrets?" she mused, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if it connects us to a world unseen?" Professor Davies smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. "The question isn't just what it reveals about the past, Mary, but how it shapes the future. This journey will be one of discovery, and I have every faith that you will uncover beautiful truths." Mary left the classroom filled with a sense of wonder and new purpose, the lingering echoes of the discussion twinkling in her mind like stars in a night sky. There was magic in the air, and the thought of where her musical exploration might lead filled her with hope. As Mary drifted into slumber, the gentle hum of the sea curled around her like a lullaby, its rhythmic waves serenading her into a realm where dreams intertwined with reality. With each breath, her mind floated away from the day's events, sinking into a landscape where the impossible felt possible, and melodies wove through the fabric of her very being. In the depths of her dream, she found herself standing before a towering silver palace, its splendor shimmering like the surface of moonlit water. The moon hung high above, casting ethereal light that painted the palace in hues of silver and soft blue. It felt as though time itself had suspended, creating a sanctuary where the past and present danced in harmony. The architecture was breathtaking. Arches spiraled gracefully, their surfaces reflecting intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with life. Each step she took was accompanied by the whisper of music, a haunting melody that swelled and echoed through the air like a call from ages long past. As she entered, the grand corridors wrapped around her, inviting her deeper into the heart of the palace. The sound of her footsteps blended seamlessly with the orchestra that seemed to emerge from the very walls. Notes fluttered like shimmering moths, darting from room to room, revealing fragments of history lost in time. With each turn, Mary found herself entranced by the resplendent decor, delicate filigree embellishing everything around her. Drawn further into the palace, she gazed into expansive mirrors lining the walls, only to find not just her reflection, but images of those who had come before her, musicians, dreamers, and guardians of tradition. They beckoned to her, their faces softly glowing with an otherworldly light, each note resonating with an unspoken story begging to be unveiled. Her heart swelled with emotion, a sense of belonging washing over her like the tide. Mary's mind swirled with a storm of wonder and curiosity. She reached out a hand, and as her fingers brushed against the cool surface of the mirror, she felt a rush of warmth radiate from within. Each reflection seemed to awaken a fragment of her ancestry, a whispered promise from the very depths of her heritage. The music twisted around her, changing tempo and rhythm, echoing her heartbeat as she began to weave her own tale into the unfolding symphony. What connects us? She wondered aloud, feeling an invisible thread link her soul to those who had come before. As if in answer, the melody shifted, growing stronger and more vibrant, beckoning her to listen more closely. The palace pulsed with energy, and Mary's own song joined the tapestry of voices. Each note resonated with a memory, threading her spirit to the love and legacy of those who had walked the same halls. Suddenly, the music crescendoed, an overwhelming wave of sound surging through her. It felt alive, enveloping her in a swirl of emotions, joy, sorrow, longing, and triumph, as if she was destined to partake in the endless dance of time. In that moment, she realized that her own journey was intertwined with the stories held within these walls. As the final notes lingered in the air, she awoke with a start, the sound of the sea still humming outside her window. Her heart raced as she processed the weight of her dream, the palace, the music, the reflections that felt so real. She sat up, the dawn light filtering in, illuminating her room with a gentle glow, yet the ethereal presence of the dream lingered around her like a soft embrace. Filled with a sense of purpose and clarity, Mary knew she had tapped into something profound. The legacy of her family and the melodies of her heritage awaited her. The world of Welsh mythology beckoned, and she felt ready to unravel its mysteries, one note at a time. Chapter 3: The Shimmering Recital. The recital hall was a sanctuary of soft light and hushed whispers, each corner filled with the expectancy that only the approach of something extraordinary could conjure. Mary stepped onto the stage, her Celtic-inspired dress flowing gracefully around her like the gentle waves of the Welsh coastline. With a deep breath, she settled before the grand piano, its polished surface glinting like the beacon of a lighthouse, ready to illuminate the depths of her soul through the music she was about to create. As she took her seat, the gentle rustle of her dress seemed to echo her own racing heart. The fabric was an intricate weave of greens and golds, reminiscent of the lush hills and ancient trees surrounding her hometown of Tir Afallach. It caught the soft stage light, creating a dance of shadows that mirrored the rhythm thrumming through her veins. She brushed her fingers across the cool keys, sending a shiver of anticipation through her. The silence of the audience felt like a cocoon, wrapping around her as she closed her eyes for a moment to summon the melody that lived within her. With a deep breath, she began to play. The initial notes were gentle and flowing, as if coaxing the air itself into a delicate waltz. Each keystroke felt deliberate, but also free, a balance she had honed through years of practice. The melody began to evolve, twisting into an intricate tapestry of sound that soon enveloped the room. Little did she know, she was unwittingly weaving the haunting tune from her dreams into her performance, a melody that resonated with echoes of long-forgotten stories. As the notes danced in the air, a barely perceptible shimmer rippled through the room, a flicker of light that sparked only to those attuned to its presence. Professor Davies, sitting attentively in the front row, caught it with a measured, knowing glance. Her warm brown eyes glistened with understanding, recognizing something extraordinary was unfurling before her. Meanwhile, Gwyn, positioned at the back of the hall, observed with a deep, quiet intensity, His striking green eyes focused entirely on the girl who seemed to channel the very essence of ancient magic through her music. Mary poured herself into the performance, her fingers moving as if guided by an unseen force, each note reverberating with hidden power. The audience was mesmerized, the silence was palpable, filled with the kind of magic that stirred hearts and ignited imaginations. As the melody built in complexity and passion, the shimmer in the air intensified, a vivid aura swirling around her like a mystical halo. Each chord she struck released a ripple of energy that echoed not only within the hall, but also in the spaces of her mind, where dreams and reality intertwined. Then, as she reached a climactic moment in her performance, a dazzling flare erupted in the air, blinding for a heartbeat, filling the hall with a breathtaking luminescence before fading as quickly as it had appeared. The notes hung in the air like a sigh, lingering just a moment longer, creating a bridge between worlds before coming to a soft, resonant conclusion. The final note lingered, hanging suspended in the charged silence of the hall, enveloping Mary in a cocoon of energy. She opened her eyes, taking a moment to bask in the afterglow of her performance. It was as if time had stood still, each heartbeat echoing the magic she had just conjured. Before she could process the weight of what had just transpired, Sian rushed up with an effusive smile and outstretched arms. "That was amazing," she exclaimed, her voice ringing with genuine excitement and a touch of teenage admiration that broke the silence like a warm beam of sunlight. Mary's cheeks flushed with appreciation and a sprinkle of embarrassment as she accepted Sian's congratulations, her heart still echoing the remnants of the performance's magic. "Thanks, Mary began, her voice soft and melodic, but the words caught in her throat. She glanced towards the empty spot at the back of the hall, where Gwyn had been standing, only to find that he had vanished silently, leaving behind a hint of mystery in his hurried retreat. The air seemed to thrum with unspoken questions, but for now, all that mattered was the applause that began to swell around her, an acknowledgement of the magic she had just shared. The applause surged like a wave, enveloping Mary in warmth, as she blinked back the sheen of tears that threatened to spill over. She looked around at the audience, faces illuminated by admiration and surprise, before her gaze found Sian's, who beamed with pride, her wild curls bouncing with each excited nod, a living embodiment of the joy that swirled through the hall. "That was absolutely incredible," Sian exclaimed, rushing up to her, her green eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "You made everyone feel it. I swear, I felt my heart flutter like a bird caught in a breeze." Mary's cheeks flushed at the compliment, a mix of gratitude and embarrassment flooding through her. "Thanks, Sian. It felt different this time," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, still slightly dazed from the experience. "Different? You mean magical. There's something about you up there," Sian grinned, leaning in conspiratorially. "What was that shimmer? I thought I was seeing things." Her excitement bubbled over like a fizzy drink, and Mary couldn't help but laugh, the tension of the performance slipping away. "I don't know," Mary admitted, scrunching her brow in thought. "It was like the music just came alive. I've never felt anything like it before." She unconsciously tapped out a rhythm with her fingers, mirroring the beats that had surged through her during the performance. Just then, the applause began to die down, but the hall still thrummed with energy, a blend of joy and the unmistakable residue of something otherworldly. Sian's laughter rang in Mary's ears, reminding her of the easy bond they shared, one that had seen them through many challenges. "Did you see Professor Davies? I think she's going to ask you for an encore," Sian teased, glancing back towards the front row where the professor stood, her elegant presence contrasting with the bustling excitement of the students. Mary shook her head, a shy smile creeping onto her lips. "I'd be too scared to try." The professor's thoughtful gaze sent a thrill down her spine, as if she understood something far deeper about what had transpired. Mary felt the weight of it, a call to explore what this gift truly meant. Then, like a sudden gust of wind, a thought struck her. "Wait, where's Gwyn?" The words tumbled out before she could stop herself, an urgency to understand what had happened to him in the midst of her performance. "I don't know," Sian replied, her animated expression faltering just slightly. "He was right there. I thought he might have looked a bit intense, don't you think? Like he was watching something beyond us." Mary nodded, trying to shake off the fleeting worry. "Yeah. He just vanished, didn't he?" Sian's face transformed into a curious frown, as if contemplating the very fabric of the situation. "Do you think he saw something? Or felt something?" Before Mary could respond, Professor Davies approached them, her warm brown eyes radiating kindness mixed with seriousness. "Mary," she said softly, her melodic voice carrying an authority steeped in experience, "that was a magnificent performance. You've tapped into something profound. I sensed an ancient echo in your music tonight." The professor's words wrapped around Mary like a soft cloak, lending her strength and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Professor. You must explore this further," the professor interrupted gently, her gaze sharpening. "There's a depth to your abilities that you should not ignore. Your family's history may hold clues to understanding this connection." Mary's heart raced as questions flared in her mind, intertwining with the echoes of the music that still rang softly in her ears. She longed to delve into her grandmother's journal again, to unearth the stories hidden within its pages. "I will," she assured, determination filling her voice, even as uncertainty lingered at the edges. As the hall began to clear, Mary stood with Sian, excitement still crackling in the air, but beneath it lay a current of unresolved mystery, a nagging sense that the performance was only the beginning of something much larger. Mary glanced back toward the empty spot where Gwyn had been standing, wondering about the secrets he carried. Each note she played had resonated through her, a promise of magic yet to be revealed, but why had he left so abruptly? With questions swirling like leaves in a storm, she felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. The path before her shimmered with possibilities, and she was ready to uncover what lay ahead. Chapter 4: Whispers of Magic. The music room was an oasis of calm amid the ordinary chaos of a school afternoon, instruments sitting in their places like quiet sentinels, waiting for a hand to coax forth their hidden melodies. As sunlight poured through the tall windows, it caught the polished surfaces of the piano and glinted off the brass of the horns, painting a picture of serene possibility. Yet beneath this stillness, a pulse of magic stirred, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Mary wandered into the room, her wavy brown hair catching the light in a dance of polished copper, her deep blue eyes scanning the space filled with familiar wooden frames and brass tubes. She approached the piano, her fingers lingering above the keys. An excited flutter swelled in her chest as she tapped a soft rhythm, a habit born from years of musical training. Each note hummed in her veins, and she closed her eyes, letting the world around her fade as she imagined a symphony unfolding. But then something unusual snagged her attention, a shift in the air, a subtle vibration that sent a shiver along her spine. The piano keys, once still, began to move on their own, producing a haunting tune that echoed softly in the room. Mary's heart raced, eyes wide with disbelief. She blinked, thinking her imagination was playing tricks, but as the sound morphed into a lilting melody, a shimmering outline danced at the periphery of her vision. Gingerly, she turned her gaze towards the corner where the violins stood, their polished wood glowing as if illuminated from within. To her astonishment, the bow of one violin was swaying back and forth, carving unseen notes through the air. It was a sight both entrancing and terrifying. Her hand instinctively moved toward the sheet music resting on the piano, fingertips brushing the faded notes that had once given her comfort. With every second that passed, the unease in her chest grew heavier, and she felt the air thickening around her. What was happening? She took a step back, bumping into the piano bench as her heart thundered in her ears. An instinctive urge to escape seized her. She didn't belong in this strange moment, caught between the known world and a magical unknown. And just like that, she turned on her heel, the echo of the instruments vibrating in her wake as she hurried out of the room. As she left, the air seemed to settle back into a familiar silence, the magic momentarily retreating into the shadows, leaving Mary breathless with questions that hung heavy in the air. The professor's office was a sanctuary of sound, the walls lined with framed sheet music and polished instruments that seemed to whisper secrets from centuries past. Sunlight filtered softly through the window, casting warm hues across the worn wooden desk where a delicate cup of tea waited, sending up tendrils of fragrant steam that mingled with the faint scent of aged parchment. Here, within the comforting confines of learning, Mary felt both apprehensive and hopeful. As Mary entered the space, she hesitated, a flicker of anxiety threading through her. Her hands fidgeted at her sides, and she brushed back an errant curl of hair that had escaped her braid. The warmth of the room enveloped her, yet it did little to ease the growing knot in her stomach. What could she possibly say that would convey the strange events of the day? Professor Rhiannon Davies looked up from her desk, her warm brown eyes radiating an understanding that immediately eased some of Mary's worries. "Ah, Mary dear," she said, her voice a soft melody that calmed the air. "What brings you here today?" Taking a deep breath, Mary found her footing. I experienced something strange in the music room," she began, words spilling forth as if they could escape the turmoil of her thoughts. The piano started playing by itself. And then there was a violin. Its bow was moving without anyone touching it. Her gaze darted around the room, catching glimpses of the professor's curious expression, encouraging her to continue. The music was beautiful, but it felt, I don't know, otherworldly, she added, clenching her fists to stave off the anxiety curling within. The professor leaned forward, her silver-streaked auburn hair catching the light. "You played The Calling of Rhiannon, didn't you?" she asked, her tone calm, yet laced with a seriousness that sent a shiver down Mary's spine. Mary nodded, her heart racing. "I didn't mean to invoke anything. It just felt right, and I thought—" Her voice trailed off as she searched for the right words. Professor Davies's gaze remained steady, filled with a knowing that seemed to encompass decades of knowledge and experience. "The song," Professor Davies explained, her gestures graceful and measured, "is said to open pathways between worlds. It carries the weight of ancient power, a bridge between this realm and Annwn. You must be cautious, Mary." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle before continuing. "But do not shy away from exploring your gift. Magic and music share an inseparable bond. They are intertwined threads of the universe." Mary's hands trembled around the delicate teacup as she absorbed the professor's insights. "So it's real," she whispered, her voice barely rising above a breath. The professor nodded, the corners of her mouth lifting in a reassuring smile. "Yes, my dear. Music can transcend barriers we do not yet understand." The sunlight seemed to dance through the window, casting intricate patterns on the floor, harmonizing with the energy buzzing around them. Mary felt a swell of determination stirring inside her, a budding curiosity blossoming amidst her fear. "What should I do?" she asked, the question hanging in the air like a note left to resolve. "Learn to harness that power," Professor Davies advised, her tone serious yet nurturing. "Study the music, understand its roots, its stories. But remember, each note you play carries weight. Approach your craft with an open heart and trust your instincts." As their conversation drew to a close, Mary felt a sense of calm enveloping her, a feeling that perhaps she wasn't as lost as she'd feared. She sipped her tea, the warmth spreading through her as she thought about the connection she shared with her grandmother's legacy and the magic lingering in her own abilities. Soft light filtered through the office, illuminating the serene atmosphere, where unspoken mysteries waited patiently in the corners. As Mary prepared to leave, she glanced back at Professor Davies, her heart swelling with gratitude and a flicker of newfound courage to explore the uncharted melody of her destiny. The beach stretched out before Mary, a canvas of cool sand melting into the lapping waves as dusk settled in. The horizon, a shimmering gradient of purple and gold, heralded the arrival of night, while the first stars began to twinkle like whispers of forgotten legends. Beneath the vast sky, Mary took a deep breath, letting the salty breeze stir her thoughts as she awaited Gwyn's arrival. She walked slowly along the shore, each step sinking into the sand, grounding her amidst the whirlwind of emotions that swirled from her earlier encounters with magic. The world around her felt charged with possibility, and yet a weight pressed on her chest, a reminder of the responsibilities that came with her gift. Would she truly be able to navigate the path ahead? As she reached a secluded stretch of the beach, she spotted Gwyn, his tall figure silhouetted against the dusk. He stood there with a grace that was both striking and comforting, his dark hair catching the soft light, framing a face marked by those piercing green eyes. She approached slowly, her heart quickening, not out of fear but anticipation. "Mary," he greeted her, his voice steady as he turned to face her, a blend of warmth and caution. "I sensed you would come." His demeanor hinted at an understanding that went beyond mere words, a recognition of the magic interlaced in their lives. "I had to," she replied, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "After what happened today, I needed to talk to you." The ocean's rhythm accompanied her words, wrapping them in a gentle embrace as she sought his insight. Gwyn's expression turned serious. "The music you invoked, it carries a weight not to be taken lightly." He glanced toward the horizon, his eyes scanning the darkening expanse as if searching for unseen threats. "When Arianrhod is visible, do not play certain melodies. It is when the boundary between our worlds is most delicate, and missteps can lead to chaos." Mary felt a shiver run down her spine at the gravity of his words, but there was also a flicker of intrigue. "But isn't it beautiful?" she asked, a hint of defiance coloring her voice. "To tap into something greater, to express the magic we feel through music?" "It is," he acknowledged, stepping closer, their hands nearly touching. "But with beauty comes responsibility. Your gift could affect both worlds, and there are forces that would seek to exploit that power." His protectiveness wrapped around her, like the gentle waves lapping at their feet. In that moment, she felt a sense of connection, of understanding between them that transcended mere words. "I don't want to bring chaos, but it's hard not to be curious," she confessed, her eyes searching his for assurance. "Curiosity is natural," Gwyn replied, his voice softening. "But understanding the depths of your gift requires caution. I will help you navigate this path." A silence settled between them, filled with the echoes of the ocean and the whispered secrets of the twilight sky. Mary looked up to see the first stars appearing, illuminating the night with a sense of wonder. "Thank you, Gwyn," she said, the sincerity in her voice weaving into the warm evening air. "I'm grateful you're here." Gwyn offered a slight smile, the tension easing as they shared a moment of silent understanding. Together, they stood in the hush of dusk, the ocean's melody surrounding them, whispering promises of both challenge and beauty yet to come. Mary's heart surged with determination as she stood next to him, ready to embrace the journey ahead, a path filled with music, magic, and a budding friendship that felt destined to resonate far beyond the realms they knew. Chapter 5: The Equinox Revelation. The kitchen of the Lloyd household radiated warmth on that late autumn evening, the rich scent of hearty Welsh stew curling through the air like a melodic whisper. Soft light danced against the wooden beams overhead, creating a cozy cocoon around Meredith Merry Lloyd and her grandmother, 9, who sat together at the sturdy oak table. The rhythmic clink of cutlery mingled with the gentle simmering of the pot, forming an intimate backdrop for their dinner, where every spoonful tasted like home, and every word spun a tale from the threads of their shared past. Mary filled their bowls, steam rising in delicate tendrils as she served the fragrant stew, brimming with root vegetables and tender lamb. 9's gray eyes twinkled with appreciation, her fingers delicately tracing the edge of her bowl as she settled into the warmth of the meal. "You've outdone yourself again, my dear," she said with a soft smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "I'd wager the old gods themselves would sit up and take notice." Mary felt the heat rise in her cheeks, both from the compliment and the presence of her grandmother's playful spirit. "Just following the family recipe," she replied, tucking a wavy strand of hair behind her ear. She poured them both a cup of rich tea, its steam curling into the air, a fitting accompaniment to the meal's savory comforts. As they ate, the kitchen buzzed with the comfortable cadence of conversation, the kind that settled into the spaces between bites. Mary spoke about her day at school, sharing amusing stories of her friends, punctuated by laughter that echoed softly against the walls. In turn, 9 shared tales of her own youth, weaving memories of ancient legends into the fabric of their shared history. After a while, 9 leaned back, her silver-streaked dark hair catching the light like threads of starlight. "Ah, my dear, how could I forget to mention that we have a royal lineage coursing through our veins," she remarked, her voice low and mischievous, as if unveiling a well-kept secret. Mary's blue eyes widened in wonder. "Really, 9?" The inquiry slipped from her lips, laced with a mix of disbelief and excitement. The silence around them thickened with anticipation, inviting the ancient tales to unfold. 9 settled her gaze thoughtfully on the table, her fingers tapping gently against her bowl, creating a soft rhythm. "Indeed, we come from a long line of guardians of old magic," she continued, the warmth in her voice transforming into something deeper, more reverent. "Each generation carries the weight and the gifts of our ancestors, from singers and storytellers to protectors of lore." With each word, 9 painted a vivid picture of their heritage, merging the past with the present. Mary found herself hanging on to every syllable, her heart thrumming in rhythm with the beats of history. 9 spoke of great-grandparents who once danced under the shimmering moonlight, cloaked in the ethereal glow of Arianrhod, and of great-aunts who wove melodies that calmed the fiercest storms. "Our blood holds old magic, you know," 9 teased with a twinkle in her eye, "which is why you possess such a gift with your music." The melodic lilt of their family history filled the kitchen, drawing Mary deeper into the warmth of their connection. As her grandmother recounted tales of heroism and love, the boundary between the mundane and the magical began to blur, leaving Mary spellbound. "Did you really see a fairy once?" she interjected, her voice brimming with curiosity. "Oh, sweet Mary," 9 chuckled, the laughter ringing with the softness of an old melody. "That is a tale for another night." But let's just say, not everything you see is what it seems. With that, she deftly flipped the subject to a humorous encounter she'd had with a goat that had once raided her garden, laughter bubbling between them like a lively tune. As dinner stretched on, 9's stories carried traces of wisdom woven into every anecdote. Yet amidst the laughter and joy, Mary sensed an undercurrent of gravity in 9's words, a careful reverence for the legacy they carried. Each tale felt like an invitation to explore more than just their family's history. It felt like a gentle nudging toward something magical yet unknown. Finally, as the last spoonfuls of stew were savored, 9 concluded a story that had taken them through the ages. "Always remember, my dear, the stories bind us," she said softly, her eyes glinting with affection and something deeper, more ancient. "And they remind us who we are." Mary nodded, a blend of wonder and contemplation settling within her. "I will, 9. I promise." The weight of their connection resonated in the air, warm and familiar, like the echo of a beloved song. She reached across the table to clasp her grandmother's hand, feeling the generations of strength and love beneath her fingers, tying her ever closer to the enduring tale they were destined to weave together. Mary climbed the narrow staircase that led to the attic, each creak of the wooden steps whispering tales of a time long forgotten. The air thickened with the scent of dust and cedar, wrapping around her like a faded memory. When she finally pushed open the heavy door, shafts of light broke through the dimness, illuminating countless treasures draped in the elegance of age. Here, amidst the forgotten relics of their past, she felt a pulse of history echoing in her veins, mingling with the thrill of discovery that quickened her heartbeat. The attic was a world suspended in time, with beams overhead draped in cobwebs, old trunks filled with yellowed linens, and boxes overflowing with trinkets that glimmered like unspoken promises. It was a realm where the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary, just waiting for a curious soul to uncover its secrets. As she stepped inside, Mary's fingers grazed a dusty violin case, a relic of her grandmother's youth. The very air felt alive, humming with the potential of stories longing to be told. Drawn deeper into the space, Mary's gaze landed on an old leather-bound journal, its cover cracked and weathered. She knelt beside it, brushing off the thick layer of dust that had settled like a forgotten blanket. With hesitant fingers, she lifted the journal, feeling its weight as though it bore the history of centuries. As she opened it, the scent of musty paper filled the air, mingling with the fragrant cedar that surrounded her, a delicate reminder of the past entwined with the present. The pages were fragile, filled with faded cryptic handwriting that danced across the surface, weaving a tapestry of family lore intertwined with hints of ancient magic. Words leapt out at her. Annwn, silver throne, enchanted dreams, each syllable a brushstroke painting a world that felt both familiar and foreign. The more she read, the more her heart raced, wonder melding with a growing sense of urgency. This journal spoke of a heritage she had barely begun to comprehend, whispering secrets that flickered at the edges of her understanding. "Mary, what are you doing up there?" 9's voice called from the staircase, jolting her from her reverie. A note of curiosity, laced with the sternness of a protective heart, sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Mary. She hurriedly placed the journal back on a dusty crate, just as her grandmother entered the attic, a hint of hesitation evident in 9's measured steps. The elder's eyes widened as she took in the scene. "Ah, that old thing," she said, waving her hand dismissively, yet Mary could see the tension in her shoulders. "It's best left undisturbed." 9, what is all this about?" Mary pressed, the weight of the journal heavy in her hands. "It speaks of Annwn and a silver throne. Why haven't you ever told me?" 9's expression shifted, the humor that often lit her features dimming to something more somber. "There's magic in our bloodline," she confessed, her voice wavering slightly, almost as though she feared the implications of her words. "But it is not all joyous, my dear." Mary took a step closer, her heart pounding in her chest. "But what does that mean? Why hide it from me?" The sense of urgency in her voice resonated in the cramped attic, mingling with the heavy silence that followed. Nine's fingers trembled as they settled on a chipped porcelain figurine that rested nearby, her gaze momentarily drifting from Mary's eyes. "Some secrets are meant to protect us," she said softly, as if the weight of those words threatened to crush her. "Magic is both a gift and a burden. It calls to those who bear it, and with that call comes danger." The air between them thickened, the attic seeming to close in around Mary as she absorbed the enormity of Nine's confession. "Danger? Why?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the stillness. She felt a mix of dread and awe twisting together, each emotion wrapping around her heart like tendrils of fog. Nine sighed, the sound echoing in the dusty stillness. "With every magic, there is a price, and it is one I had hoped to shield you from." Her green eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering light that pooled around them. "Be careful with these secrets, Mary. They are ancient and entwined with our family in ways you cannot yet comprehend." Mary nodded, her grip on the journal tightening as she battled the swell of conflicting emotions, curiosity, fear, a longing to understand. "I will, Nine. But I need to know more." The need to unravel the mysteries before her felt urgent, propelling her heart into a whirlwind of determination. "Then promise me you will tread lightly," Nine urged, her voice quivering. "There is much to learn, but the paths may lead you to places best left undisturbed." As Mary stood in the attic's dusty embrace, cradling the journal like a fragile secret, she felt the weight of her family's legacy pressing down upon her. Every brittle page, every whispered secret hinted at an adventure unfolding beyond the horizon, a world where magic intertwined with reality, and a call to bravery resided within the very depths of her being. Underneath the sprawling blanket of a starlit sky, Mary wandered toward the beach, the silvery moon casting shimmering reflections upon the gentle waves that lapped at the shore. The cool night air embraced her like an old friend, its salty tang mingling with the distant echo of the ocean, a soothing balm for her racing thoughts. As she drew closer to the water's edge, the smooth grains of sand cushioned her steps, whispering secrets of tides long past and futures yet to unfold. Despite the tranquil beauty surrounding her, Mary's heart felt heavy. The conversation with Nine lingered like an uninvited guest in her mind, the weight of her family's legacy pulling at her heartstrings. Questions swirled within her, each one more daunting than the last, as she attempted to navigate the newfound knowledge that altered her perception of reality. The familiar rhythm of the ocean felt like a heartbeat, a steady reminder of the world's continuity even as her own life was poised on the brink of change. As she approached the water, her thoughts drifted and swayed, captured by the pull of the tides. It was then that she saw him, Gwyn, standing at the water's edge, framed by the shimmering light that danced around him. The way his silhouette melded with the shadows was ethereal, a presence both calming and electrifying. His dark hair moved gently in the ocean breeze, and his striking green eyes held a depth that seemed to penetrate through the darkness, drawing her in. "Mary," he greeted her, his voice low and soothing like the whispers of the waves. "The night holds more than silence." There was a gravity to his words, resonating within her as the moonlight glinted on the water behind him, illuminating the space they shared. She stepped closer, feeling a rush of warmth that contrasted with the cool night. "I wasn't sure you'd come," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The vulnerability in her words hung between them, a bridge of connection. "I always come when called," he said softly, an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. There was an invitation in his gaze, urging her to reveal the turmoil that bubbled beneath the surface. "What weighs on your heart tonight?" Mary took a breath, feeling the weight of her earlier discoveries crash like waves against the shore of her mind. "Nine told me about our bloodline, about the magic," she admitted, the words spilling forth as if released by a spell. "It feels overwhelming." He stepped closer, the distance shrinking as he regarded her with a gentle intensity. "Magic can be daunting," he affirmed, his tone earnest. "But it is also beautiful, filled with the potential for wonder and connection. You must learn to dance with it, not fear it." "Dance?" Mary echoed, a small smile breaking through the shadows of her uncertainty. "What if I step on my own toes?" The moment held a lightness, yet within her the worry remained. Gwyn chuckled, the sound resonating like music in the cool night air. "Every dancer stumbles at some point, but those missteps often lead to the most meaningful moments." He offered her an encouraging glance, the hint of understanding deepening their connection. "You possess a strength that will carry you through, Mary. The answers lie within you, waiting to be discovered." Mary gazed out over the water, contemplating his words as the waves crashed softly against the shore. In the fleeting reflections of moonlight, she felt a flicker of hope igniting within her, igniting her resolve. "But what if it's more than I can bear?" she murmured, feeling the tide of uncertainty wash over her again. "That is a risk we all take," Gwyn replied, his voice steady and reassuring. "Embracing the unknown often leads to extraordinary growth. Remember, you are not alone in this journey. You have your family, and now me." At his words, something within her stirred, a warmth that spread from her core outward. They stood close, the scent of salt and possibility swirling around them. In that moment, the air thickened with unspoken emotions, the promise of new beginnings shimmering like the stars above. Slowly, almost hesitantly, their hands inched toward each other, a shared electric current guiding their movements. She could feel his presence enveloping her, a balm against her lingering fears. Mary's heart raced as they hovered just a breath apart. The touch of their fingertips felt inevitable, yet fraught with possibility. The ocean sang a lullaby as they lingered in that suspended moment, the world around them fading into the background. Everything she had feared, everything she longed for, crystallized in the closeness of that single heartbeat. And as she gazed into Gwyn's eyes, she sensed a universe teeming with potential, the intertwining of two destinies, the soft collision of past and future. But before they could bridge that final gap, a soft breeze stirred, playfully breaking the magic that hung in the air. Mary pulled back slightly, breathless, her heart still thrumming with the sensation of something new and promising stirring deep within. "I want to learn more," she said finally, her voice steadied by a newfound determination. "I want to embrace this legacy, whatever it may be." Gwyn smiled, that serene strength in his demeanor radiating warmth. "Then together, we shall navigate the paths that lie ahead. The night holds more than silence, Mary. It holds secrets yet to be unearthed, and adventures waiting for those brave enough to seek them." As the moon glimmered overhead, casting silver light upon the ocean, Mary felt a thread of hope entwining her fate with Gwyn's. The waves whispered their secrets as she stood firm at the edge of the world, ready to dive into the depths of magic and mystery, united by the soft glow of moonlit possibilities. Chapter 6: The Professor's Secret. Mary stepped into the cozy embrace of Professor Davy's cottage, where the sweet scent of aged parchment mingled with the warm glow of lamplight. The shelves were crammed with ancient books and curiosities, each piece whispering stories of times long past. As the door creaked shut behind her, she felt the subtle hum of magic curl around her like a warm shawl, the very air alive with potential. A dusty book lifted slowly off a nearby table, as if acknowledging her presence, and she couldn't help but smile in delight. "Ah, Mary, welcome." The professor's voice, even and warm, drew her attention. Professor Davies stood by her carved wooden desk, a commanding yet nurturing presence, with silver-streaked auburn hair framing her face. The glimmer of silver rings around her fingers caught Mary's eye, each one a testament to a journey well-traveled and a mind rich with wisdom. "Good afternoon, Professor," Mary replied, her voice soft but laced with excitement. She couldn't shake the feeling that the energy thrumming through the room mirrored her own pulse. With each step, the wooden floor creaked in familiarity, welcoming her like an old friend. Come in," the professor gestured. "I was just thinking about you and our last discussion on music's ties to our world." She stepped aside, revealing a glimpse of the delicate silver pendant hanging near the old teapot on the desk. It gleamed enticingly, and Mary felt an urge to reach out, to touch the intricately crafted piece that seemed to hum with its own quiet melody. As Mary approached, the professor continued, "You know, during my recent visit to Annwn, I discovered something profound about the balance between our worlds." Her green eyes sparkled with the memory, drawing Mary in. "The legend of the silver throne of Arianrhod connects us more than we might realize. Its essence breathes harmony between the realms." Mary listened intently, her heart racing, as if the very words summoned magical energy from the depths of the cottage. The artifacts around them appeared to quiver in anticipation, responding to the professor's animated discourse. Each sentence flowed like music, wrapping around Mary's consciousness. "What do you mean by harmony?" she asked, her mind racing with curiosity. "Ah, harmony," the professor mused, leaning back slightly, her fingers gliding over the wooden desk. "In Annwn, time flows differently. I returned because the time difference made it impossible to stay longer. Each moment carries weight, and the throne embodies the delicate balance necessary for both realms to coexist." As she spoke, Mary could feel the growing resonance in the air. A flickering candle seemed to sway with purpose, casting dancing shadows on the walls, as if eager to join in their conversation. Objects around them stirred, as if possessing a life of their own. A curious artifact floated slowly around a stack of papers, orbiting as if caught in a gentle celestial dance. "What's the danger?" Mary pressed, a note of concern threading through her voice. The warmth of the cottage seemed to shrink as the weight of the conversation pressed against her. "The danger lies in desire," Professor Davies explained, her tone steady and measured. "If one seeks the throne for personal gain, it may not reveal its secrets. This place demands harmony in the heart. Be cautious with your growing powers, others may seek to use them." The professor's gaze was piercing, and for a moment, Mary felt the weight of her words settle around her like a thick fog, blurring the boundary between fascination and fear. She nodded, absorbing the gravity of the lesson, her pulse quickening with each moment. Mary's thoughts spun with the revelations as she pondered the intricate connections of her family's past and her own burgeoning abilities. The hum of magic in the air intensified, intertwining with her rising anticipation, each heartbeat echoing the significance of their dialogue. As the last notes of their conversation resonated through the cozy room, she could feel the powers dwindling around them like an exhaled breath. The warm energy began to retract, pulling back into the shadows as the weight of knowledge settled into her bones. "Thank you, Professor," she murmured, carefully gathering her notes as if cradling delicate treasure. The professor gave her a final measured look, one that contained a depth of concern and reassurance, a complex blend that would linger with Mary long after she left. Mary exited the cottage into the cool evening air, the change of temperature wrapping around her like a refreshing cloak. She paused at the door, glancing back over her shoulder, the warm glow of the cottage illuminating the threshold of wisdom she had just crossed. Her heart stumbled in surprise as she caught sight of a figure across the street. Gwyn stood motionless, his gaze fixed intently on her. The way he held himself, set and steadfast, spoke of a mix of worry and longing that made her stomach twist pleasantly. His striking green eyes reflected an unspoken promise of protection, a connection that lingered unbroken despite the distance between them. Mary's heart thudded in rhythm with an unseen melody, one that hinted at the journey that lay ahead between worlds, drawing her in with the haunting beauty of possibilities yet to unfold. With her notes clutched tightly in hand, Mary took a moment to absorb the warmth of Professor Davy's cottage one last time. The golden light danced across the walls, wrapping around her like a cherished memory as she prepared to step back into the world outside. Each breath was laced with the echoes of their conversation, a song she hoped to carry within her as she embarked on the journey that lay ahead. "Remember, Mary," the professor's voice, gentle yet firm, floated toward her as she reached the door. "The powers you nurture must be handled with care. Trust your intuition, and always strive for balance." Mary turned to face her mentor, appreciating the quiet strength in her eyes. "Thank you, Professor. I'll remember," she replied, trying to etch the moment into her mind, a talisman against the uncertainties swirling within her. A flicker of doubt crossed the professor's features, subtle yet undeniable. "If ever you feel lost, you know where to find me," she said, her tone wrapping around Mary like the most comforting of blankets. As she stepped outside, the cool evening air kissed her cheeks, starkly contrasting the warmth she had just left behind. The soft sounds of the town settling into night wrapped around her, a gentle rustling of leaves, distant laughter from nearby homes, and the sweet call of night creatures. Yet, beneath it all, a disquiet rippled through her, the weight of her powers pressed on her chest like an unshakable burden. Mary paused at the door, feeling the moment hang in the air like the final note of a symphony. She glanced back one last time, her heart fluttering as the sight of Gwyn caught her eye across the street. He stood still, his posture unwavering yet laced with tension. The expression on his face held a world of meaning, concern etched deep in his features, and something else that danced in the depths of his striking green eyes. The intensity of his gaze felt like an embrace, a connection that echoed the unspoken promises that wove through their shared history. "Mary," she imagined he might have said, the quiet depth of his voice carrying over the distance. The moment stretched, time seemingly suspended as she regarded him, her heart responding to the quiet pull between them. His presence offered both reassurance and an anchor, a lighthouse in the fog of her uncertainty. With a final deep breath, she forced herself to look away, the sense of responsibility swelling within her. The stakes felt daunting, but as she set her gaze forward, she felt something shift within her. The journey ahead was hers to navigate, full of uncertainties, but with her heart attuned to the harmony of both worlds, she would find her way. Turning on her heel, she stepped away from the door, each stride firm as she carried with her the memories of warmth, wisdom, and the connection she sensed still lingering between the realms, and between herself and the guardian watching her from afar. With resolve wrapping around her like an ancient song, Mary ventured deeper into the night, ready to embrace the symphony of magic and mystery that awaited her in the shadowy corners of both Annwn and her own burgeoning reality. Chapter 7: Sian's Disappearance. The cozy room was alive with laughter and whispers, as two best friends lounged amid a nest of blankets and pillows. Soft lamplight warmed the familiar walls, flickering like fireflies caught in a gentle breeze. Mary's wavy brown hair caught the light like polished copper, casting a warm glow over her determined features as she approached the small piano tucked in the corner, a realm of music just waiting for her touch. "Come on, Mary, play it again." Sian's vibrant voice bounced off the walls, her green eyes sparkling with a mischief that only the thrill of the unknown could inspire. She sat cross-legged on a plush blanket, a whirlwind of curly red hair and a constellation of cinnamon freckles. Mary hesitated, fingers poised just above the keys. A trace of apprehension flickered in her deep blue eyes, reminiscent of waves at high tide, ready to pull back and reveal the secrets beneath. Despite the warmth of their friendship, the melody was a haunting thread, a glimpse into a world that tugged at her curiosity but also gripped her heart with a chill. She had discovered it in her grandmother's journal, a relic of ancient Welsh lore that had whispered tales of magic and other realms. Drawing in a steady breath, she let the notes unfurl from her fingers like petals in bloom. Each key, a delicate step into the unfamiliar, invited both light and shadow into the room. The melody spiraled and danced, weaving through the air until it twined around their hearts, filling the space with the echoes of distant realms. With each note, the atmosphere thickened, the familiar walls beginning to shift, a tapestry of possibility unfurling before them. As the last notes lingered, a silvery shimmer erupted near the window, its light cascading over the hardwood floor like liquid starlight. Shadows stretched and twirled, animated by the magic that now pulsed within the room. Sian's breath caught in her throat, eyes wide as she leaned forward, captivated by the luminescent edge of the portal that had emerged. "What do you think it is?" she whispered, half in awe and half in delight. "I don't know," Mary breathed, her fingers trembling against the piano, a subtle rhythm echoing the hurried beat of her heart. Fear coiled in her stomach, but the allure of the unknown shone brighter. "But it's beautiful." Without a moment's hesitation, Sian reached out toward the portal, a grin plastered across her freckled face. "Let's find out." The instant her fingertips met the shimmering surface, an explosion of light enveloped her. Mary's heart raced as she stared, her mind struggling to process the phenomenon unraveling before her. For a brief moment, Sian was both there and not. Caught in a vivid collision of worlds, the laughter hanging in the air became an echo. Then, with the abruptness of a thunderclap, Sian was gone. The vibrant joy that had filled the room melted into a chilling silence. Mary's fingers fell to the keys, pressing down as if to anchor herself, but the notes now sounded hollow, empty, reverberating with a weight of loss that felt unbearable. Panic seized her heart, she couldn't breathe. She scrambled for her phone, her fingers fumbling as they shook with shock. "Gwyn, please come quickly." Her voice quavered, teetering on the brink of despair, an appeal more than a command, the urgency weaving through her plea. Each word carried the weight of impending disaster, a desperation she couldn't contain. Just as the last echoes of Sian's laughter faded into the walls, the door swung open, and there stood Gwyn, the embodiment of calm in the storm of chaos. He filled the doorway, his presence a reassuring bastion against the uncertainty that loomed. "Sian has been pulled into Annwn," he stated, his voice firm yet laced with a gentleness that grounded her swirling thoughts. His striking green eyes scanned the room, taking in the remnants of the magic that had just unfolded. "Time there moves differently. We must get her back, before too much passes." His tone pierced through her panic, infusing her with resolve. She felt the chaotic energy of the moment coalesce into clarity as they exchanged a tense glance. The glow from the portal, the light of her best friend's sudden absence, lingered like a warning, prompting them into action. Together, They would face the unknown, rallying against the weight of despair, eager to reach for the flickering hope that danced in the shadows. Mary's heart raced, her breath quickening as the weight of Sian's absence pressed down on her like a suffocating blanket. She stood frozen, the echo of laughter replaced by an unsettling stillness that filled the room. Gwyn's commanding presence filled the doorway, grounding her chaotic thoughts, while the fading glow of the portal pulsed like a heartbeat, reminding her that time was slipping away. "Mary," he said, stepping fully into the room, the air shimmering with his quiet authority. His dark hair framed his face, the striking green of his eyes a storm of emotion beneath the calm exterior. "You need to focus." She could hardly process his words, feeling adrift in a sea of uncertainty. "Sian, she just disappeared. What happened? How do we get her back?" The questions tumbled from her lips, urgency clawing at her throat as she glanced at the spot where her best friend had vanished. Gwyn nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, as he approached the piano, which still vibrated with the remnants of music. "Sian has been pulled into Annwn, a place woven into the very fabric of our tales. Time flows differently there. We must act quickly. Moments in our world may translate to hours or even days in Annwn." His explanation washed over her, the words mingling with the fragments of fear that thrummed in her veins. "But how can we navigate it? How do we find her?" she asked, desperation edging her voice, the starkness of reality slowly sharpening her senses. "Every entry into Annwn requires a guide, but I can help you. There are items we'll need to protect ourselves and to trace the essence of Sian's energy." His gaze met hers, steady and unwavering. "You possess an intuition that may aid us, even if you cannot yet see it." Determined, she swallowed her fear, finding strength in his confidence. They began searching the room, gathering items that pulsed with familiarity, an old charm her grandmother had given her, imbued with layers of ancestral magic, a forgotten harp string she had once plucked, resonating with potential, and the carefully crafted talisman that had accompanied her family for generations. Each piece resonated with her past, whispering the songs of her lineage. "Every element carries its own story," Gwyn explained as they worked. "They will serve as a bridge between our world and Annwn, guiding us toward Sian. Remember to trust the music inside you." The thrill of purpose ignited within her. With each item she gathered, she felt her connection to music rekindle, a power that beckoned from deep within. She exchanged fleeting glances with Gwyn, the weight of her best friend's absence hanging heavily between them, yet hope began to weave through the threads of anxiety that had ensnared her heart. They approached the shimmering portal together, its edges glimmering with ethereal light. Mary held the charm tightly, the pulse of her heartbeat synchronizing with its rhythm. The air thickened around them, charged with the promise of magic and the unknown. Mary could hear the whispers of the melody in her mind, each note a strand guiding her forward, leading them closer to the cusp of another world. "This is it," Gwyn said, his tone laced with determination. "Once we step through, we must remain focused. The allure of Annwn can disorient those unprepared." Her stomach churned, a blend of anticipation and fear swirling inside her as they stood before the glowing edge. "I'm ready," she breathed, feeling the electric charge of the moment dance along her skin. With a resolute nod, Gwyn reached out, his hand brushing against the shimmering surface first. A ripple of light cascaded through the air, illuminating their surroundings. "On the count of 3, he said. 1, 2. His voice steadied her heart. 3. They stepped forward, their feet breaking through the threshold together. The world around them twisted and warped, colors blending into a wild dance of hues that left Mary breathless. There was a fleeting sensation of falling and soaring all at once, the pulse of music echoing louder as they slipped through the divide between worlds. Then, with a sudden jolt, they landed on soft, damp grass beneath their feet, surrounded by lush greenery that seemed to vibrate with its own life. The air was thick with magic, rich and intoxicating, beckoning them deeper into the unknown. Mary glanced at Gwyn, a glimmer of determination igniting between them. They would navigate this realm together, face its trials, and bring Sian back. The heart of Annwn awaited them, a world of enchanting mysteries and lurking dangers, where time drifted like fog on a river, and the music of magic pulsed just beyond their reach. Chapter 8: The Guardian's Tale. The corridor curled away from the bright clatter of the music shop, a world all its own where shadows seemed to gather like whispered secrets. The distant murmur of the sea mingled with the soft clatter of their footsteps, creating a rhythm that mirrored the anxious beats in Mary's heart. She walked beside Gwyn, the weight of uncertainty thick in the air, each breath heavy with the promise of revelation. "Meredith," he began, using her full name with a gentle firmness, as if to ground her in the gravity of the moment. His voice, though soft, resonated with an authority that sent a shiver down her spine. He paused, eyes scanning the corridor with an intensity that made her feel seen, as if he could read the very fabric of her thoughts. "I am a guardian from Annwn, sent to protect you." The words hung in the air like a dropped melody, uncertain and trembling. Mary's steps faltered, and she turned to face him fully, the blue of her eyes widening in disbelief. Gwyn's features remained composed, yet there was a flicker of something ancient in the green depths of his gaze, something that hinted at knowledge spanning centuries. "Annwn," she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper, as if saying the name too loudly might shatter the illusion. Her fingers twitched at her sides, an unconscious reaction to the cascade of questions flooding her mind. How could this be? How could he be from a place she had only heard of, in stories? He continued, steady and deliberate, "There is a prophecy, Mary, a prophecy that speaks of your essential role in reuniting our realms before they drift irreparably apart." Each word seemed to weave a tapestry of fate and responsibility, his eyes never leaving hers, challenging her to embrace the reality he was laying bare. Mary felt as if the ground beneath her was shifting. "A prophecy?" she asked, the disbelief evident in her tone, even as she felt a strange flutter of curiosity nestled within the storm of her emotions. "Why me?" Gwyn took a step closer, his voice lowering as if he feared the walls themselves might be listening. "The realms are intertwined, dear girl. Each of your talents, your musical gifts, they are threads of magic waiting to be woven into a greater song. If this task is ignored..." He hesitated, allowing the weight of his warning to linger in the space between them, laden with unspoken consequences. Her heart raced as she grappled with his words. Torn between her desire to hold on to the mundane realities she had always known and the overwhelming intrigue of the unknown, Mary's mind buzzed with silent questions, each one battling for supremacy. The rhythm of her breath quickened, matching the low rhythmic crash of the waves beyond the corridor's walls. She shifted slightly, discomfort mingling with a curiosity that ignited her spirit. "But how could I possibly?" "You are more than you know," he assured her, his tone softening, yet still holding that unwavering undercurrent of truth. His hand brushed against the corridor's cool stone wall, as if to anchor both their spirits in the unfolding conversation. "You've already begun. The journal you discovered holds more than mere memories. It holds the key." As he spoke, she could see it, the outline of her grandmother's journal, the way its pages whispered of legends and music intertwined with magic. The memories sparked within her, echoing the stories she had always adored but now felt suddenly weighty with purpose. "Believe in yourself, Mary," he said, almost as if reading the doubts swirling in her mind. "Believe that your heart knows the way." A flicker of something bright danced in her chest, mingling with the turmoil. She had always approached challenges with determination, a natural curiosity pushing her to explore every mystery. Yet, this was something else, a call to her soul, beckoning her to rise to an extraordinary challenge she had never known awaited her. But before she could form a reply, an abrupt shift in the air seized their attention. From the shadows, a presence materialized, wrapping the corridor in a tense silence that instantly replaced the fragile connection between them. The creature that appeared bore the unmistakable mark of Lord Arran's emissary, a shapeshifter of silver and shadow, its skin rippling with unsettling elegance as if crafted from the very fabric of night. "Mary, you must come with me to Annwn," it demanded, the voice both melodic and cold, cutting through the charged air like a sharp knife. Before she could respond, Gwyn stepped forward, the shift in his stance embodying both resolve and protection. "You will not take her." His hands glowed with an otherworldly energy, casting flickering light that danced against the corridor's shadows. With determined, swift movements, he deflected the creature's outstretched, shifting form, each gesture filled with both grace and an underlying fury. The emissary's shape flickered, contorting as it adjusted to Gwyn's defiance, its features twisting with momentary confusion. The corridor trembled under the weight of the power at play, and Mary stood frozen, eyes darting between Gwyn's fierce expression and the writhing form of the creature, caught in the throes of a confrontation that was beyond her understanding. "Step back, Mary," Gwyn instructed, his voice low but firm, anchored by a protective instinct that surged between them. His every expression deepened the bond formed through shared danger and rising tension. The air around them crackled, a volatile mixture of magic and uncertainty, as the weight of decisions loomed large. Mary could hardly breathe, torn between fear and admiration as she watched Gwyn, this guardian, this stranger, fiercely defending her against an encroaching darkness. There was something raw and beautiful in his determination, and her heart raced, not just from fear, but from a dawning realization of her own significance in this unfolding drama. In that charged silence, every moment stretched, suspended between the possibilities of two worlds intertwined. The corridors of fate twisted around her, leaving Mary standing on the precipice, her world unraveling and spinning anew. And as the creature writhed in resistance, she sensed that a choice lay before her, one that could either bind or liberate her spirit. Before Gwyn could finish, an unsettling energy flooded the corridor, a shifting presence that invaded their fragile bubble of safety. Shadows thickened, folding into themselves as a figure emerged from the darkness, its skin rippling like liquid silver, a chilling visage marking it as an emissary of Lord Arran. Mary's breath hitched, her heart hammering in her chest, as dread draped itself over her like an unwelcome shroud. "Mary, you must come with me to Annwn," the creature demanded, its voice slicing through the air with an eerie melody that dripped with authority. The authority that comes from those who wield knowledge of life and death, magic and destiny. Panic flared within her, heat rising in her cheeks threatening to burst free. She stole a glance at Gwyn, whose stature shifted, radiating an intensity that immediately quelled the chaos within her. The distance between them felt electric, charged with his protectiveness. "You will not take her," he declared, each word heavy with authority, yet it was the unwavering gaze that anchored her resolve. As Gwyn stepped forward, Mary watched with a mix of trepidation and admiration. His hands began to glow, a soft light pulsating around him as if he were summoning the very forces of nature. She could feel the energy crackling in the air, a warm embrace despite the cold threat that lingered in the shadows. "Stay back," Gwyn instructed, his voice unyielding. She could see the muscles in his jaw tense, a determination lining his brow as he faced the emissary. The creature recoiled slightly, and for a moment the corridor felt balanced, the air thick with the scent of impending magic and danger. The emissary's voice softened, tainted with an insidious allure. "Your place is not here, girl. Come willingly, and I can promise you a place at the right hand of Annwn." But as the creature spoke, its form flickered, morphing slightly with each heartbeat, an ominous dance of intent and coercion that seemed almost enticing. Mary clenched her fists, torn between the danger and the tantalizing thought of adventure that it presented. "No," Gwyn shouted, his voice resonating with a strength that sent a jolt through her. He launched himself forward, hands forming intricate gestures that shimmered with ancient power. With each movement, a wave of energy cascaded outward, forcing the emissary to shift and contort as it met his defiance. Mary's heart raced as she watched their confrontation unfold. She could see the intricacy of Gwyn's motions, each flowing like music made manifest, yet still intricate with intent and precision. "You have no power here," he proclaimed, sending forth a pulse of shimmering light that enveloped the corridor, filling it with an aura of protection. The emissary lashed out, flickering forms colliding against Gwyn's barrier. The air vibrated with energy, their magical forces intertwining in a clash of light and shadow. Gwyn moved fluidly, protecting, redirecting the creature's advances, but a growing doubt clung to Mary. She felt tethered to both worlds, pulled by an unseen force, battling against an unknown depth of magic that enveloped her spirit. Mary's thoughts spiraled into a frenzy, desperately attempting to untangle the web of emotions. Could she really leave everything behind? The music, the family, the safety of her home. But there was something within her, the memory of her grandmother's journal whispering tales of magic, of connection, of something much greater. An awakening she hadn't anticipated. And then, in a moment of clarity, she understood. As Gwyn held his ground, she felt a thread of power vibrate through her, a melody she had been composing all along. Her feet shifted, and in a decisive action she took a step forward, positioning herself beside Gwyn, summoning her own courage in tandem with his strength. "Let her go," she shouted, her voice finding resonance in the corridors that echoed beyond their confrontation. For the first time, she felt a spark of defiance igniting within her, a light ignited by the magical bonds of the land she loved. Gwyn's gaze met hers, and in that split second she could feel their spirits intertwine, the guardian and the girl who had yet to embrace her destiny. As the emissary turned, momentarily disoriented by her sudden display of conviction, Mary seized the opportunity. The very air around them pulsed with magic, heightening her senses, awakening something profound in her. Gwyn cast an assured glance towards her, a silent understanding passing between them as they stood resolute against the encroaching shadow. With their powers intertwined, they could manifest a force that would reverberate beyond this moment. A fierce glow engulfed Gwyn's hands, sending a beam of shimmering light directly towards the emissary, and Mary felt that same energy surge through her veins. The connection swelled like music building towards a crescendo, ready to burst forth and reclaim its place in the world. The emissary's form shimmered, faltering against the purity of their combined strength. "No," it hissed, twisting in a desperate attempt to escape, but it was too late. The luminosity enveloped it, resonating with a harmonic chant that emanated from Mary's very being, infused with the richness of her musical heritage. In a brilliant flash, the creature dissolved, shadows receding back into the dark corners of the corridor. Silence settled like a soft blanket around them, the echoes of confrontation fading into a distant memory, yet the weight of their shared power lingered in the air, shimmering with uncharted potential. Mary exhaled sharply, her heart racing as the silence wrapped around them, cocooning them in the aftermath of their triumph. She turned to Gwyn, who still stood at her side, the glow fading from his hands. There was a moment where neither of them spoke, but the connection forged in that tumultuous moment felt as substantial as the very ground beneath their feet. "Are you okay?" Gwyn asked softly, his gaze scanning her face, concern lacing his voice like a familiar melody. She nodded, taking in a deep breath, the reality of what had just transpired beginning to settle over her like a cloak. "I think I am," she replied, her voice steadier than she felt. But in her chest, something profound stirred, a yearning for the adventure, for the magic, for the world waiting beyond the horizon. Yet as the corridor remained still, the prospect of what was to come shimmered like a beacon, drawing her into the unknown, bound now by fate and fortified by the spirit of Annwn, as the song of their shared journey began to unfold. Chapter 9: The Decision to Cross. As the sun dipped low over the Welsh coast, casting long shadows through the cluttered windows of Professor Davy's cottage, the air thrummed with an unspoken promise. Dust motes danced in the golden light that fell across shelves stacked high with ancient books and mysterious artifacts, each item holding stories of magic and old traditions. Here, amidst the remnants of forgotten eras, Mary and Gwyn gathered the pieces that would lead them into a world beyond their own. The cozy cottage felt alive, with the fragrance of old parchment mingling with hints of lavender, and something distinctly elemental that clung to the air. Mary stepped inside, her deep blue eyes wide with wonder as they roved over the countless curiosities. Each trinket seemed to whisper secrets of its own, yet the heart of the cottage lay in the small, intricately carved cabinet that stood at the far side, its surface gleaming softly. "I suppose the next few steps we take are important, aren't they?" Gwyn murmured, his voice low as he leaned against the doorframe, observing the myriad of artifacts. There was an intensity in his green eyes, a protective instinct that never faded, even in this place of safety. Mary nodded, her fingers brushing lightly over the spines of ancient tomes, feeling the pulse of magic just beneath the surface. It thrilled her to be here, but a note of apprehension danced at the edges of her excitement. What they were about to do held weight, a mix of possibility and peril. The knowledge felt heavy in the air, suffused with purpose. Just then Professor Davies appeared, her silver-streaked auburn hair glinting in the waning sunlight, framing a face etched with the wisdom of years. She approached the cabinet with a reverent grace, each movement calculated as if she were a conductor leading an unseen orchestra. She paused for a moment before opening the doors, revealing the treasures within. "These are essential for your journey," she stated, her voice steady and low. Mary leaned forward, her breath hitching slightly as the light caught a small, glowing crystal nestled amidst the enchanted sheet music. It pulsed gently, emitting a soft light that seemed to resonate with an energy that thrummed with life. The music, on the other hand, was a delicate work of art, a cascade of faded notes that danced across the parchment like ripples on water, each line whispering of melodies yet to be unlocked. "This crystal will help anchor your music in Annwn," Professor Davies explained, retrieving both items with careful hands. "Remember, it holds the essence of the realms, but it also demands respect." Gwyn shifted slightly, a furrow creasing his brow as he took in the glimmering crystal and the sheet music. "Power can be a fickle friend," he said dryly, a hint of amusement in his tone despite the seriousness of his words. "Best not let it sweep you away." "Understood," Mary replied, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to accept the artifacts. Each piece felt heavier in her hand than she had expected, filled with potential and responsibility. "Thank you, Professor." "Be cautious, my dear," the professor advised, her expression softening as she regarded the girl with both concern and admiration. "This path is fraught with wonders, but also dangers. Trust in your instincts, but remember, not all things that glimmer are true." Mary met Gwyn's gaze, the corners of her mouth twitching up, as the weight of their shared journey settled over her. "I'll be careful," she promised, taking a deep breath. There was something in that moment, an understanding that solidified their connection, a shared determination to uncover the mysteries that awaited them. As they stepped back from the cabinet, Mary held the crystal close to her chest, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. She looked back at Professor Davies, who now surveyed the room, her thoughtful expression hinting at the stories that lingered within its walls. "Shall we?" she asked, her voice brimming with a mixture of eagerness and solemnity. With a nod from Gwyn, the trio gathered themselves for the adventure ahead. It was more than a simple journey. It was a convergence of worlds, a dive into the unknown, armed with nothing but music and an unwavering belief in what lay beyond the veil. Together, they moved forward, stepping into the currents of fate that awaited them, where each note would ripple out into the vast tapestry of Annwn. In the heart of her grandmother's home, where the comforting aroma of baking bread wove itself into the very fabric of memory, Mary felt the weight of her family's history surround her like an old, well-worn shawl. The kitchen, bathed in the golden hues of evening light, was alive with the spirit of her ancestors, and every corner seemed to echo with their stories. It was a place where laughter and song had once mingled freely, the kind of warmth that seeped into her very bones. "Dear Nine, Mary began, but the words caught in her throat as her grandmother appeared from the attic, dust swirling in her wake like ghosts of the past. The woman was a formidable figure, tall and elegant, with silver-streaked dark hair that framed a lined face imbued with both determination and tenderness. "Come, child. There are things you need to see," Nine beckoned, her voice rich and warm, resonating with the rhythm of family ties. Her gray eyes, often filled with mischief, now gleamed with purpose as she pulled an ancient trunk from beneath a low shelf. The wood was worn, polished by the touch of generations, and the clasp groaned as she opened it with reverence. Mary's heart quickened at the sight, the trunk's contents hinting at hidden memories and untold stories. As Nine sorted through its age-old contents, her hands danced deftly, revealing an assortment of forgotten treasures. But it was the journal that called out to them both, resting quietly amongst the relics. With delicate care, Nine lifted the journal, its leather cover cracked yet sturdy, as if holding decades of history within. "This belonged to my grandmother, your great-grandmother," she said, opening the journal to reveal pages adorned with faded ink where cryptic entries twirled with purpose and life. She spoke of Annwn and the Silver Throne, weaving her own destiny into these pages. Mary leaned closer, her breath catching as she traced the faded words with her fingertips. There were melodies hidden in the loops of letters, stories embedded within the ink. But just as fascination danced on the edges of her heart, a wave of confusion washed over her. What did all of this truly mean? The weight of expectation settled upon her shoulders. Nine pointed to a particular entry, her voice a mix of nostalgia and authority. "See this?" she said, eyes locked onto Mary's. "The throne is not merely a seat of power. It represents the duality of our worlds. Our blood holds secrets, dear, but be wary of its burden." With a firm yet gentle insistence, Nine then reached for a weathered amulet nestled within the trunk's depths, its surface etched with intricate patterns that glinted in the warm light. "This is for you, Mary," she declared, holding it out as if offering a fragment of her soul. "You must remember your heritage." Mary accepted the amulet, its weight resting heavily in her palm, intertwining history and obligation. She could feel Nine's strength infused within it, along with the histories of generations long past. "But Nine, Listen," Nine interrupted softly, placing a hand on Mary's shoulder. "You are stronger than you know. Trust in your roots, they will guide you." Her lined face radiated both warmth and resolve, pushing Mary to confront her own uncertainties. From his position by the doorway, Gwyn observed the exchange, a mixture of concern and unspoken humor playing across his features. His gaze flickered between the heirloom and Mary, noting the changing dynamics in the room. His presence felt like a silent vow, an assurance that they would navigate this path together. Mary felt a swell of gratitude toward her grandmother, who had stood firm against the tides of time, bridging the gap between the past and the present. She tightened her grip around the amulet, feeling a pulse of connection not only to her grandmother, but to the very essence of who she was meant to become. "I'll remember," Mary vowed, standing taller as a rush of resolve surged through her, intertwining with the threads of legacy woven into her spirit. The uncertainty that had accompanied her thus far began to dissipate, replaced by the fire of her ancestors igniting within her. As Nine smiled with quiet pride, Mary caught Gwyn's eye. There was a silent understanding between them, a bond forged in shared purpose and determination. They would venture forth, not just as a pair, but as part of a legacy rich with history and possibility. Together, they would unearth the mysteries that lay ahead, wrapped in the warmth of home even as they stepped into the unknown. Under a starlit sky that twinkled with secrets yet to be revealed, Mary stood at the threshold of her quiet coastal home, the sounds of the night wrapping around her like a soft embrace. The rhythmic crash of waves against the shore echoed in the distance, a gentle reminder of the adventure that awaited beyond the known, as she readied herself to weave the melodies that would take her beyond this world. The familiar room, once a sanctuary of childhood, now pulsed with an anticipation that seemed to vibrate through the very walls. Her instrument, a beloved piano that had weathered the years alongside her, awaited her touch like an old friend eager to share a story. The night air was thick with the scent of salt and nostalgia, and she felt the moment tinged with both excitement and melancholy. Gwyn stood nearby, a silent guardian, watching as she prepared. His presence felt like a warm anchor against the tide of emotions swirling within her. She could see the moonlight casting shadows on his sharp features, his green eyes reflecting the quiet resolve that defined him. Every lingering glance, every breath shared felt monumental, steeped in the knowledge of what lay ahead. As her fingers hovered over the keys, the familiar surface felt both reassuring and daunting, like a well-worn path into uncharted territories. Her heart raced as she sought to summon the melody that would bridge the realms, that would propel them both into the mysterious embrace of Annwn. She took a steadying breath, allowing the ocean's whisper to merge with her resolve. Then, with a mix of determination and trepidation, she began to play. The first note echoed softly in the hushed room, and she felt the magic seep from the instrument, wrapping around her like an ethereal shawl. Each subsequent note blossomed, painting the air with emotions intertwined, longing, bravery, and the delicate threads of her lineage woven into the fabric of the song. As the melody unfolded, a shimmering portal began to materialize in the dim light, swirling with bursts of silver and blue. It spiraled gracefully, reflecting her melody in its ethereal hues as the notes seemed to spark magic with each stroke of her fingers. The light shimmered, illuminating the space with a dreamlike quality, as if the air itself rejoiced in her creation. Gwyn stepped forward, his hand brushing against hers as he gently took hold. "Stay close," he murmured, his voice a low promise that resonated in the warm atmosphere of the moment. It was a mixture of duty and affection that echoed between them, grounding her as they approached the threshold together. Mary's heart swelled with the depth of their connection, the intertwined fingers a silent pledge of unity. The ambiance swirled with energy, a reflection of the bonds they had formed, and the adventure they were ready to embrace. But just as the portal beckoned them forward, she cast one last glance at her home, the memories etched in the wooden beams and familiar shadows, a tapestry of laughter, love, and history. She would carry that warmth within her, a beacon in the unknown, and she stepped toward the shimmering entrance. The moment felt infinite, suspended between the heartbeat of her past and the unfolding promise of her future. As the portal flared, the music transformed, a chorus of the old and the new, intertwining as they moved forward, hand in hand, ready to leap into the world waiting for them on the other side. With one final note lingering in the air, an echo of love and legacy, Mary and Gwyn stepped into the portal together, their joined hands shimmering with the magic of the moment. And as the gateway enveloped them, a gentle wave swept through the night, whispering promises of the extraordinary adventures that lay ahead waiting to be discovered. Chapter 10. Arrival in Annwn. As the portal's shimmering edges dissolved into the air, Meredith Merry Lloyd and her companion Gwyn stepped into the iridescent realm of Annwn, where the atmosphere tingled with enchantment and promise. The world around them seemed alive, with light reflecting in playful patterns that danced upon the cool mist, wrapping them in an otherworldly embrace. Tall, majestic trees rose like ancient guardians, their metallic bark glinting as if polished by a celestial hand. Mary couldn't help but reach out, her fingers brushing against the smooth surface, feeling a warmth beneath the coolness of its exterior. "Time here flows differently. Stay alert and don't linger," Gwyn's voice broke through her reverie, smooth and steady. He stood slightly apart, a sentinel scanning the horizon, his striking green eyes alight with an intensity that hinted at the depths of his understanding. Mary nodded, her gaze shifting to the towering palace in the distance. Its spires stretched toward the heavens, casting reflections of dazzling light that turned the mists into a gentle glow. In her dreams, she had glimpsed this place, its shimmering walls, the ethereal aura that encircled it. Now, standing on this strange terrain, a flicker of familiarity brushed against her heart, a melody lingering just out of reach. Gwyn approached her side, the delicate tension in the air drawing them closer. "What do you feel?" he asked, his voice low, as if he feared disturbing the landscape. "It's beautiful," she murmured, closing her eyes momentarily. The hum of the realm thrummed against her senses, a subtle resonance that felt both welcoming and uncharted. She inhaled deeply, savoring the mingling scents of wildflowers, damp earth, and something distinctly magical that made the air around them shimmer with possibility. "Beautiful indeed, yet beauty can conceal dangers," he reminded her, a gravity in his tone that resonated with her cautious spirit. Mary opened her eyes, their depths reflecting an array of emotions as she scanned the surroundings, absorbing the oversized flora that surrounded them. Leaves glistened like jewels, petals bursting with colors that defied her imagination, every detail enticing yet tinged with an unfamiliar threat. As they took a few tentative steps forward, the unusual terrain felt firm yet supple beneath their feet, as though the ground itself was alive, aware of their presence. Mary exchanged glances with Gwyn, a quiet understanding passing between them. There was a gentle humor in the way she chuckled, a soft sound that bubbled up as she watched him navigate the sprawling roots and blooms. "Don't trip, mighty guardian," she teased lightly, a playful challenge that chased away the shadows of apprehension. The warmth of camaraderie enveloped them, easing the tension of their precarious adventure. "Careful words from one who nearly lost her footing," Gwyn countered, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Their movements, though cautious, carried a synchrony born from shared purpose, their bond deepening with each small laugh and reassuring gesture. Venturing further, they paused beneath the vibrant canopy of a particularly magnificent tree, whose branches sprawled like a protective embrace overhead. The sounds around them painted a symphony, rustling leaves, whispers of the wind, and that insistent hum that spoke of untold mysteries. Mary closed her eyes, surrendering to the sensation, letting herself feel the realm's heartbeat as if it were echoing her own. Suddenly, a flicker of movement drew her attention. A vivid butterfly flitted nearby, its wings adorned with patterns that shifted and changed like living art. It darted between blossoms, then soared higher, becoming a mere speck against the backdrop of the palace. Mary watched, entranced by its beauty, wondering what secrets Annwn had woven into this fragile creature. Gwyn's hand found hers, steady and grounding, breaking her reverie. "We should keep moving," he urged, pulling her attention back to their surroundings. "Right," Mary agreed, heart racing with a mix of excitement and the underlying caution Gwyn had instilled in her. "Just remember, we're explorers in a land of wonders and risks." "Every journey holds both," he replied, the wisdom in his words lending her confidence. Together, they continued onward, the vibrant scents and sights of the otherworld igniting Mary's spirit, guiding her to embrace the adventure that lay ahead in this enchanted realm. The narrow stone pathways meandered through clusters of bioluminescent ferns, illuminating the way ahead with their soft, radiant glow. Streams of liquid silver trickled beside them, winding gracefully like serpents through the enchanting terrain, casting a surreal light that made the night feel alive. Mary felt her breath catch at the otherworldly beauty surrounding them, the greens and blues of the flora contrasting delightfully against the smooth stones underfoot. With each step, she allowed herself to absorb the rich tapestry of sensations, the cool breeze that tousled her wavy brown hair, the sharpness of the metallic tang in the air, and the gentle pulse of magic swirling around her. "Can you believe this?" she asked, glancing sideways at Gwyn, whose serious demeanor made her grin. His focused expression mirrored his cautious nature, but she could see the awe flickering in his eyes too. "It is remarkable," he conceded, his tone steadier than the racing heart she felt in her chest. Together they explored the wondrous pathways, the tranquility of the streams and ferns singing an enchanting song that drew them deeper into the realm's embrace. They soon reached a bridge that formed naturally from intertwining vines and ancient stone, its surface alive with ethereal energy. Mary looked across at the vast expanse before her, a steep drop on either side that filled her with both thrill and trepidation. "Are you sure this is safe?" she asked, her playful tone hiding the nerves beneath her laughter. "As safe as the rest of this place," Gwyn replied with a small smirk. He stepped forward, his elegance turning the bridge into a graceful dance as he ventured across. Mary followed closely, the bridge swaying slightly beneath her feet. The thrill of adventure sent a pulse through her veins, yet Gwyn's presence steadied her as they traversed the delicate construction. Just as they reached the midpoint, a darting creature burst from the foliage, a blur of vibrant color streaking past them. "Watch your step. Here danger is as real as beauty," Gwyn warned, his tone shifting to one of seriousness, alert and prepared. The creature, a small, multi-hued being resembling a mixture of a bird and a butterfly, zoomed by, leaving a trail of glittering sparkles in its wake. Mary gaped at the spectacle, half entranced by its beauty, and half aware of the reminder hidden in Gwyn's warning. "What was that?" she exclaimed, peering over the edge of the bridge. "Something we don't want to encounter close up," he replied, an edge of caution in his voice that made her shiver, even against the warmth of the enchanted air. Together, they focused on the pathway ahead, Gwyn leading the way, his confident steps encouraging Mary to push through her hesitation. They moved in synchrony, each footfall becoming an unspoken rhythm between them as the bridge carried them to the other side. Gwyn reached back, his hand clasping hers, as they navigated a particularly slick patch, their eyes meeting in a moment charged with understanding. Mary felt her pulse quicken, a rush of warmth blooming in her chest at the connection between them. "I guess I'm not as clumsy as I thought," she teased, a lightness in her voice that broke through any lingering tension. "Only because I'm here to catch you," he teased back, his eyes crinkling with genuine warmth. Just then, a sudden burst of light erupted from the underbrush, filling the air with crackling energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Magical orbs pulsed like heartbeat flashes, flitting in and out of view as they darted among the trees, leaving trails of shimmering brilliance behind them. "Stay alert," Gwyn said sharply, instinctively stepping in front of her. The orbs were a play of lights, enchanting and unnerving, the harmony they carried disrupted by the flares of chaotic magic that left them wide-eyed and startled. Mary felt her breath hitch again, the thrill of the chase captivating her, yet the underlying threat of unpredictable magic hummed in the air. "What do we do?" she whispered, excitement tinged with fear dancing along her skin. "Just keep moving," Gwyn commanded, voice steady despite the shimmering chaos around them. They moved in coordinated haste, dodging between beams of vibrant energy as they continued along their path, trusting in each other's presence. Mary's laughter bubbled up, infused with adrenaline, as they ran side by side through the brilliant display, alive in a way she had never felt before. The luminescent ferns flickered cheerfully at their passing, and with every step, she felt herself growing stronger, the realm itself infusing her with resilience. As they reached the end of the winding path, a sense of accomplishment enveloped her, intertwining with the giddy anticipation of what lay ahead. Their laughter mingled with the echoes of the magical world, a promise of even more adventures awaiting them in Annwn. The path before them transformed, ancient arches rose like sentinels, dark shadows carved into intricate designs, beckoning Mary and Gwyn toward Lord Arran's court. Each step they took intensified the feeling that they were moving into a realm both regal and foreboding, where echoes of ancient power mingled with the soft hum of magic. The air felt thick with anticipation, every whisper of wind brushing against their skin like the ghost of a memory long forgotten. As they passed beneath the towering arches, adorned with moss and delicate lights that flickered like stars, the atmosphere shifted. The shimmering brilliance of Annwn seemed to take on a more serious hue, the vibrancy dimming, as if the court itself held its breath. Mary felt a knot in her stomach as they approached the grand citadel, its imposing presence casting long shadows that cloaked the pathway in mystery. But as they rounded a corner, a flash of red caught Mary's eye. Sian Morgan was seated beneath a luminescent tree, her vibrant curls glowing like wildfire against the silver glow of her surroundings. She seemed at peace, gazing upward in wonder as the branches swayed lightly above her, leaving golden dust to swirl in the air around her. It was a scene of serene delight that made Mary pause, a sudden rush of mixed emotions swelling within her. "Look," she whispered, stepping forward cautiously. Gwyn followed her gaze, a frown etching across his brow. "Sian has chosen to stay," he murmured, the weight of the words pressing upon them both like the shadows encircling the court. Mary's heart tightened at the sight of her best friend bathed in ethereal light, blissfully unaware of the internal tempest swirling between them. "But why?" she questioned, a tremor lacing her voice, splitting her emotions wide open. The sweet warmth of their adventures rushed back at her, mingling with an ache she hadn't anticipated. Sian turned her head at the sound of their voices, a brilliant smile blooming across her freckled face, a beacon amidst the otherworldly brilliance. "Mary! Gwyn!" she exclaimed, her excitement weaving into the very fabric of the magical realm. "You made it." Mary stepped closer, a hesitant smile on her lips, mingling relief with a trace of sadness that loomed just beyond her grasp. "You look happy," she replied, the words slipping out filled with uncertainty and longing. "It's incredible here." Sian gestured around them, her enthusiasm infusing life into the air. "I've seen things, real magic. It's like the stories we grew up with. You have to join me. There's so much to explore." Her voice brimmed with energy, but Mary caught the subtle edge beneath her words, a hint of possession in this newfound world. Gwyn exchanged a glance with Mary, his expression neutral but the tension in his posture evident. They had ventured together, yet Sian's choice posed an unforeseen rift, laying bare the diverging paths of their destinies. Mary could feel the weight of that decision settling around her shoulders, like a cloak woven from uncertainty and heartbreak. "Sian," Mary began, the knot in her throat tightening as she struggled to keep her voice steady. You don't have to stay. We can." But Sian shook her head fervently, determination shining bright in her green eyes. "You don't understand. This is where I belong. Here there's magic. It feels like home." Her words poured out in a fervor, the sincerity igniting a twinge of envy in Mary's heart. "Home." Gwyn's voice softened, revealing the vulnerability that lurked beneath his guardian facade. "What if you discover that what you feel now changes?" The air thickened with unspoken tension, the implications of Sian's choice hanging heavily around them, each second stretching as their futures loomed over them like the arches that framed their paths. The magnificent court waited behind them, shrouded in a weight that held both promise and foreboding. Mary stepped forward, her heart pounding against her chest, yearning to bridge the divide that was rapidly widening. "We've always had our adventures together, Sian. Can't we?" Sian's eyes flickered, her fervent resolve faltering for just a moment. "But Mary, you have your own path. Don't you see? This is mine. I can't hold you back." The shimmering citadel behind them caught the waning light, the echo of Annwn's court reminding them of the weight of their choices. All around, the magical air buzzed, a silent witness to the heartbreak of diverging destinies. With a tremor in her voice, Mary forced a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "We'll always be connected, no matter where we are." In that instant, they were three separate paths framed by light, defined by choice, and the realization of what lay ahead echoed softly around them. Gwyn's presence steadied her, a steadying pulse of familiarity that reminded her that not all journeys had to end in loss. Together, they turned their gaze toward the grand citadel, the vibrant magic of Annwn still shimmering like a song caught in the air. They would discover what this new world held for each of them, their intertwined destinies echoing like music, playing through the ethereal landscape of Annwn. Chapter 11. The Silver Throne's Call. In the vast expanse of Lord Annwn's court, polished marble gleamed beneath an intricate array of colors cast by ethereal lights, making the very air hum with anticipation. Meredith Merry Lloyd felt a shiver dance along her spine as she stepped forward, the weight of her heritage pressing down upon her like an ancient melody yearning to be heard. The silver throne, a masterpiece of otherworldly craftsmanship, pulsed softly, shifting patterns illuminating its silver surface as if responding to the unspoken secrets within her heart. The court seemed to breathe around her. Towering pillars carved with runes stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow, and whispers of bygone eras tangled in the warm light, wrapping themselves around her like the comforting embrace of a familiar song. She took a deep breath, the scent of cool stone and hints of magic filling her lungs, grounding her amid the overwhelming grandeur. Yet beneath that comfort lay a thread of anxiety, woven from the countless stories her grandmother had shared about this very place. It was here, she realized, that she stood on the precipice of destiny. As she approached the throne, Lord Annwn emerged from the shadows, tall and imposing, with flowing silver hair that cascaded like a waterfall of moonlight. His presence commanded attention, every movement deliberate, every breath laden with authority. Clad in elaborate robes that seemed to shimmer with celestial light, he stood before her as a figure both intimidating and captivating. "You alone can restore the balance," he said, his voice smooth and precise, each word measured as if he were handing her a delicate glass orb filled with untold magic. His eyes, sharp and unsettling, flickered with depths Mary could not decipher, drawing her into an intricate dance of uncertainty and expectation. Gwyn, standing to the side, radiated a quiet strength that offered her solace in the tempest of Annwn's proclamation. With dark hair falling around his angular face and striking green eyes piercing through the formality of the court, he watched intently. His body language spoke volumes, poised to defend her, a sentinel in the midst of ancient mysteries. She could feel the weight of his gaze, anchoring her in the swirling uncertainties surrounding them. Mary swallowed hard, her heart beating in a regular rhythm, as Lord Annwn continued, unveiling the complexities of her heritage with an elegance that felt strangely disconcerting. The silver throne awaits the touch of one who knows harmony, one who can connect the realms of humans and Annwn. You are that bridge, Mary. The air shimmered with a resonance as Annwn's words hung in the space, powerful yet tantalizingly vague. She could feel the throne's energy, a soothing hum contrasting with the harshness of Lord Annwn's intent. It felt alive, aware of her presence, coaxing her to understand her potential. Yet beneath that allure, a sense of foreboding prickled at her senses. Why her? What lay beneath Annwn's polished exterior, and how did her destiny intertwine with the rift that had torn through both worlds? "Remember," he continued, almost as if sensing her hesitation, "this is not merely about duty. It is about unity." His gaze lingered on her for a heartbeat longer, an inscrutable promise hidden within his flickering irises. "Unity," she echoed softly, her thoughts spiraling around the weight of the word. Could she truly be the one to mend the frayed edges of two disparate worlds? What cost would it exact from her? Gwyn took a step closer, his presence a reassuring weight at her side. She caught the slight tilt of his head, the warmth in his eyes anchoring her to the moment, but the distance between them still felt monumental. With all that she faced, a simple gesture from him resonated, a silent pact they shared to navigate the tides of uncertainty together. And as Lord Annwn's measured voice washed over her once more, discussing the intricacies of the magic bound to the throne, her fingers instinctively reached for the patterns adorning her own sleeve, tracing the intricate designs. The interplay of melodies in her mind began to take shape, a symphony waiting to be composed amid the chaos. The throne shimmered again, casting a soft glow over the court that echoed the resonance of their conversation. Perhaps the weight of this moment could transform into something extraordinary. Perhaps she was more than a mere pawn in Annwn's game. With newfound determination surging through her, Mary met Lord Annwn's gaze, daring to see clarity in the depths of his intentions. What must I do? The question slipped from her lips, her voice carrying the soft undertones of resolve and curiosity. Annwn's smile was enigmatic, layers of meaning intertwined within its curve. To understand the extent of your powers, you must first come to the throne. Only there will you truly comprehend your potential. Gwyn stiffened beside her, ever watchful. Mary felt a current of energy shift in the air. The court held its breath, waiting for her next move. With the weight of destiny pressing upon her shoulders, she took a deep breath, glancing toward the silver throne, her heart racing at the thought of what might lie ahead. As she stepped closer, her pulse echoed in her ears, a harmony composed of both fear and anticipation. The air around the throne hummed, whispering tales of ancient magic and responsibility. For now, she was merely a girl standing at the cusp of a new reality, but she could feel the contours of her destiny brushing against her fingertips. And just as Lord Annwn's voice resumed, weaving threads of fate into her understanding, a strange comfort wrapped around her heart, weaving with the threads of an ancient lullaby, one that beckoned her forward into the unfolding story waiting to be written. As the echoes of Lord Annwn's measured voice faded into the distance, Mary found herself drawn into a quieter alcove of the court, where shadows whispered secrets, and the air was thick with unspoken dreams. A flickering candle illuminated the space, casting a warm glow that enveloped her like the gentle embrace of a favorite melody, urging her to pause and reflect in the comforting presence of Gwyn beside her. They stood together, surrounded by the cool stone walls, a reprieve from the weight of regal duty. The distant sound of courtly chatter faded, replaced by the soft rustle of fabric, as Mary tucked a strand of wavy hair behind her ear. A hint of laughter danced in the corner of her mouth, a momentary escape from the grand expectations of their roles. "So was that dramatic enough for you?" she quipped, a teasing lilt coloring her voice. Gwyn's lips twitched upward, and his gaze softened as he regarded her. "One might say it was almost Shakespearean in its delivery," he replied, his tone rich with humor. "Though I suspect you would steal the spotlight, even amid the grandest theatrics." Mary giggled, the sound light and free. Here, away from the calculated facade of Lord Annwn, the uncertainty that had pressed down on her began to dissipate. "I could probably make a career out of it, singing tales of rifts and thrones." She clasped her hands, playfully envisioning the performance. His laughter was like a balm, warming the corners of her heart. "I would happily be your audience, as long as I'm not required to don tights." "Don't worry," she assured, a smile spreading across her features. "It wouldn't be a proper show without you doing a heroic pose." With the moment lingering between them, the laughter receded, and the gentle tension shifted, allowing space for deeper reflections. Mary's thoughts drifted back to the throne, the gravity of her destiny mingling with the weight of Gwyn's unwavering presence. She turned her gaze, meeting his earnest eyes that shone with a mixture of kindness and concern. "What if I'm not enough?" His expression softened, a flicker of determination sparking within the depths of his green eyes. "Mary, you carry a gift that none can diminish, not even yourself. You are strong in ways you have yet to discover. I believe in you." Tension seeped from her shoulders at his words, yet the shadows of doubt lingered. "What if I fail? What if I can't heal the rift?" Her voice trembled slightly, each word an echo of the fears that had danced in her mind since she first encountered the throne. Gwyn stepped closer, the space between them filled with an electric current of understanding. "Whatever happens, we will face it together." He reached out, his hand gently finding her arm, the warmth of his touch sending ripples of reassurance through her. "You are not alone in this. Not now, not ever." His words wrapped around her like a cherished melody, bringing forth a surge of warmth. Her gaze dropped to his hand resting upon her arm, their connection tangible and grounded amid uncertainty. "I appreciate that, truly," she whispered, vulnerability surfacing in the gentle cadence of her voice. In that intimate alcove, the world outside faded, leaving only the two of them enveloped in a sanctuary of trust. As they exchanged soft smiles, their emotions shifted, a tender embrace waiting to be born from the myriad complexities that surrounded them. As if responding to an unspoken desire, Mary stepped closer, her heart racing in harmony with the quiet strength that filled the space. She reached out, fingers grazing the edge of Gwyn's sleeve, tracing the fabric softly as a promise danced between them. And in that moment, she knew there was no fear she could not face as long as he stood beside her. Gwyn leaned down slightly, his breath warm against her cheek. "You deserve to embrace your potential, not fear it. The future may be uncertain, but together we can forge a path." The sincerity in his voice settled around her heart, wrapping her in a cocoon of hope. She drew a breath, the air filled with possibility as she met his gaze. "I want to believe that." "Then believe, and let that belief guide you," he murmured, closing the space between them as he enveloped her in an embrace, strong yet gentle like the cadence of a soothing lullaby. His arms enveloped her, offering sanctuary as she surrendered to the warmth of his presence. For a fleeting moment, the complexities of the future melted away, leaving only the rhythm of their heartbeats. The gentle press of Gwyn's body against hers sent a delightful shiver coursing through her, sparking feelings that were as intoxicating as they were terrifying. They lingered in silence, absorbing the simple joy of being together, as the distant hum of the court continued to drift further away. Here, amid the flickering candlelight and the embrace of kindred souls, the challenges ahead seemed a little less daunting. Yet within that embrace, an undercurrent of awareness pulsed. This bond forged through shared destinies could blossom into something remarkable. And though uncertainties lay in wait beyond the alcove's shadows, the warmth between them sparked a flicker of hope, illuminating the darkness. "Mary," Gwyn whispered as they slowly pulled apart, their gazes locked in a moment suspended in time. "No matter how complex this becomes, my loyalty lies with you. We'll navigate this together, come what may." With a soft smile, Mary nodded, feeling the tether between their hearts solidify. "Together," she echoed, the word holding a weight that anchored her against the tides of fear. As they stepped back into the light of the court, hearts aligned, a symphony of courage stirred within her, a harmonious thread woven with the fabric of their shared journey. For the first time, Mary felt as if she was not only facing the inevitable, but also embracing it with the promise of a partnership forged in trust and possibility. And in that shared resolve, amid the swirling uncertainties of their fates, the future ahead shimmered brightly, ready to unfold into a melody yet unsung, a tale waiting to be written, united by their intertwined destinies. Chapter 12: A Dance Between Worlds. The grand hall shimmered like a dream pulled from the pages of an ancient tale, where floating orbs of iridescent light danced above intricate mosaics underfoot. As Mary stepped cautiously through the archway, the weight of her embroidered gown felt like a tapestry of stories woven into her very being. She could almost hear the pulse of her heart mingling with the ethereal strains of music, and with each step, she was reminded of the delicate balance between anticipation and dread that had accompanied her to this magical night. The soaring vaulted ceiling seemed to stretch beyond the reach of imagination, cradling the luminous spheres that glowed like tiny galaxies. Mary took a moment to breathe it all in, the heady scent of fragrant blossoms mingling with the subtle warmth of flickering candles lining the walls. It was as if every element of the hall, Every gilded surface and sweeping drapery was a part of some ancient dance, drawing all who entered into its enchanting embrace. She twirled her fingers nervously along the fabric of her gown, a habit she had developed when feeling overwhelmed. This gown, with its intricate patterns reminiscent of the swirling Celtic designs that adorned the tapestries back in her family home, felt both empowering and strangely foreign. Underneath, she wore a hidden charm that her grandmother had passed down, a lingering reminder of family ties and the echoes of stories long told. Yet as she moved through the crowd, she couldn't shake the feeling of being an intruder in a realm she hardly understood. Guests in elegant attire mingled and laughed, their voices a melody that ebbed and flowed like a gentle tide, punctuated by the sound of crystalline glasses clinking together in cheer. Yet amidst the festive atmosphere, a quiet tension thrummed just beneath the surface, an undercurrent she could sense but not define. Mary caught glimpses of playful spirits flickering at the edge of her vision, leaving her to wonder what other mysteries lay hidden within the walls of this celebration. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a tall figure standing with measured confidence nearby. It was Gwyn, his dark hair catching the soft light as he scanned the room, his striking green eyes full of wisdom. He wore a subtle smile that anchored her, as it promised safety. Despite the elegant ballroom surrounding them, Mary felt a peculiar sense of calm in his presence, as though his very being brought harmony to the chaos of the night. With a gentle nod in her direction, he subtly acknowledged her arrival, the reassuring gesture stirring warmth within her chest. As if the universe conspired to bridge the distances between them, Lord Annwn approached, exuding a presence that commanded attention. He moved with an elegance that suggested age-old grace, his flowing silver hair whispering secrets of countless eons as it caught the light. His robes, deep and rich in hue, rippled around him like shadows given form, reflecting an authority that made others momentarily still in their merriment. "Merry Lloyd," he intoned, his voice smooth like honey poured over soft music, yet laced with the weight of centuries. "It is an honor to have you among us tonight." His words hung in the air, wrapped in courtesy but edged with a veiled intensity that held her gaze. The layers beneath his words hinted at more than mere formal greeting, stirring a curiosity deep within her. "Thank you, Lord Annwn," she replied softly, feeling her cheeks flush as she tried to mirror his formality, struggling to suppress the unbidden excitement that welled in her chest. There was something almost enchanting about the way his presence filled the space around him, drawing her closer to the mysterious depths of his realm. Lord Annwn's piercing gaze held her for just a moment longer, before shifting to Gwyn, who stood steadfastly beside her, radiating confidence and quiet strength. The corners of his lips tilted upwards in approval at the interaction, a silent acknowledgement of their shared understanding. "Mary," Gwyn began, his voice low and warm, "tonight is not just a celebration. It's an invitation to explore the worlds that dance around us." He gestured subtly towards the guests, who were drifting toward the polished dance floor where swirling patterns awaited their steps. The charm of the hall enveloped them, thrumming with an energy that mirrored Mary's own rising excitement. In that moment, as the sound of laughter harmonized with the ethereal music swirling in the air, she realized she was no longer merely an observer but part of something larger, an intersection of fates and worlds she had only begun to uncover. Yet, beneath the weight of anticipation, lay a faint thread of uncertainty. As she looked between Lord Annwn's poised elegance and Gwyn's protective stance, she felt the potential of her evening, a blend of magic and destiny that beckoned her deeper into the celebration and the heart of its mysteries. And as the music swelled around them, Mary took a deep breath, letting the enchanting atmosphere wash over her. This was the moment she had been waiting for, and despite her initial apprehension, she felt ready to embrace the wonders that awaited within the walls of this grand hall. As the enchanting melody floated through the air, Mary felt her heart synchronize with its rhythm, a delightful flutter of anticipation sparking in her chest. The polished dance floor beckoned them, and as Gwyn extended his hand, warm and inviting, she took it with a mixture of eagerness and trepidation. In that moment, the world around them faded, and it was just the two of them, two souls poised on the edge of a timeless journey waiting to step into the magic of their dance. As they moved onto the dance floor, the polished surface gleamed beneath their feet, reflecting the soft light of the floating orbs above. Mary felt a warmth wash over her, blending with the gentle electricity that buzzed in the air, a palpable magic that hinted at something extraordinary just waiting to unfold. Gwyn's presence beside her radiated confidence. She marveled at the way he matched the ethereal music with effortless grace. With the first step, the universe seemed to shift, and as they swayed together, subtle strands of magic visibly wove around them, threading through the very fabric of the atmosphere. It was as if the dance floor had come alive, reacting to the movements they created, the pattern beneath their feet shimmering with a soft luminescence. Each movement conjured whispers of color that splashed against the backdrop of the hall, infusing the air with a sense of wonder and delight. Gwyn led her into the dance, with a precise elegance, guiding her as if they were two notes in perfect harmony. Mary felt the rhythm coursing through her, grounding her even as it elevated her spirit. As they twirled and dipped, she could feel the joy spreading within her, an exultation that intertwined with the magic surrounding them. She glanced up at Gwyn, whose dark eyes sparkled with warmth and affection, a reassurance that sent a ripple of bliss through her veins. "Just follow me," he said softly, his voice barely audible above the music, but it resonated deep within her. With each twirl, they fell deeper into a connection that felt both celestial and profoundly human. Mary matched his steps, their bodies moving in sync, and as they turned, the edge of her gown caught the light, sending a radiant glow trailing behind her like comet dust. The crowd surrounding them melted away, absorbed in the beauty of the spectacle unfolding. Whispers of admiration danced in the air, as onlookers leaned in closer, eyes wide with wonder. There was an unmistakable magic to the way Mary and Gwyn moved, and every glance shared between them wove a stronger thread in their bond, a language of silent understanding and shared dreams. Mary's heart raced, not just from the dance, but from the deepening connection they forged with each graceful step. The weight of the outside world vanished, replaced by a newfound sense of freedom that felt intoxicating. She focused on Gwyn, whose movements held an intricate balance of strength and gentleness, and every time their eyes met, a spark ignited, leaving her breathless and exhilarated. The music shifted, now soaring with bright crescendos, inviting them to escalate their rhythm, a call to dance even more boldly. Mary felt exhilarated and empowered. The world beyond the dance floor was a distant memory, and they became a vessel of magic, transforming their movements into a tapestry of beauty. The patterns on the floor pulsed, glowing brighter, as if encouraging them to unleash their full potential in this otherworldly dance. They swayed, and Mary felt as though they were drawing energy from the very air around them, a power that amplified with every spin and turn. Gwyn took her waist, lifting her effortlessly into a twirling leap that sent laughter bursting from her lips, buoyed by the sheer joy of the moment. Time seemed to dissolve as they surrendered to the music, lost in the rhythm, the magic, and each other. A collective gasp arose from the crowd as the enchanting strands of magic intensified, weaving a spell that elevated their performance into a breathtaking display of unison. Mary reveled in the sensations, the warmth of Gwyn's touch, the laughter of onlookers ringing in her ears, and the thrill of discovery coursing through her. Amongst the spectators, their faces lit up with awe, whispers echoed, sharing the unfolding wonder. "Look at them, the way they move. It's like they are weaving the very fabric of magic," one voice rang out, filled with enchantment. Another voice chimed in. "Are they truly of this world? It feels as though they dance between realms." The wonder of the crowd ignited her spirit even more, compelling her to push through the edges of her comfort zone. As they danced, the vibrant patterns on the floor reflected their connection, shimmering like a stream of light as the harmony of their movement blended seamlessly into the music, a flawless melding of their two worlds. Finally, as the last notes of the melody lingered in the air, Gwyn drew her in close, the energy between them radiating as the dance approached its conclusion. There was a shared breath, an unspoken agreement lingering in the atmosphere, a moment when the essence of the worlds around them converged. Their final movement, a spin that drew them together, encapsulated the depths of their bond. They hovered for just an instant, the world around them fading as the luminescent patterns on the floor shimmered one last time, then slowly dimmed. The audience erupted into applause, but within that vibrant space, all Mary could sense was the pulsing connection binding her to Gwyn. As they stepped apart, the lingering magic whispered promises of what lay ahead, an uncharted territory between two realms. Mary's heart raced with hope, wonder, and an undercurrent of uncertainty. The weight of their choices in the shifting landscape ahead still remained, but in this moment, she knew their dance was just the beginning. Just as the echoes of applause began to settle into a soft murmur, Mary spotted a figure approaching through the dimming light. Sian emerged like a spark igniting the atmosphere, her ethereal attire sparkling as it caught the last rays of light, embodying the very essence of celebration. With her wild curly red hair and freckled face beaming with excitement, she radiated an infectious energy that swept across the courtyard and lit up Mary's spirit. "Mary!" Sian called out, her voice punctuated with laughter that sparkled like the stars overhead. "You danced like a celestial being. I was waiting for you to sprout wings and take flight." Mary's heart lightened, the remnants of tension dissolving in the warmth of her friend's exuberance. "You always know how to make a moment unforgettable," she replied, embracing Sian as they fell into a familiar rhythm of joyful banter. There was a palpable comfort in their friendship, a reassurance that through all of life's unpredictable turns, they would always find a way back to each other. "I'm just getting started. Wait until you see what I have planned for tonight," Sian said, her green eyes sparkling with mischief as she surveyed the remnants of the evening. She turned her head slightly, as though gauging the ebb and flow of the lingering guests, who began to drift toward quieter corners of the palace, content to immerse themselves in hushed conversations beneath the stars. With the more boisterous part of the celebration retreating, an unexpected stillness settled over the courtyard, transforming it into a serene oasis far removed from the earlier festivities. The air felt charged with possibility, an unspoken invitation beckoning Mary to seize this moment with the friends she cherished most. Sian's presence was a beacon, illuminating the path ahead as shadows deepened around them. "Mary," Sian said, her tone shifting to something more earnest, "this is your night. Don't let it slip away. There's magic in every heartbeat here. We just have to seize it." Mary smiled softly, nodding in agreement. "It's all so much to take in, though. I feel like I'm standing on the precipice of something extraordinary and terrifying all at once." "Then let's not hesitate," Sian declared, her exuberance sweeping them into a dance of dreams and possibilities, each twirl echoing the promise of adventure. They danced together in the quiet courtyard, laughter bubbling up between them, allowing the weight of the world to shift for just a moment longer. Then, as the stars twinkled above, Mary glanced back toward Gwyn, who stood slightly apart, the soft glow of the evening lighting him in shadow and luminescence. There was a depth to his expression that both captivated and unsettled her. It struck her then. This ball had revealed so much more than mere beauty. It was a reminder of the choices they faced together, the unfolding chapters of destiny that demanded courage. Sian caught her gaze and smirked knowingly. "Looks like someone's caught in the act of daydreaming," she teased, but her expression softened as she followed Mary's line of sight. "I should speak to him," Mary said quietly, feeling a rush of warmth spread through her chest at the thought of Gwyn. Even in this crowded world, he had always felt like a grounding force. Sian nodded in encouragement, an understanding smile crossing her freckled face. With tentative steps, Mary moved toward Gwyn, her heart racing in a rhythm echoing the earlier dance, the vibrations of magic still lingering in the air. As she approached, he looked up, his striking green eyes catching the last glimmers of twilight, and the connection between them felt almost tangible. "Mary," he said, his voice low and smooth, as if he too felt the weight of unspoken words hanging between them. He stepped closer, their proximity wrapping around them like an embrace, drawing her deeper into the shared sanctuary of their presence. "I'm so grateful you were with me tonight," she breathed, the moment fragile yet filled with the gravity of their journey. The world felt small in that moment, where everything fell away but the two of them, standing amid the magic that crackled in the air. Gwyn stepped even closer, his gaze penetrating as he held her gaze with unwavering intensity. "Tonight has changed everything, hasn't it? We can no longer ignore the choices that lay before us." A flutter of apprehension washed over her as the reality of their situation settled in. They were entangled in a narrative that echoed with both promise and peril, and every whisper of the winds carried the weight of what lay ahead. But before she could voice her worries, his hands came up to gently cradle her face, the touch grounding yet electrifying. "Whatever happens, we face it together," he murmured, and the sincerity in his voice settled over her like a warm blanket. Before she could respond, Gwyn leaned in, closing the distance between them, their lips brushing together in a kiss that held the weight of their connection, the currents of magic swirling around them like a shield against the unknown. It was a soft, tentative kiss, both an anchor and an elevation, reflecting their intertwining fates. In that singular moment, Mary felt a myriad of emotions wash over her, a sense of love, fear, and hope intertwined. This was no mere dance, it was a promise binding them in a world where choices demanded courage, yet the fire between them hinted at a resilience that might just carry them through. As they drew apart, breathless and wide-eyed, the weight of what lay ahead loomed in the space between them. But in that stolen moment under the clear starlit sky, they shared an understanding that they were far from alone. Together, they would face whatever challenges awaited them, ignited by the magic of a night that had changed the course of their destinies forever. Chapter 13: The Prophecy's Price. In the great hall of Annwn, beneath a vault of starlight that whispered of ancient prophecies, Meredith Merry Lloyd stood transfixed. The silver throne pulsed gently, a silvery glow thrumming in time with her heartbeat, inviting her closer, yet binding her to the very stone beneath her feet. Around her, the carved marble floor mirrored the celestial dance of Arianrhod's constellation, shimmering with the promise of destinies entwined and choices yet unmade. As she stood before the throne, Mary could feel the ancient power humming in the air, weaving around her like a protective cloak. The cold stone walls of the hall rose high above her, imbued with echoes of countless gatherings, ceremonies, celebrations, and decisions that had shaped the fate of worlds. Each marking carved into the marble underfoot seemed to shimmer with life, drawing her focus deeper into its intricate patterns that whispered secrets of the past. She reached out, her fingers trembling slightly as they hovered above a nearby pedestal inscribed with cryptic markings that seemed to pulse in tandem with the throne. The inscriptions felt like an echo of her lineage, a reminder of all those who had come before her, gifted with the ability to bridge the realms of mortals and the mystical. Mary's mind whirled with the gravity of her heritage. She had recently unearthed her grandmother's old journal, revealing not just musical talent, but a connection to ancient legacies she could scarcely understand. As if sensing her turmoil, the throne flickered, casting glimmers of soft silver light across the hall. It beckoned her with the silent promise of power, stability, and responsibility, yet the more she stared, the heavier the weight of choice became. Mary could hear the echoes of her own thoughts, fluttering anxiously like songbirds trapped within her chest. Was she truly ready to claim a destiny so intertwined with the future of both realms? Your destiny demands you claim the throne. To heal the rift you must remain, Lord Annwn declared, his voice deep and resonant, cutting through her thoughts with the precision of a master musician's strike. He stepped forward with the grace of a ruler who had faced the complexities of time. His presence enveloped the space with a blend of authority and something that felt almost like benevolence, though his eyes, like storm clouds, bore witness to the consequences of her choices. Mary felt her heart quicken as his words sunk in, an irrevocable mandate that swept over her like the tide. To heal the rift. The phrase echoed ominously, each syllable wrapping around her like chains. She wondered briefly what the rift truly entailed. Was it the chasm that separated the realms? Or was it the division within her own heart, split between the duty to her heritage and the desires that whispered from the shadows of her mind? She cast her gaze downward, the cool stone of the pedestal grounding her momentarily as she steadied her resolve. She brushed her fingertips against the ancient symbols, tracing the shapes that seemed to resonate with her own identity. They told a story of hardship and hope, of triumphs etched into history. A weighty legacy that demanded much and offered little in the way of comfort. Her breaths quickened, glancing furtively toward the figure lurking at the periphery of her vision. Gwyn stood in the shadows, his tall frame bathed in muted light, an island of calm amid the storm of emotion swirling inside her. She could feel the intensity of his gaze upon her, a blend of duty and concern that simmered just below the surface. His own conflict rippled in the air, adding an unspoken tension to the already charged atmosphere. "Gwyn," her voice was barely a whisper, drowned by the enormity of the moment. His dark hair framed a face set in a firm, conflicted expression, his striking green eyes narrowing ever so slightly as they locked onto hers. He stepped forward slightly, as if the distance between them was too great to bear, yet his stance remained resolute, bound by the responsibilities that anchored him to this place. "I cannot stay if you choose this path," he murmured, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. The sorrow in his voice felt palpable, slicing through her heart with sharp clarity. A shiver of pain ran down her spine, mingling with an ache she couldn't quite name, a longing for connection, for understanding. As he spoke, his resolve seemed to harden into something almost crystalline, glimmering with fierce loyalty and profound affection. With each measured step he took back, his distance became a chasm, not of physical space, but of unexpressed emotions that swirled around them, threatening to engulf them both. Mary's fingers tightened around the cool metal of the pendant resting against her chest, the one inherited from her lineage, another tether to the past, yet one that felt like a heavy weight of expectation. The breath she took seemed to steal away her strength as her thoughts spiraled in multiple directions. What if she chose to stay? What if she defied the call of destiny? The silvery glow of the throne pulsated in rhythm with her heartbeat, each throb whispering of an inevitable choice yet to be made. The pull was magnetic, entrancing in a way that spoke to a deeper part of her, a part that wanted to heal, to create harmony between the worlds, but felt the counterweight of a looming sacrifice. What would it cost her to stay? What remnants of herself would she have to abandon to embrace the mantle of a leader? Mary swallowed hard as she forced herself to look away from Gwyn, who remained rooted in his decision. The silence between them thickened, making it harder to breathe. With each moment that passed, the glowing throne cast shifting patterns of light and shadow around them, a reminder that time would not wait even as their thoughts swirled in uncertainty. The hall hummed with magic and the heartbeat of destiny as the stars above glimmered in support of the unfolding narrative, a script woven with threads of choice, consequence, and unspoken emotions that lingered like music suspended in the air, waiting for the right note to bridge the widening rift. In this moment of uncertainty, Mary realized that to step forward toward the throne would mean stepping into the unknown, a commitment laced with responsibility but also with a spark of hope, guiding her hand toward the vast canvas of her future. Would she claim her birthright? The answer hung in the balance, as tenuous as the first note of a melody waiting to be played. The narrow corridor of Annwn was shrouded in shadows, the flickering candlelight casting quivering shapes against the time-worn tapestries that adorned the damp stone walls. Mary leaned against a rough pillar, her heart still racing from the weight of Lord Arran's ultimatum. Each echo of his words reverberated in her mind, turning the quiet space into a confining cage filled with uncertainty, the damp chill settling into her bones like the weight of an unavoidable fate. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting her head fall back against the coarse stone, striving to clear her thoughts. A kaleidoscope of memories intertwined with the present, each one laced with threads of familial duty that now felt like binding chains. Images of her grandmother, wise and warm, enveloped her mind, playing music that spoke of a history so rich it nearly hummed with life. The burden of expectations coiled around her heart, squeezing tighter with every beat. What did it mean to be chosen? The very thought stirred a tempest within her. A woman gifted, yet tied to a destiny far removed from her own desires. She longed for the simplicity of choosing her own path, perhaps strumming melodies that spoke only of her, rather than an inherited legacy soaked in centuries of promise and peril. "Mary," a voice murmured from the depths of the corridor, slicing through her thoughts with the grace of an arrow finding its mark. Gwyn emerged from the shadows, his form a steady presence against the flickering light. He approached cautiously, the firmness of his posture belying the tumult of emotions roiling beneath his calm exterior. His green eyes, deep and piercing, searched hers, seeking something, perhaps clarity or connection. "Mary," he repeated softly, drawing closer, "you should not linger here." His voice was a mixture of concern and something else, an undercurrent of urgency that made her pulse race anew. She glanced away, unable to hold the weight of his gaze, as the distance between them felt insurmountable. The emotional chasm that separated them, wrought from his duty and her burgeoning independence, was heavy in the air, thick enough to taste. "It's just so much, Gwyn." Her voice barely rose above a whisper, but it carried the weight of the world. His gaze intensified as he stepped closer, yet still maintained a respectful distance. "I know what Annwn has said," he acknowledged, his tone somber, almost resigned. "But you need to make your own choice, free from his demands." His presence felt like an anchor, tethering her thoughts in a tumultuous sea of uncertainty. Mary pressed her palm against the cool metal of the pendant, her fingers trembling with the gravity of what was unfolding. "But what if my choice ends up hurting you or—" I mean, how can I live with that? She asked, her voice shaking. Each word spilled out like an uncontrolled melody, raw and honest. His expression softened, the firmness of his earlier demeanor ebbing. You carry the power of both worlds, Mary. The choice is yours to shape, not to fear. Yet the words did little to quell the turmoil inside her. She could feel a twinge of doubt knotting her stomach. The mantle of responsibility settled heavily upon her shoulders, yet her desire for connection, for a shared future with Gwyn, throbbed like an unresolved chord. She wished for more time, for clarity, perhaps above all for the freedom to forge her own identity, away from the burdens of expectation. I don't want to lose you, she confessed suddenly, the admission spilling forth like a song she had long kept locked away. A wave of vulnerability washed over her, every note of fear resonating deep within, making her voice tremble. Gwyn took a careful step closer, a slight crease forming between his brows. You will not lose me, but I cannot stand in the way of your calling, Mary. His words bore the weight of unyielding truth, yet the underlying tenderness crackled in the air. As he stood before her, it felt like the space between them hummed with the power of their unsaid promises, wrapping around them like an ethereal melody. The flickering candles flickered softly, echoing the turmoil of emotions trapped within both their hearts. Perhaps we can find a way to fulfill both our destinies, she ventured, a fragile glimmer of hope shimmering within her voice. She longed to bridge the divide that had emerged between them, an invisible barrier formed from fear and longing, her heart racing at the thought of crossing it. Gwyn regarded her with a keen intensity that made her pulse quicken. If the heavens conspire to align our paths, I will always be at your side. Their eyes locked for a brief moment that felt heavy with meaning, time stretching around them like the sweetest of harmonies. Yet as the flickering light danced around their silhouettes, Mary felt the inevitability of her decision creeping closer, both exhilarating and terrifying. The silence deepened, laden with the unsaid as the shadows stretched long along the corridor. They lingered in that moment of suspended breath, two souls caught in a liminal space. With every passing second, she felt the weight of her destiny pulling her toward a decision that would reverberate beyond the halls of Annwn and ripple through the very fabric of their lives. But just then, reality encroached on their fragile moment, a reminder that time would not stand still. Mary straightened her posture, summoning her courage to face the clarity she needed, one step forward toward the throne or one step back into uncertainty. The path stretched out before her, filled with potential yet brimming with consequences. Mary, Gwyn began, his voice softer now, but she held up her hand to quiet him, determined to unravel her tangled thoughts. I have to make a choice, one that could change everything. Just give me a moment. The words hung in the air between them, each syllable echoing the weight of uncertainty and hope. Yet the flickering lights dimmed around them, shadows casting them in fleeting doubt, while a soft melody reverberated in the depths of her heart, a song that spoke of resilience, connection, and the bright potential waiting just beyond the brink of decision. The air around her hummed with a gentle call to her heritage, whispering promises yet to be fulfilled, and as she stood at the precipice of her destiny, one thing became clear: whatever the path she chose, she would not do it alone. Chapter 14, Echoes of Home. In the muted glow of Annwn, where the air felt alive with whispers of the past, Mary stood clutching her instrument, a melodic companion in the quiet chaos of her thoughts. The shadows of fleeting memories danced around her, fragments of laughter and familiar tunes slipping like grains of sand through her fingers. As she stared into the soft light enveloping her, a sense of loss unfurled within her, urging her to reach deeper into the essence of music itself, hoping to weave a melody that could bring the comfort of home to her fractured heart. She took a breath, the coolness of the air filling her lungs and mingling with the tingling anticipation of creation. The soft glow around her brightened momentarily, revealing intricate patterns swirling in the air, a gentle reminder of the magic that saturated Annwn. A stillness settled around her, the kind that felt almost reverent, as if the very realm was holding its breath in anticipation of her next move. Mary moved her fingers across the instrument's keys, hesitating as the ungraspable sounds of a familiar tune flitted just out of reach. It was a melody sung by her grandmother long ago, cradled in her memory like a cherished secret. She could almost feel the warmth of Nine's voice alongside the rhythm, but just as she sought to hold on to it, it shimmered away, replaced by the longing echo of silence. Frowning, she focused, summoning every ounce of her determination. With each note she played, she sought to evoke the laughter of her family, the way it filled their home with joy and love, contrasting sharply against the quiet, enchanting solitude of this ethereal realm. The sound reverberated softly around her, gentle but growing in intensity, spiraling upward until it formed a deliberate, measured melody. The very air around her responded, vibrational waves rippling outward as she poured her soul into the notes. As the final note lingered in the air, a shimmering portal began to materialize before her. Its edges gleamed with hazy blues and silvery light, undulating like the surface of a moonlit pond. Heart racing with hope, she stepped closer, feeling the magnetic pull of the connection to her world. It was a bridge to home, a promise that a piece of her heart could reach beyond the boundaries of these two realms. Through the portal, she glimpsed Tir Afallach. The scene came into focus, and Mary felt a tight knot form in her stomach. There, in her modest kitchen, Nine and Professor Rhiannon Davies bent over a cluttered table, their faces lined with concern. Old journals and maps were strewn across the surface, paper edges curling and ink fading. She could see the furrowed brows, the way her grandmother's fingers twitched as she traced family trees drawn from memory, and Professor Davies's careful annotations that bore the weight of urgency. But outside the window, familiarity morphed into disarray. The coastal landmarks she had loved, the rolling hills, the worn path leading to the shore, looked neglected, dulled under a shroud of sadness. Empty streets seemed to whisper their absence, the vibrant life that once bloomed in Tir Afallach, hidden beneath layers of abandonment, hinting at the weight of her absence. It sent a sharp ache through her chest, a reminder that she was tied to this place, and her music, a bridge between worlds, had the power to affect them all. Beside her, Gwyn stood silently, his tall form like a guardian etched in the soft light. His green eyes shimmered with an understanding that she had come to rely upon, unwavering and steady. They exchanged a look, and in that moment, a silent acknowledgement passed between them. Something precious was at risk, a connection to be fought for. Mary could feel the gravity of it all, the subtle tension coiling around them, urging her to take action, to protect the harmony that had begun to fray. The memory of her family and their love anchored her, even as uncertainty loomed. They were relying on her, and she would not falter. The thrill of the challenge ahead coursed through her veins, melding with her resolve. In this mystical moment of clarity, she knew she had to play once more. As the notes from Mary's instrument swirled like a summer breeze in Annwn, an unsettling cadence began to rise beneath them, prickling her skin with anticipation. The melody, once a soft embrace, now clashed with the strange distortion creeping at the edges of her consciousness. It felt as if the music itself were caught in a tug-of-war, resonating beautifully one moment and forebodingly the next, a reflection of the duality that had come to define her journey. With each note that flowed from her fingers, the shimmering portal shimmered in time, a luminous beacon of connection. Yet, shadows swirled around its edges, darkening the once vibrant aura that had surrounded her earlier. Mary could sense the shift, a menacing aura that felt almost tangible, wrapping around her thoughts like a creeping vine. It coiled tighter, squeezing her heart with each haunting measure she played. The temperature in the room dipped sharply, a chilling contrast to the warmth of her melody. It rushed over her like a winter gust, carrying with it a chilling promise of the darkness lurking beyond the threshold. Mary's heart raced, her instincts sharpening as she caught a glimpse of the shapes forming. Distinct yet indistinct, they flickered at the fringes of her sight, slithering outlines that rippled and writhed like ink spilled in water. She glanced nervously at Gwyn, seeking the steadiness of his presence. His eyes, bright and vigilant, bore witness to the encroaching shadows, as if he too could sense the growing menace. The shadow's presence seemed to darken the air itself, wrapping around the portal with whispers that hissed just out of comprehension. "Stay focused, Mary," he murmured, his voice low and firm. The simple reassurance brought a momentary flicker of calm amidst her rising dread. As she continued to play, her fingers tightened around the instrument. Panic coursed through her, sending jolts of electricity up her arm, her heartbeat syncing with the melody that now felt inadequate against the thrumming uncertainty. The figures advanced slowly, and with each flicker of their forms, the space between them and the portal shimmered with tension. Mary imagined their haunting faces, unable to fully discern them, yet sensing their hunger and malevolence. Drawing closer, she noticed they were not just shadows, they were the embodiment of everything she feared, the desolation her absence had wrought, the longing she felt for her family, the responsibilities she had yet to fulfill. They carried the weight of neglect, thriving in the uncertainty she had allowed to seep into the world she loved. "This isn't just about us anymore," Gwyn said softly, stepping closer as his presence enveloped her in protective warmth. "It's about the balance we have to restore." His posture was firm, a silent promise of loyalty that bolstered her resolve. She could feel the strength emanating from him, weaving around her like a shield as she poured her heart into her melody, letting it interweave with their shared intentions. Together, they stood against the encroaching darkness. As shadows continued to twist and morph at the portal's edges, the whispers grew louder, rustling with insidious intent. It was a reminder that they could not turn away, that the threat was real and tangible, demanding their courage. "This is our moment, Mary," he urged, a quiet fire in his voice, igniting the depths of her spirit. "We must face it head-on. It's time to fight for what we hold dear." In that instant, clarity sharpened within her. She knew they had to act, but as the presence of darkness loomed, it cast shadows over the strength of their choices. They could no longer linger in uncertainty or let fear hold them back. The weight of it all pressed down upon her, an uncomfortable heat igniting her resolve to confront the unknown. Her gaze shifted to the growing darkness. The shadows pulsed like an impending storm, thick and oppressive, ready to surge forward. The connection they shared deepened as they readied themselves to confront this invasion. Together, they would embrace the risk, stepping into the battle for their realms. With a final note, rich with the weight of their purpose, Mary's determination resonated through the air, intertwining with the strength that Gwyn offered. The challenge ahead would demand everything, but together, they would face the shadows that threatened to consume the harmony they cherished. Chapter 15: The Harmony of Two Worlds. The air shimmered with an electric buzz as Mary and Gwyn stepped through the portal, leaving behind the familiar comforts of their world. On the other side, awaited Annwn, a realm where colors danced like dreams and the fragrance of wild blooms tugged at the senses. Mary's heart raced, a symphony of curiosity coursing through her veins as she and her companion ventured further into the lush grove, where every turn whispered secrets waiting to be uncovered. Mary gasped softly as they took their first steps, the ground beneath her feet a carpet of emerald moss flecked with glowing blue and violet blooms. Around them, towering trees twisted into shapes both familiar and foreign, their leaves shimmering as if painted with starlight. The air vibrated with a melodious hum, echoing with the calls of unseen birds that flitted through the vibrant foliage. She felt a warm breath of magic weave around them, wrapping them in an embrace that felt both inviting and wondrous. "This place," Gwyn murmured, his voice low and reverent. He stepped closer to a nearby tree, its bark swirling with patterns that seemed to shift like the tide. "It feels alive, doesn't it?" "Like it knows we're here," Mary replied, glancing around as if the grove might offer a reply. She remembered the old tales her grandmother had shared, each woven with threads of enchantment and wisdom. Her fingers tingled with the promise of adventure, and she clutched her grandmother's journal close, a book filled with faded ink and secrets waiting to unfold. As they ventured deeper along the ancient stone path, crisscrossed with roots and aglow with luminescence, Mary could feel the journal pulsing with life beneath her fingertips. It had revealed snippets of her family's legacy, stories of trials faced by those who had come before her. She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the ornate stones that lined their path. "Gwyn, look," she exclaimed, pointing to the intricately carved runes etched into the boulders flanking them. His keen green eyes sparked with interest as he studied the markings. "They're more than mere decorations," he said, moving closer. "These runes speak of ancient magics, reminders of the balance we must maintain." "Balance," Mary echoed thoughtfully, feeling a surge of determination. "That's exactly what my grandmother wrote about. How every choice affects our world and Annwn. She flipped through the worn pages, searching for the right passage. "If we're going to face whatever lies ahead, we need to honor that connection." "Agreed," Gwyn replied, his demeanor steady and protective. "Let us tread carefully." Their path wound through the grove, each turn revealing fresh wonders, glowing ferns that illuminated their way, a soft melody threading through the leaves. It felt as if Annwn itself was guiding them, nudging them forward. Mary let out a soft laugh, tracing the gentle arcs of a luminescent bloom with her fingertips. "This is like a dream I once had," she mused, losing herself for a moment in the beauty around her. As they reached a clearing, a softly pulsating pool caught their attention. Its surface shimmered with colors that danced like notes from an unheard symphony. Mary and Gwyn stood at its edge, entranced. "Is this where our first trial awaits?" Gwyn asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and respect. Mary nodded, recalling the descriptions from her grandmother's journal. "I believe so. We must be ready to engage with whatever challenges we face." Just then, a series of ancient stones emerged from the grass, each marked with elaborate riddles inscribed in the weathered stone. The sight sent a thrill down Mary's spine. "Look at this," she said, hurrying closer to examine the inscriptions. "They are asking us questions, tests of trust and wisdom." Gwyn stepped beside her, his presence grounding and encouraging. "We must work together to decipher these clues," he said, his tone serious but reassuring. "I trust you," she replied, meeting his gaze with conviction. The depth of their shared responsibility weighed heavy, yet an exhilarating energy sparked between them as they leaned in, their minds working in concert to unravel the riddle. They read through the ancient texts, their voices mingling as they pondered and debated answers. Each suggestion led them further into the game of words, a dance of intellect that fortified their connection. Laughter bubbled up as they bounced ideas back and forth, the riddles serving as both a challenge and a joyful conversation. With each riddle solved, a glow emanated from the pool, responding to their progress with radiant light. Mary felt her heart swell with hope. This journey was not just about magical elements, but a bonding of souls, a reflection of trust woven through their dialogue and determination. Finally, as they arrived at the last riddle, the answer crystallized in Mary's mind. She shared her insight with Gwyn, their harmony resonating through the air. "It's a commitment to each other, isn't it?" she exclaimed, a bright smile lighting her face. "To share our strengths and trust each other in times of uncertainty?" "Yes," Gwyn replied, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "This balance will guide us in all things." With the final words spoken, a warm pulse of light surged from the pool, illuminating the night around them. They collected the first glowing vial of enchanted water, its light reflecting in their determined eyes. Mary turned to Gwyn, feeling a spark of triumph weave through their souls. "One step closer," she whispered, an unspoken vow lingering in the air. Together, they moved forward, hand in hand, into the embrace of Annwn, ready to face whatever mysteries awaited. As they continued down the winding path through the forest, the air around Mary and Gwyn hummed with a gentle magic that made each breath feel significant. The soft rustle of leaves mingled with the distant chimes of crystalline wind, creating a melody of nature that lured them further into the verdant embrace of Annwn. Mary glanced at Gwyn, his demeanor steady and watchful, and she felt a rush of gratitude. Together, they were weaving a harmonious story amid the enchanting tapestry of this realm. The towering trees stretched their arms high into the heavens, canopies thick with luminous foliage casting a dappled glow upon the forest floor. Mary ran her fingers through her wavy hair, entranced by the beauty surrounding them. "It's almost like we've stepped into a dream," she mused, her voice a melodic whisper as they walked. "Everything feels alive here." Gwyn nodded, his attention scanning their surroundings. "Indeed," he replied, the gravity in his tone grounding the moment. "The essence of Annwn flows through this forest, a reminder of its vibrant spirit." He pointed towards an arc of delicate flowers, their petals glittering like stars against the rich backdrop of leaves. "But we must remain aware. Beauty and danger often share the same breath in places like this." Mary acknowledged his caution with a nod, though her heart soared with excitement at the possibilities around them. Each new sound, each rustle of wings hidden in the boughs above, seemed to speak to her. It was as if Annwn had awakened her own inner melody, bringing forth a rhythm that resonated with her being. "I can almost hear the music of this place," she said softly. "It beckons to me." Gwyn smiled slightly, as if sharing in her joy. "Then let it inspire you," he encouraged. "Let the essence of Annwn flow through your fingers and give it voice." With each step, they delved deeper into the heart of the forest. As they reached a secluded clearing, the atmosphere shifted, the air crackling with an electrifying energy. The ground below was strewn with soft glowing moss, inviting them to pause and breathe it in. Mary felt her heart thump in time with an unseen rhythm, a subtle but potent connection to the land around her. It was a place where dreams and reality intertwined. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged from the trees, a guardian ancient and awe-inspiring. Its body was adorned in intricately woven moss, shimmering with luminous crystals that captured the light in a soft, ethereal glow. Mary felt a shiver of respect and wonder. The guardian exuded an aura of authority and wisdom that commanded reverence. "Travelers of two worlds, you approach the heart of harmony," the guardian spoke in resonant tones, each word wrapping around them like a warm embrace. But do you seek dominion or unity? Mary's gaze flickered to Gwyn, who remained poised and serious, ready to respond. We seek unity, he stated firmly, meeting the Guardian's gaze without flinching. We understand the need for balance. The Guardian regarded them thoughtfully, its gaze piercing yet gentle. Your music holds the key to harmony, not dominion. To unite these worlds, your voices must resonate with the cadence of Annwn. Mary felt her breath catch in her throat, the weight of the challenge pressing upon her. What must we do? She asked, determination fueling her voice. You must harmonize your own musical notes with the natural melody of this realm, the Guardian replied, gesturing with a graceful hand. Let your sounds interlace, creating a tapestry that echoes the heart of this land. With a nod of understanding, Mary stepped forward, producing her enchanted lyre. Its strings shimmered with anticipation, as if echoing the very magic of Annwn. She strummed softly, finding her way into the gentle rhythm of the forest. The melody flowed like a stream, weaving around them like threads of light. Gwyn watched intently, his voice merging with the notes she played. The low timbre of his tone added depth to her music, crafting a counterpoint that rose to meet her. We move together, he urged, guiding her through the melody, his voice steady and calming. As they performed, they exchanged quiet affirmations, their synergy deepening with each passing moment. Mary felt alive, her fingers dancing along the strings while the notes spiraled up towards the branches above, twirling around them like leaves caught in a gentle breeze. Gwyn's voice thrummed beside her, a connection that pulsed with energy, a delicate balance of their talents. The Guardian listened intently, its expression unyielding as if gauging their resolve. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted around them as their music reached its peak, merging into a harmonious wave that echoed through the clearing. The very air seemed to shimmer with their combined magic, resonating with the essence of Annwn. Feel the harmony, Mary cried, a smile breaking across her face as they merged their sounds into a single entity, an offering to the Guardian and the land. As they concluded their performance, silence fell like a soft blanket, wrapping them in warmth. The Guardian's gaze softened, and from within the glow of its being, it presented them with a shard of crystalline starlight, its pulsating surface reflecting the essence of their music. You have proven your unity, the Guardian proclaimed, reverence lacing its voice. Accept this gift, for it shall guide you further on your journey. Mary and Gwyn reached forward in unison, feeling the cool, vibrant energy of the shard between their hands. A newfound sense of purpose surged through them, threading through their hearts. Thank you, Mary breathed, overwhelmed with emotion. As they stepped away from the clearing, their hearts beat in rhythm with one another, eager for what awaited. They spoke of their experiences, excitedly sharing thoughts about the ancient Guardian and the power of music. Together, they embraced the promise of Annwn, a world woven with wonder where their destinies lay intertwined. As they approached the cavern, a hush fell over the landscape, the gentle whispers of Annwn replaced by an anticipatory stillness. Mary and Gwyn exchanged glances, steeling themselves against the unknown challenges that lay ahead. The entrance loomed before them, framed by flickering lights that danced like the stars themselves, inviting yet mysterious. With a shared resolve, they took a deep breath and stepped inside, ready to face the final trial that awaited them within the shimmering depths. Inside, the cavern stretched infinitely before them, bathed in ethereal light that flickered and swayed like a gentle breeze. Glimmering mineral formations jutted from the walls, casting reflections that seemed to pulse with every breath. Mary felt her heart thrum in her chest, the magic of Annwn alive and vibrant around them. It was as if the very stones held secrets, resonating with their journey thus far. "Look at this place," she whispered, awe shimmering in her voice. "It's like we've entered a realm of dreams." "Yes, but also a place of tests," Gwyn replied, his tone grave yet steady. "We must remain vigilant." His eyes scanned the intricate patterns on the walls, each flicker of light unveiling the cavern's mysteries. Suddenly, an unsettling sound echoed through the chamber, sharp notes twisting through the air. A rush of air swept past them, carrying whispers of warning. "Sonic traps," Gwyn stated, his expression tightening with determination. "We must be careful. Each note must be precise to avoid triggering a spell." Mary nodded, the gravity of their situation sinking in. "We need to move carefully, and our music must flow together. Every sound counts." She felt her fingers twitch in anticipation, the enchanted lyre resting comfortably against her hip, ready for the challenge. "Let's map our course with rhythm," Gwyn suggested, pacing a few steps ahead to survey the layout. "We can create sound bridges to carry us through." With a deep breath, they began. Mary strummed her lyre, producing a soft, steady pulse that formed the foundation of their journey. Gwyn followed with his voice, a low hum that blended with her melody, crafting a tone that interwove seamlessly. Together, they ventured deeper into the labyrinth, where the flickering lights cast shimmering shadows across their path. With every step, tension mounted, their music echoing through the cavern's expanse. Mary focused, her senses sharpened, each vibration traveled through the air like ripples in a pond. "Stay close to me," she called out, timing her notes to create a sense of harmony between them. Suddenly, a discordant note echoed ominously, sending shivers down her spine. "Gwyn, watch out," she shouted, instinctively strumming a bright, clear note to shield them from the oncoming wave of chaotic sound. He nodded, meeting her gaze with unwavering focus. "We have to stay synchronized. Our music can overpower the traps." Mary felt her heart race as they navigated the labyrinth, straining to match their sounds against the rising waves of magic that threatened to ensnare them. Each note they played became a lifeline, anchoring them against the precarious reality of their environment. There were moments of uncertainty where she hesitated, fear creeping in, but Gwyn's voice called her back, urging her to trust. "Just a little more," he murmured as they drew closer to the heart of the cavern. "We can do this." With each successful step, their confidence bloomed, and as they maneuvered around corners and past mineral outcroppings, they found a rhythm, a dance between their hearts and the resonating energy around them. At last, they reached a larger chamber illuminated by soft, swirling lights. In its center rested the resonant crystal, glowing with a deep blue light that pulsed in time with their music. A moment of triumph washed over them, and Mary felt tears prick at her eyes, a mixture of relief and exhilaration. "We did it," she breathed, her fingers trembling with excitement as they moved toward the crystal. Gwyn took a step closer, his expression shifting from caution to wonder. "This is the final element," he stated, awe filling his voice. "We've proven our strength together." As Mary reached for the crystal, a wave of energy surged around them, humming with the melody they had created. It resonated through her very being, intertwining with every moment of their journey. The laughter, the trials, the music, all melding into one powerful expression of unity. With the crystal now in hand, they shared a glance, a silent understanding passing between them, a commitment to carry the lessons learned forward. "We've forged our bond in the heart of Annwn," Mary whispered, and Gwyn nodded, a proud smile illuminating his face. As they prepared to leave the cavern, the echoes of their journey lingered in the air, a reminder of the harmony they had crafted not only in music, but also within their hearts. Together, they stepped back into the light, ready to embrace whatever awaited them on the other side of their adventure, forever united by the magic of their shared experiences. Chapter 16: Composing the Future. The alcove nestled within the embrace of ancient trees glimmered with a soft, ethereal light. Runes carved into the stone glowed with hues of silver and blue, casting gentle shadows that danced around the two figures entering the sacred space. Mary, her wavy brown hair shimmering like polished copper, inhaled the fragrant air filled with hints of wildflowers and sea salt, her blue eyes alight with curiosity. Gwyn followed closely behind, his presence like a calm wind, bringing both steadiness and anticipation as he surveyed the array of enchanted instruments waiting for their touch. "Right here feels just right," Mary said, her melodic voice weaving through the silence as she glanced around. The warmth of the space wrapped around them like an embrace, soft and familiar. The presence of magic was palpable, tingling just beneath their skin, coaxing them forward. "Look at those runes, they're practically humming." Gwyn nodded, an approving smile tugging at the corners of his lips, the dark waves of his hair catching the light in an almost celestial manner. "The resonance in this note feels like it bridges two worlds." His fingers traced the edge of an ornate flute that lay abandoned on the weathered stone table, his touch almost reverent. Mary's laughter was a gentle melody in the stillness. "Let's see if our harmony can awaken that ancient pulse." She moved to a cluster of instruments, strings, woodwinds, and drums, each radiating a distinct aura that called out to her like old friends. They set to work, arranging the enchanted instruments on the table, their hands brushing occasionally in moments that sparked unspoken connection. With each delicate placement, the atmosphere shifted, charged with anticipation, as they began testing the ambient magical energy. A soft glow intensified around them, revealing hints of ethereal colors that danced in the corners of their vision. "Perhaps we start with something soft," Mary suggested, her fingers hovering over the strings of a lute, the wood warm under her touch. She strummed a gentle chord, a sound that curled through the air like smoke, a beckoning for the spirits hidden within the alcove. Gwyn nodded, tapping rhythmically on a small drum, its surface etched with shimmering runes that vibrated under his fingertips. "Feel how the magic bends with every chord," he replied, his voice low, resonant, a blend of authority and warmth that made her heart skip a beat. As they settled into their rhythm, a delicate tension thrummed between them, growing like the music swelling in the air. Their fingers danced over the instruments, melding into a symphony that felt both familiar and new, ancient and alive. With each note, the boundaries of the realms seemed to thin, bringing forth whispers of the past. "I can almost see them," Mary breathed, caught up in the magic they were conjuring. Her deep blue eyes sparkled as they met Gwyn's striking green ones, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if they were suspended between reality and something far greater. As they continued to play, the essence of the alcove came alive with them. The enchanted artifacts, too, began to respond. The lights from the runes flickered in time with the music, their pulses synchronizing with the heartbeat of the melody. It was an exchange, an unspoken understanding blossoming between two souls dedicated to their craft, and drawn together by the threads of fate. In those fleeting moments, Mary felt the world fall away. There was no past, no future, only the space between notes and the charged silence that spoke volumes. Yet, with every strum and tap, a deeper weight lay upon her, a realization that what they created held more power than either had anticipated. Suddenly, the air shifted, the sounds around them twisted into something even more vibrant. "The energy is building," Gwyn observed, his brow furrowing as he looked around, taking in the mesmerizing glow that enveloped them. We are on the precipice of something momentous. Mary lowered her gaze, letting the weight of his words wash over her like the tide. The melody they crafted was more than a simple composition. It felt like an invocation, a plea to the cosmos. Yet with that knowledge came an undeniable truth. A choice awaited her, one that could alter both worlds irrevocably. They fell into silence, the soft hum of their shared creation lingering in the air. The moment hovered, charged with potential, as they stood on the brink of something profound, something that resonated deep within their hearts. Mary felt it, the call to embrace destiny, a decision looming like a shadow, unspoken yet resoundingly clear. And as the last note faded into the ether, both young musicians prepared to take the leap, their connection woven tighter, ready to face whatever awaited them in the unfolding melody of their shared fate. With every note that leapt from their instruments, the magical energy coalesced around them, transforming the alcove into a vibrant sanctuary of sound and light. It was as if the air itself trembled with the resonance of their melody, swirling in a dance of colors that shifted and pulsed to the beat of their creation. Mary, lost in the rhythm of the enchanted keys, felt the boundary of the two worlds blur, her fingers gliding with fervor as the music drew upon the very essence of life that thrummed in the earth beneath their feet. Gwyn's drumbeats became increasingly urgent, each strike echoing the heartbeat of the realm, harmonizing with Mary's flowing notes. "Our notes are intertwining beyond expectation," he exclaimed, his voice barely rising above the sound, as if acknowledging the sacred space they now occupied. The atmosphere thickened with their creation, each layer of sound weaving an intricate tapestry that spoke of legends forgotten and futures yet to unfold. She looked up, a bright spark of inspiration igniting in her chest. Yes. And if we synchronize the next chord with the magic ebbing around us, we might just touch the stars. Her excitement burst forth in a musical trill, fingers dancing over the keys as her heart soared higher with every rise and fall of the melody. The glow from the runes intensified, bathing the alcove in a celestial light that flickered in sync with their rhythm. Artifacts scattered across the clearing began to levitate, caught up in the euphoria of their performance. A flute spun in midair, its sound reverberating through the grove, joining the harmonious energy they were channeling. A thrill coursed through Mary as she watched the enchanting display unfold. Life breathed into the stillness around them. "Feel how the magic bends with every chord," Gwyn murmured again, this time his tone laced with awe. Each of his taps on the percussion echoed through the alcove, and she could sense the pressure building like a rising tide, the anticipation thrumming in her veins. Yet amid the swirling magic and harmony, an internal voice began to rise within Mary, a weight pressing against her chest as she observed their creation spiraling outward. Could they bear the weight of what they were attempting? She could almost hear the two worlds whispering, a delicate balance that teetered on the edge of calamity. It made her pause, her fingers hovering above the keys, catching the intensity of the moment. In that pregnant silence, Gwyn glanced at her, his green eyes a mirror of her thoughts, searching and knowing. "Mary?" he probed softly, as if sensing the turmoil hidden beneath her animated exterior. "What do you feel?" Her heart raced, torn between the exhilaration of creation and the foreboding realization of responsibility. It's immense. This song, it holds so much power. I feel it tugging at the very fabric of reality." Gwyn nodded, understanding shimmering in his expression. "And we have the power to influence what unfolds next." His gaze was steady, a silent promise that they were in this together, whatever the outcome. As the music grew in complexity, the clearing shifted again. Elements of the mundane began merging with the otherworldly. Shadows danced along the edges of their space, coalescing into forms that shimmered and vanished as swiftly as they appeared. The air hummed with energy, alive and charged, echoing with the duality of their creation. A part of Mary thrilled at their shared achievement, yet another part hesitated, a storm of uncertainty brewing. The boundaries were expanding, revealing glimpses of the consequences their notes could unleash, if only they dared to push further. Could they invite such potential into the worlds they loved? Would it bond them closer or tear them apart? Drawing a steadying breath, Mary pressed forward, letting her fingers fall upon the keys, willing herself to unleash the tension within her. "Then let us embrace it. No turning back now," she declared, conviction rising within her voice, filling the air with newfound determination. Together, they reached the climax of their song, each note resonating like thunderclaps as the world around them exploded with light and sound. The artifacts around them glimmered like stars caught in the throes of a cosmic dance, weaving in harmony with their rising creation. It was a crescendo like no other, a moment in time suspended, each heartbeat echoing through the magical depths of their union. And in that climactic moment, just as the final notes reverberated into silence, a profound stillness enveloped them, a breath held waiting for what would come next. The realization of their power was not just a choice, but a destiny that hovered above them, as they braced themselves for whatever would emerge from the symphony they had woven together. As the last echoes faded into the void, the air seemed to hold its breath, and they both knew that their decision loomed large on the horizon of fate, promising to alter the course of their worlds forever. With their hearts pounding and the weight of possibility surrounding them, they stood on the precipice of an unknown adventure, ready to discover what lay beyond the realm of music and magic. Chapter 17: The Unraveling. The throne chamber quaked beneath the resonance of magic, as Arianrhod's constellation blazed overhead, a celestial beacon illuminating the chaos that threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality. Light swirled in violent eddies around the silver throne, which pulsed with an ethereal glow, beckoning like an ancient siren. Mary could feel its magnetic pull, the warm light saturating her senses and drawing her closer, but her heart thudded in protest as chaos rippled through the chamber. In every corner, shimmering bursts of energy clashed and coiled, filling the air with crackling tension. It was as though the world itself shivered, boundaries between realms stretching and snapping, creating a stunning spectacle that left her breathless. Above, the constellations seemed to blink in confusion, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation unfolding below. "Take the throne now, Mary, or risk the collapse of both realms." Lord Arran's voice reverberated through the tumult, a firm command that cut through the chaos like a sword slicing through mist. He stood there, resolute, his figure a contrast of stillness against the swirling energies, exuding an authority that demanded her compliance. Beside her, Gwyn felt like a rock against the storm. His tall, graceful form was steady, and his striking green eyes, usually so full of wisdom, now mirrored the turmoil around them. "I must return you to the throne, even if it means we part," he said, his voice strained with a mixture of determination and sorrow. Mary glanced at him, feeling the weight of his grip on her shoulder, solid, grounding, and reassuring. But her gaze was drawn away, lingering at the edge of the chamber, where the air shimmered with an ominous glow. She saw Sian, her best friend since childhood, poised at the brink of the rift that opened wide, chaotic tendrils of energy spiraling into the unknown. The redhead's arms flailed helplessly, a fleeting silhouette caught in the grip of an unstoppable force. Laughter turned to panic in the blink of an eye. "Mary!" Sian's voice cut through the madness, both an anchor and a call to action. Mary's heart clenched. Confusion swirled within her, a tempest echoing the chaos outside. Sian, the girl with wild curls and laughter that could lift even the heaviest of spirits, how could she vanish? The very thought twisted the fibers of Mary's resolve. "I can't leave her," she shouted, the sound barely surfacing above the chaotic roar. But the throne's glow intensified, and its pull grew stronger, a gravitational force promising power and security. "You must," Gwyn urged, his face etched with anguish. "If you don't take your place, everything will unravel. We might not have another chance." With each word, the tension in the air thickened, light and darkness battling for dominance in the marble chamber. The clatter of shards across the stone echoed like the haunting laughter of a million broken promises, and Mary felt the space around her vibrating with urgency. Each passing moment only heightened the feeling that she was being torn between her duty and her heart, between saving her friend and accepting the weighty crown of destiny. The silver throne loomed before her, aglow with blinding radiance that suggested ancient power, yet it felt like an overwhelming weight on her shoulders. Shadows danced across the faces of Lord Annwn and Gwyn, revealing the determination etched into their expressions, a fierce loyalty tempered by the burden of their responsibilities. But then, in a blink, Sian was gone, the rift closing behind her with a reluctant sigh, and it felt as if a piece of Mary was swallowed along with her friend. The chamber echoed with the final remnants of the connection severed, leaving Mary grasping at air. Her eyes darted between the commanding figure of Lord Annwn and the flickering space where Sian had just been, the choice laid bare before her, a desperate grasping at fate that trembled on the knife's edge of a moment. All around, reality wavered, urging her to choose. Mary closed her eyes briefly, feeling the tumult of emotions warring within her. This was more than a throne, more than the call of prophecy. It was about the heart, both hers and Sian's. And just as the urgency reached a fever pitch, Mary opened her eyes, brimming with resolve as she made her choice against the rising tide of chaos. As the chaotic energy swirled like a tempest around them, the air filled with crackling light, Mary stood rooted in the tension of the moment, grief clawing at her heart. Every pulse from the silver throne resonated within her, a siren call of power that mingled with the chilling memory of Sian's desperate grasp, fading into the chaotic void. Each breath felt heavy with the weight of choices, as the chamber trembled with the intensity of both her sorrow and the thrumming magic threatening to consume them all. The turmoil around her intensified, as shards of light and dark magic ricocheted across the marble floor, creating a dazzling but terrifying display. Mary's senses were overwhelmed by the brilliant flashes, each one whispering promises and warnings in equal measure. The echoes of energy cracked like thunder, and the ground heaved beneath her feet, urging her toward the silver throne, which glimmered like a beacon amidst the madness. "Mary, you must act now." Gwyn's voice cut through the frenzy, his urgency lending a gravity that made her heart race. He moved closer, positioning himself between her and the chaotic energy, his eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that both comforted and unnerved her. "We don't have time. If you linger, it could mean the end for us all." The weight of his words sunk deep, mingling with the unrelenting fear clawing at her insides. What was she supposed to do? Her mind reeled with the thought of Sian, lost within that swirling rift. Mary clenched her fists, willing the doubts to dissipate. Yet the very essence of the throne echoed with warmth and promise, the kind of magic that offered not just power but safety. Her heart twisted at the allure. She cast a glance toward Lord Annwn, standing as a resolute figure amid the chaos, his imposing presence heightened by the light that danced around him. "You can feel it, can't you?" His voice resonated with smooth authority, yet there was an edge of urgency lurking beneath the surface. The throne's power must be wielded, and only you possess the harmony needed to save both realms. Every part of her ached to trust him, yet uncertainty gnawed at her. She could feel it then, Sian's laughter, the warmth of her friendship, the moments they'd shared, flashing through her mind. How could she abandon her, when she needed her most? The very thought was a knot in her throat, suffocating and heavy. "Think, Mary," Gwyn urged, leaning closer as if to physically pull her back into the present. His voice dropped to a whisper, a soft plea amid the maelstrom surrounding them. "You are stronger than you know. Remember all that you've learned. Your gift is meant for this. You can save them both." Mary shook her head, her breath coming in shallow bursts. The throne glowed brightly, calling out with an almost melodic hum that wrapped around her, promising safety. Yet, was that safety worth the sacrifice? Her heart raced at the realization that this moment could redefine everything, power that could build or destroy. "You have to decide." Gwyn's voice snapped her back into focus, intensity etched into his features. He reached out, placing his hand on her shoulder, grounding her, urging her to find the strength within. Tendrils of light snaked through the chamber, and Mary sensed the thrill of magic crackling in the air, a force far beyond her comprehension. She squeezed her eyes shut, searching her heart, yet all she could feel was Sian slipping away, laughter fading into echoes of despair. Each moment became a breath held in uncertainty, a gift unwrapped only to discover darkness waiting inside. "No," she cried, the single word breaking free, echoing defiantly through the turmoil. She could feel the waves of energy shifting as her resolve crystallized, a determination born from love, friendship, and the echoes of shared stories that stitched them together. She opened her eyes, locking gazes with Gwyn, who stood there, hope and dread intertwined in his emerald depths. The strength radiating from him fed her resolve. For Sian, for all of it, she had to act, not as a pawn in someone else's game but as herself, rooted in every memory and moment they had shared. The silver throne pulsed more insistently, an enticing embrace drawing her forward, offering the promise of harmony, but was it worth losing everything to attain it? The glow surrounded her, vibrant, alive, and pulsing with the rhythm of the universe. A thought echoed in her mind. Did power define her, or did her connections? Lord Arran's voice pierced through her thoughts again, calm yet demanding. "Time is fleeting. What will you choose?" Gwyn's hand remained on her shoulder, and suddenly, the world began to shift, bright lines cutting through the chaos like ribbons of light. It was as if all the power in the universe had gathered to await her decision. In that moment, understanding unfurled within her. The magic of the throne wasn't an end but a means. With one breath, she inhaled the shimmering chaos around her and let it wash over her in waves. With resolve, like an anchored ship in a storm, Mary stepped forward. "Together," she declared, the word echoing into the vastness of the chamber, where magic thrummed with anticipation. As her foot crossed the threshold toward the throne, the light swelled, illuminating her surroundings with warmth and clarity, promising not just power, but the means to save her friend and protect the bonds she held dear. This was her moment, not of choosing the throne for herself, but of embracing the harmony that resonated within her spirit. In that heartbeat, the magic surged, ready to weave her destiny. Chapter 18, Love Sacrifice. The vaulted chamber embraced them with a serene glow, the silver throne of Arianrhod casting ethereal patterns on the stone floor, each flicker of light a whisper of fate. As she stepped forward with resolute determination, the ambient magic intensified around her, pulling her closer to destiny. Mary's heart pounded, the cool surface of the throne inviting her touch, while she breathed deeply, the weight of the moment settling over her like a fine mist. Each step she took sent subtle ripples of silvery light dancing across the floor, as if the very air recognized her presence. The throne stood majestically in its alcove, shimmering as if carved from moonlight itself. Mary paused for a heartbeat, her fingers trembling as they grazed the luminous surface. A shiver of electricity coursed through her fingertips, a connection forged in an ancient song, and she closed her eyes to steady herself against the pull of its power. Nearby, Gwyn remained still, his figure a steady silhouette against the bright backdrop. Though he carried the air of a protector, the sorrow in his eyes betrayed the depth of his emotions. It was an expression Mary had come to know well, a mixture of pride and fear, wrapped in the tension of impending separation. He stood straight, every line of his body tense with concern as he reached out, his fingers lightly brushing her arm, a gesture both familiar and aching. "Mary, I will always be with you," he whispered, the weight of his promise heavy with unshed tears. She turned to him, her own voice faltering, tinged with uncertainty and a bittersweet understanding. "This is my destiny." The declaration fell from her lips, tender yet charged, a truth spoken into the woven fabric of their lives. She felt the heat of tears prickling at her eyes, but she blinked them back, knowing the stakes of this moment demanded clarity. With a tenderness that spoke of countless shared memories, they stepped toward each other, the space between them shrinking until there was no air left to breathe. The embrace that followed was an intimate fusion of hearts, a mingling of warmth that swirled around them like a protective cocoon. Gwyn held her tightly, as if fearing the very act of letting go would shatter the bond they had nurtured through trials and triumphs. In that moment, time slowed, the world outside faded, leaving only the two of them and the silver throne that loomed nearby, a constant reminder of the duty that awaited her. Each heartbeat reverberated through their linked bodies, filling the chamber with a soft thrum of magic. She could feel the weight of his love as it wrapped around her, imbuing her with strength and courage. "Mary," he murmured, his voice a soothing balm against the pang of impending loss, "you are the light that bridges our worlds." She shivered at his words, remembering all the stories they had shared, the legends of Annwn, of celestial bonds, and the delicate threads that intertwined their lives. What had started as innocent curiosity had grown into something much deeper. As he spoke, she could sense the unspoken layers beneath his words, the longing to protect, the desperation to preserve their shared light from the encroaching shadows. As they held each other, Mary couldn't shake the feeling that the air around them thickened with an ancient power, a force that amplified every touch and every shared look. The magic resonated, like a melody awakening the heart of the universe itself, leaving them both breathless. With each passing moment, it grew louder, echoing through the chamber like a distant symphony waiting to be played. But all too soon, the moment began to stretch into infinity, the warmth of their embrace tinged with the reality of the choice she faced. The magic wrapped around the throne beckoned her, each pulse like the beat of her own heart urging her to step forward into the unknown. Slowly, they began to draw apart, the distance between them a chasm filled with unsaid fears. "I don't want to lose you," Gwyn's voice wavered, the steady demeanor cracking ever so slightly. "Not like this." Mary looked up at him, her deep blue eyes brimming with understanding. "You won't lose me," she whispered, though the uncertainty loomed over them like a shadow waiting to consume all light. "I will carry our bond with me." Their gazes held steady, the shared vulnerability surging in that enchanted space between duty and love. "Remember the stories we've shared," he urged, a catch in his voice as they lingered in the emotional weight of their farewell. "Let them guide you." Mary nodded, knowing the journey ahead would demand everything of her. As she finally took a step back, allowing their connection to breathe, The air crackled, magic suspended in an uneasy silence. Her heart ached, not just for the impending separation, but for the bittersweet reality that true balance may lie not in sacrifice, but in the reunification of both their worlds. In that precious, charged moment, their last whispered promises filled the chamber like sacred music, echoing through time and space, and the throne seemed to pulse gently in recognition, as if the very fabric of destiny was woven into the tapestry of their intertwined fates. The magic swirled around her, a vibrant storm of light and sound that danced with the heartbeat of the throne, urging her forward as she teetered on the precipice of fate. Mary's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding a chaotic rhythm against the walls of her chest, echoing the tumultuous battle within. Every fiber of her being sensed the weight of the choice before her, a decision that could forever alter the course of not just her life, but the very fabric of two worlds. With each pulse of energy emanating from the throne, she felt the draw of destiny growing stronger, a silvery tether that beckoned her to embrace her purpose. The intricate patterns on its surface seemed to glow brighter, reflecting her inner turmoil as they morphed with the cadence of her heartbeat. She stood at the threshold, torn between the life she knew and the weight of the magic that beckoned her forward. Mary hesitated, her fingers hovering just above the cool metal, an invisible barrier between her longing and her fear. The air was electric, a taut string pulled taut between her heart and the throne, thrumming with potential. Questions swirled like autumn leaves in a breeze. Was she truly ready to bear the burden of this destiny? Could she reconcile her love for Gwyn with the duty to her realm? Suddenly Gwyn stepped closer, the urgency in his stance making her pulse quicken. His eyes, usually filled with quiet strength, now swam with desperate concern. "Mary, wait," he pleaded, his voice strained as if each word struggled to escape. His hand reached out, almost as if he could physically pull her back from the brink of oblivion. The air around them thickened, a palpable force charged with the magic that threatened to pull them apart. She glanced at him, searching for the steadfastness she relied on, the grounding presence that had guided her through the labyrinth of emotions that surrounded them. But in that moment, she saw his vulnerability mirrored in her own turmoil, and it made her heart ache. Could he see the internal conflict that raged within her, a tempest of duty battling against the pure, burning connection they shared? "Mary," he continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "this isn't just about you. It's about us." "I can't," his words faltered, the anguish in his expression raw and open. "What if you lose yourself to the magic? What if you don't come back?" Every question landed like a stone in the pool of her heart, rippling through the depths of her uncertainty. She glanced back toward the throne, the magic now a powerful swirling force that pulsed in time with her racing thoughts. Each shimmering wave seemed to echo Gwyn's fears and their shared bond, intensifying her inner struggle. Taking a deep breath, she searched for a glimpse of the future that awaited her. What did it mean to be a bridge between two worlds? As the magic pulsed and throbbed, she could sense the harmony waiting to unfold, a balance that existed beyond mere separation. A delicate thread had been woven between her life and his, rich with potential yet fraught with complexity. "I can't lose you either," she whispered back, her voice shaking under the weight of their connection. "But this is my path, Gwyn. I can feel it." The realization spilled from her lips, each syllable steeped in vulnerability. In that charged moment, she felt time itself suspend, the very essence of their worlds holding its breath as they stood at the precipice of a decision that could unravel everything they had built together. The magic wrapped around them, shimmering like 1,000 stars igniting in unison, waiting for her next move. His gaze pierced through her, searching for a resolve she struggled to maintain. "You are so much more than this. Don't let the magic define you." You have the power to shape your own fate, to create the balance that this world so desperately needs. Gwyn's words wrapped around her heart, a shield against the impending void. She could feel the duality of their existence clashing, the potent magic of Annwn yearning to consume her while her love for him tethered her to the mundane. It was the conflict of every story told, heroes versus destiny, passion against obligation. As her heart wrestled with the emerging clarity of her purpose, the throne radiated energy that seemed to respond to her indecision, its ethereal glow shifting and vibrating, amplifying her hesitation. Mary felt as if the magic itself were aware of their exchange, spiraling into a crescendo that resonated with the rhythm of her deepest fears. But deep within her, the seeds of determination began to take root. Maybe true harmony did not lie in separation. Perhaps the magic did not demand her sacrifice, perhaps it sought to unite. With each pulse, she felt a call to weave together both her worlds, creating a fabric of connection that transcended mere duty. Mary drew a deep breath, allowing the light around her to wash over her, its cool embrace mingling with the warmth of Gwyn's presence. In that electric moment, she found clarity amidst the chaos, the storm within her slowly quieting. With newfound resolve, she took a small, tentative step back from the throne, feeling the binding magic suspend and swirl as if waiting for her choice. Gwyn's hand found hers, their fingers intertwining as they shared a moment that resonated with echoes of everything they had ever dreamed together. In that suspended farewell, she realized that even in the uncertainty of their futures, the connection between them remained unbroken, a bridge spanning not just their worlds, but the very essence of who they were. As the magic surrounding the throne ebbed and flowed, it became clear that her journey was only beginning. And in this breathless space, filled with unspoken promises, Mary understood that perhaps true balance lay not just in acceptance of her destiny, but in weaving together the lives they each held dear, fates entwined in an eternal melody waiting to be sung. Chapter 19. The Song of Unity. In the heart of Annwn's grand hall, where stone and light mingled like whispered secrets, Meredith Merry Lloyd felt the weight of expectation pressing down. The silver throne loomed behind her, a silent witness to what was about to unfold, its ancient presence echoing through the chamber. With determination knitting her brows together, Mary stepped forward, her fingers lightly brushing the instrument's keys, ready to weave together the melodies of her world and the mystical realm that had become part of her soul. The hall was a cathedral of stone, its arching ceilings stretching high above as though they sought to touch the sky itself. Warm hues filtered through the opalescent walls, creating a luminescence that danced gently with the music of the heart. Mary could feel the pulse of the space around her, an eager anticipation thrumming just beneath the surface, waiting to respond to the music they were about to create. She glanced over her shoulder, catching a fleeting glimpse of the silver throne, the surface shimmering in soft silver light, as though it too was holding its breath for the notes to come. Taking a deep breath, she positioned her fingers over the instrument, the familiar touch grounding her. With each note, she sought to express the stories she had heard woven through the pages of her grandmother's journal, the legends, the mysteries, and the echoes of ancient Welsh traditions that reverberated within her. There was a quiet understanding that this performance was not merely an act of creation, it was a bridge, a connection between two worlds waiting to be unveiled. As her heart began to quicken, Mary felt her fingertips dance with certainty over the keys. The first note burst forth, and it was as if a spark ignited within the hall. She poured her emotions into the melody, her spirit entwining with each rhythm as she allowed the music to guide her. It rose and fell like waves crashing upon the shores of Tir Afallach, each measure imbued with her longing to unite the mundane and the magical. In that moment, Gwyn moved forward from a few paces behind. The guardian's presence added a weight to the air, his dignified reserve contrasting with the warmth of Mary's notes. He too had felt the call of the song. It beckoned him closer, intertwining their destinies as they formed a united front against the uncertainties that loomed over them. He grasped his own instrument firmly, letting the first sounds meld with her melody, a rich harmony that breathed life into the stone walls. "Let this be the start," he murmured, his voice low and resonant. It was a vow not just to their music, but to the unfolding journey that awaited them. Their eyes locked briefly, and in that moment an unspoken promise passed between them. They were in this together. The combined music swelled in volume, filling the expanse of the hall, echoing against ancient stone and wrapping around the gathered audience like a warm embrace. Each note drew in the ambient light, amplifying it, transforming it into a tangible entity that swirled in intricate patterns throughout the space. Mary could sense the light responding to their performance, almost as if the energy of their creation was awakening the hall itself from its slumber. Mary could see Gwyn's brow furrow slightly as he leaned into the rhythm, his fingers deftly maneuvering over the strings of his instrument. The way they played together seemed effortless, the harmony like a conversation flowing naturally between old friends who knew one another's secrets. Mary felt the joy in his every note, the way his spirit shone through the melodies they spun. The air shimmered around them, vibrating with each pulse of sound. The ancient stone floor thrummed under their feet, each resonance causing ripples that intertwined with the essence of both realms. Mary's hand trembled ever so slightly, not from fear, but from the intoxicating thrill of creation. They were breathing life into their dreams, and as the music unfolded, she could almost hear the stories whispering from the shadows of the past. Her heart raced, the dynamics of their performance shifting like the sea's tides. She thought of her family, the history she was uncovering, and the potential that lay ahead. This was not merely about sharing music, it was a declaration of unity, a testament to the power they wielded together. As the final notes hung suspended in the air, Mary glanced at Gwyn, their expressions a mirror of one another. In that moment, they knew they were weaving a tale much greater than themselves. They closed their eyes, allowing the last echoes of their performance to resonate throughout the hall. Together, they had created something profound. And the hall, a grand testament to the merging of worlds, stood in silent reverence, preparing for the magic that was yet to come. As the final notes surged from Mary's instrument, a magical wave rippled through the hall, flowing seamlessly into the air like sunlight streaming through a break in the clouds. The energy was electric, charged with anticipation, as Gwyn's harmonies cascaded alongside her melodies. And in that moment, the silver throne seemed to awaken, its ancient magic resonating in response to the artistry unfolding before it, signaling the beginning of an extraordinary phenomenon. With each crescendo, the chamber vibrated with intensity, as if the very essence of the music reached into the depths of stone and carried the emotions of every soul present. Mary felt the swell of their song rising like a tide, lifting them toward heights of transcendence. She and Gwyn were no longer separate musicians, they were one entity, each note a brushstroke painting a vivid picture of unity and strength. The silver throne stood still, yet everything around it began to change. As their final melody echoed and reverberated through the chamber, the air shifted in an instant. A brilliant silver light erupted from the throne, spreading outward like ripples upon a still lake. It was breathtaking, striking in its beauty, as if the very essence of light had poured forth to envelop them all. From that pulsating luminescence, distinct glowing pathways emerged, weaving throughout the hall and reaching toward the farthest corners. The intricate filigree of the light echoed with the music, a symphony of illumination forming bridges that visually connected Annwn to the human realm. Mary gasped as she watched it unfold. The pathways seemed to pulse in rhythm with their performance, a dance of unity transforming the entire space. From the periphery, Lord Arianrhod and his court stood transfixed, the awe evident on their faces. Eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, they bore witness to a spectacle beyond what any of them could have imagined. "This is beyond what I imagined," one courtier whispered, his voice barely breaking the entrancing silence that enveloped the hall. Courtiers stepped back, instinctively giving space as the pathways redefined their surroundings. The shimmering light danced like a living thing, stretching far and wide, illuminating the walls of the chamber with a glow that seemed to breathe with life. Each beam of silver light was like a whisper of magic, elegantly extending between the realms, connecting them, intertwining their fates in ways yet to be fully realized. Gwyn and Mary's eyes met again, a deep understanding passing between them. The power of their music had not just resonated in the hall, it had awoken a fundamental truth that bound their worlds together. The throne, wise and ancient, had recognized their song, responding in kind and marking an unexpected fulfillment of a prophecy. Mary could feel her heart racing. The warmth of the light washed over her, illuminating the deepest corners of her spirit. This was something monumental, a moment stitched together by their melodies that would echo through time. The light pulsed in synchronicity with her heartbeat, radiating with an undeniable energy that wrapped around her like a protective cloak. As the pathways of light solidified and brightened, they formed clearer lines adorned with ethereal symbols, celestial designs that signified the merging of both worlds. Each flicker and pulse left the audience breathless, caught in a tapestry of wonder that was palpable in the charged air. It felt as if the very fabric of existence was trembling in harmony with Mary and Gwyn's creation. The final notes of their music hung suspended, enveloping the hall in a soft golden glow as silence descended upon them. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, capturing the emotions shared between the performers, the court, and the very stones that had absorbed the weight of countless tales before. The reverberations echoed deep within their hearts, inviting anticipation for the journey ahead. With every breath they took, they realized the significance of what they had achieved, bridging not just the realms of Annwn and the human world, but forging a connection deeper than the rivers of time. Their music had woven a story far beyond their understanding, whispering the promise of challenges and adventures yet to come. And as the hall returned to its tranquil silence, the glow from the silver throne began to settle, gently dimming but not extinguishing. Mary and Gwyn stood together, their spirits intertwined, prepared to embrace the destiny that awaited them. Chapter 20: Bridges Between Worlds. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the open clearing of Annwn. The air shimmered with anticipation, a living entity that pulsed in time with the first soft notes emanating from Mary's instrument. Standing center stage, the young musician felt every vibration of her soul resonate through the strings, weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around Gwyn, who complemented her with haunting harmonies from his own instrument. Together, they summoned magic from the very air, their fingers dancing across strings as if unlocking a hidden dimension of the realm itself. As they played, the clearing transformed into an enchanted sanctuary. Lush greenery surrounded them, every leaf and blade of grass thrumming in rhythm with the notes that spilled forth. Glimmers of light flickered through the trees, as if the very fabric of the world was listening, weaving in and out of their melodies. Mary's wavy brown hair caught the golden light like polished copper, framing her deep blue eyes which shimmered with concentration. She moved with a grace learned from years of musical training, her fingers tracing patterns in the air as though sculpting the very magic that suffused their surroundings. Gwyn, tall and elegant beside her, mirrored her movements with an otherworldly poise. His dark hair swayed slightly as he leaned into the music, his striking green eyes reflecting the depth of emotion stirred within him. There was a seriousness about him as he played, a quiet resolve that spoke volumes. They had rehearsed this piece countless times, yet each performance felt like an awakening, a connection to the past, a bridge between their worlds. With every passing moment, their music grew bolder, sweeping through the clearing like a fresh wind, inviting all who listened to partake in their harmony. Each note soared higher, unraveling the complexities of their intertwined destinies. Mary allowed herself to be swept away in the swell of sound, her heart pounding in sync with the rhythm as she tapped out patterns against her thigh. In these fleeting seconds, she felt as if she could touch the fabric of time itself, both fragile and powerful, as if one fleeting moment could alter the course of their worlds forever. And then it happened. The crescendo surged, a climactic wave of sound washing over the clearing, crashing into the essence of the moment. From their music, shimmering gateways began to form around them, arches of light that rippled like water at their feet. The very air thickened with the sweetness of magic, intertwining the melodies of the two musicians, weaving an invisible thread that linked the realms of Annwn and Tir Afallach. Amidst the radiant arches, portals revealed glimpses of Mary's home, the familiar scenery of Tir Afallach coming into focus. The townsfolk were there, their faces illuminated by an aura of hope and expectancy, a yearning echoing across the divide. And just as the brilliance enveloped the clearing, a figure stepped through one of the gateways. A whirlwind of vibrant red curls and laughter, Sian Morgan emerged, her expression a delightful blend of wonder and relief. "Mary!" "Gwyn!" Sian called out, her voice ringing through the air like music itself, bright and spirited. She stood on the threshold, eyes wide with excitement, taking in the otherworldly beauty surrounding her. The moment felt electric, as if she had walked into a dream woven from the essence of their performance. Mary rushed forward, a warm smile blossoming across her face, embracing Sian with an energy that felt infectious. "You made it. We were afraid you wouldn't arrive in time." The warmth of their reunion lit the air around them, resonating with the lingering notes still echoing in the atmosphere. Sian pulled back, her freckles dancing with the light, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course I would. There's no way I'd miss witnessing your magical concert." Her laugh twinkled like chimes caught in a breeze, filling the space with a vibrant warmth. As they reconnected, the shimmering silver throne began to transform behind them, its once static surface rippling and pulsing in harmony with their melodies. The ancient structure seemed to awaken, a testament to the union of the two realms as it morphed into a glowing conduit. Its silvery exterior gleamed with intricacies that reflected both the light of the portals and the expressions of those gathered, as though it too was a part of the magical convergence taking place. Lord Annwn, observing from his raised dais of cool stone, stood as a bastion of ancient authority. His flowing silver hair caught the ethereal light, framing a face etched with centuries of wisdom. Dark eyes, filled with a mixture of curiosity and solemnity, scanned the scene, noting the blending energies of the realms. He watched with a calculated interest, every note of the duo's performance drawing his attention, revealing depths of emotion previously obscured by the mantle of leadership. As the music lingered, cascading down like shimmering raindrops, the atmosphere in the clearing shifted. It felt as if the world was holding its breath, caught in a delicate balance between the vibrancy of their performance and the momentous transformation underway. The silver throne glimmered behind them, a silent sentinel as it embraced its new identity, embodying the connection between their two worlds. This was a pivotal moment, pregnant with potential, and Mary could feel it in her very bones, the beginning of something extraordinary. And in that magical convergence, as Mary, Gwyn, Sian, and Lord Annwn stood united, the potential for harmony between their realms hung tantalizingly in the air, waiting to unfold. As the final chords lingered in the air like a gentle breeze, the clearing around them felt alive, vibrating with the residual energy of their performance. Mary caught her breath, glancing at Gwyn, who met her gaze with a soft nod of encouragement. The beings from both realms began to stir, their expressions a tapestry of wonder and resolve, echoing the promise that now hung delicately in the air. Mary's heart raced as she stepped forward, her voice clear and confident despite the slight tremor in her hands. No one person should rule both worlds, they must exist in harmony. The words poured out of her like the most melodious refrain, capturing the attention of every listener. It was a declaration, not just for herself, but for the hope she carried for their futures. Each syllable resonated within the enchanted clearing, reverberating against the shimmering portals that pulsed with the heartbeat of both realms. Silence enveloped the gathering, punctuated only by the fading echo of their music, creating a fragile but powerful atmosphere of anticipation. Mary felt the weight of all eyes upon her, some wide with curiosity, others contemplative. This was not just about her or Gwyn, but an unveiling of truth that had long simmered beneath the surface of their worlds. Beside her, Gwyn moved with quiet strength, a protective presence that fortified her spirit. His hand rested at the small of her back, rounding her as he focused on the crowd. His gaze swept across the mixed assembly of beings, feeling the tension, the stakes of her proclamation. He offered Mary a reassuring smile, a silent reminder of their shared purpose, giving her the courage to press forward. Then, from his elevated position, Lord Annwn stepped forward, his imposing figure drawing attention like gravity pulling at loose threads. He nodded solemnly, eyes scanning the faces around him, noting the expressions that shifted between hope and apprehension. "I honor this new balance," he declared, his tone a blend of respect and authority that resonated throughout the clearing. His commitment rang clear, a vow that felt significant, promising a shift in the realm's governance. The words seemed to echo off the transformed silver throne, whose new glimmer reflected the amalgamation of images from both realms, the wild beauty of Tir Afallach intertwined with the ethereal essence of Annwn. Mary watched, heart swelling, as beings began to exchange glances filled with understanding, the bonds forged in that moment knitting their futures together. The throne itself pulsed with vibrant energy, embodying the ideals that had ignited their performance, a profound connection now blossoming between them. It was as if the air itself shifted, exhaling the lingering uncertainties of the past and inhaling the sweet scent of possibility. Around her, Mary could sense the excitement beginning to swell. Relieved smiles began to break out among those gathered. From Sian's beaming expression to the knowing nods shared among familiar faces, it was clear that a sense of unity had emerged. Mary felt her own grin mirror Sian's, her excitement infectious as it swept through the crowd. Each being present sensed that they were not just witnesses, but participants in the dawn of a new era. As the atmosphere brightened with shared anticipation, Mary, Gwyn, and Annwn stood at the nexus of it all. The silver throne gleamed behind them, a living symbol of their commitment to one another and to their worlds. It radiated an essence of promise, a resonance echoing not only of the past, but also of the future they would forge together. In the heart of that radiant gathering, the spirits of all present soared, a tapestry of unity where there had been division, of collaboration where there had been discord. Each exchange of glances, each shared smile became a silent pact, the promise to nurture this newfound connection and to carry the message of harmony beyond that moment. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky with hues of twilight, they took their first steps into the future together, hearts entwined in melody and purpose, ready to shape a world defined not by solitude, but by shared dreams, as magical as the realms they inhabited. It was the dawning of a new chapter, one written in music, woven with the threads of magic and hope that would transcend even time itself. Chapter 21: A New Order. In the heart of the ancient stone hall, the coolness of the floor resonated beneath the eager feet of newly appointed guardians. Lined with Celtic carvings that whispered of olden tales, and filled with softly glowing instruments, the atmosphere hummed with anticipation. Meredith Merry Lloyd stood poised beside Gwyn, her wavy brown hair catching the golden glint of enchanted lights as she prepared to lead them on a journey where music became magic and responsibility intertwined with harmony. The spacious hall, repurposed for training, had witnessed countless generations of guardians honing their abilities. Intricate patterns adorned the stone walls, their grooves soft under the touch, as though they had absorbed the sounds of centuries past. Mary felt the weight of that history pressing on her, a reminder of the lineage of guardians before her. She stole a glance at Gwyn, who stood calm and composed, a picture of elegance as he demonstrated his mastery over the rune-inscribed harp. "Remember, every note carries responsibility," Mary encouraged the group, her melodic voice rising above the whispers. Her fingers lightly grazed the strings of her own lyre, coaxing out a gentle, inviting sound. The room responded, the walls echoing her soft melody, intertwining it with the hopeful buzz of anticipation that filled the air. Gwyn's fingers glided over the harp strings, producing clear, resonant chords that sparked glimmers of light dancing along the stone walls. As he played, tiny motes of magic flickered in the air, illuminating the eager faces before him. "Listen to the connection," he said, each word measured and purposeful. "The music not only fills the hall, but binds the realms. We must harness this energy with care." With a determined nod, the recruits formed a semicircle, their eyes reflecting the golden glow of their instruments and their burgeoning enthusiasm. Sian, with her wild curly red hair bouncing animatedly, was practically vibrating with excitement. "How do we make it powerful?" she asked, her voice clear and bright. The query drew a few chuckles, the laughter rippling through the group like a soft breeze, bringing warmth to the hall. "Power is not in volume but in clarity," Gwyn replied, his emerald eyes locking onto hers, piercing through the din of curiosity. He motioned for the group to mimic him, demonstrating the precise hand movements that matched the flow of music. As they attempted to copy him, a flurry of sound erupted, a mix of tentative strumming, mismatched rhythms, and joyful attempts, filling the hall with a vibrant melody that vibrated beneath their feet. Mary, observing the unrefined harmony of their efforts, could not suppress the grin that spread across her face. She moved closer to her peers, encouraging them with gentle affirmations. "It's about feeling the music within you," she reminded them, weaving in the essence of her passion. "Let it guide you." More laughter followed as the recruits experimented, hands clumsily finding the right tempo while a few of them stumbled over their instruments. Sian was in her element, tossing playful challenges to her fellow guardians. "Come on. We can do better than that," she cheered, her infectious enthusiasm lifting their spirits. As they engaged in this musical exploration, Mary caught glimpses of Gwyn from the corner of her eye. He was as much a part of this scene as the enchanted instruments that glowed in soft harmony. Their shared smiles exchanged amidst the energetic chaos spoke volumes of the bond that was growing stronger, forged through collaboration and mutual respect. With rhythmic determination, the recruits found their voices among the cacophony, each adding a distinct layer to the resonant atmosphere. The sparks of light that emanated from Gwyn's harp became bolder, illuminating the intricate carvings on the stone walls, casting shadows that danced with their joy. In that moment, as sounds blended together, each chord sparking another, Mary felt an exhilarating rush. She joined her friends in mimicking the movements, heart pounding in sync with the gathering crescendo. When Gwyn glanced over at her, their eyes locked in an understanding that went beyond words, a moment filled with the promise of shared adventures. As the session reached its peak, an invigorating harmony radiated throughout the hall, connecting them, guardian and guardians alike, through the power of their music. The magic they created had roots in their shared heritage, blossoming with each note they played, binding the realms together in ways they were only beginning to understand. Finally, as they settled back after the exhilarating practice, Mary looked around at the flushed faces of her companions, still aglow with excitement. Their smiles, bright and eager, told her they had discovered something meaningful. Gwyn stood by her side, his posture relaxed yet alert, silently communicating his pride in their progress. This training session had not only showcased the talents of the recruits, but had also nurtured the burgeoning friendships amongst them. As they continued to explore the depths of their abilities, the essence of magic lingered in the air, leaving its imprint on their journey together. With hearts full and spirits lifted, they exited the hall, laughter trailing behind them like notes floating on a breeze, already talking about what adventures lay ahead in their quest to harness their newfound powers. In the grand stone chamber, the air hung thick with the weight of history, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that danced like specters along the polished surfaces. Lord Annwn presided at the head of a long, ornately carved table, a figure of calm authority amid the swirl of concerns voiced by representatives from both the human world and Annwn. His flowing silver hair caught the dim light as he prepared to address the assembly, an air of unshakable power surrounding him, threading through the eager yet cautious gazes of those gathered. Intricate Celtic motifs adorned the stone walls, their designs whispering tales of ancestral guardianship and the fated convergence of realms. Each corner of the room pulsed with anticipation, as if the very stones awaited the unfolding drama of discourse. The table was spread with maps and parchments, a tactile representation of their shared destiny. Annwn's presence loomed large, reflecting a leader shaped by countless cycles of governance and the trials that had accompanied them. As Mary and Gwyn stepped into the chamber, the gaze of the council fell upon them, curious and expectant. Gwyn's graceful poise commanded attention, while Mary, though soft-spoken, radiated a quiet determination. Their shared glance as they approached the table spoke of mutual support, a promise that they would face whatever arose together. Annwn raised a hand, his voice smooth yet resonant, slicing through the murmurs of the assembly. "This is our new beginning," he declared, the cadence of his speech imbued with a sense of importance. Balance must be maintained at all costs. The weight of his statement hung in the air, rippling through the representatives seated around the table, a call to action that felt both urgent and inevitable. Murmurs of agreement followed, but there was a current of tension beneath the surface, stirring in the form of a skeptical human delegate who sat rigidly, brow furrowed. "But how do we integrate this magical music into our governance?" they interjected, their tone skeptical, challenging. "What proof do we have that this will not lead to chaos?" Aran's demeanor shifted slightly, eyes narrowing with the faintest hint of annoyance. Yet he maintained his composure. The use of magic in governance is not about relinquishing control, he replied, his voice smooth like velvet, each word meticulously chosen. It is about understanding the boundaries that have long kept us divided. Music is a means of connection, one that binds us together through shared experience. Gwyn leaned forward, calm assurance radiating from him. If we approach our roles as guardians with empathy, understanding will bloom. The music we harness embodies our intentions. It carries the pulse of our desires, but also the wisdom of our ancestors. The precision of his words mirrored his movements, weaving in and out of layers of meaning, guiding the delegates through the complexities of their responsibilities. Mary sensed the rising tension as the delegates exchanged glances, weighing their thoughts against the gravity of Gwyn's assertions. It was now her moment to contribute. With a steady voice that echoed the warmth she always brought into the conversations, she spoke. Our training not only serves us, but also honors our heritage. The connection to our magical roots is paramount to the success of our combined efforts. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity, and she could feel her heartbeat resonating with the aspirations of the council. Amidst the discussions, another representative chimed in, expressing a newfound hope. If magic and governance can coexist, perhaps we can guide our people together. But we must tread lightly, trust must be rebuilt between our realms. Nods of agreement followed, the tension beginning to thaw, giving way to a blossoming sense of unity. As they deliberated, the interplay of voices painted a picture of shared aspirations. The ceremonial chimes, hanging in a corner, began to resonate softly, the sound spilling over the conversations, harmonizing the discussions into something greater. The rhythmic tones seemed to affirm the commitment to forge ahead with care, echoing the heartbeats of both humans and Annwn. In that space, amidst the flickering shadows and the weight of decisions made, connections deepened. Lord Aran, Gwyn, and Mary stood together, bound not only by their roles, but by a collective promise, a journey toward balance and collaboration that stretched beyond their individual desires. As the council meeting began to wind down, an undercurrent of excitement rippled through the chamber. Each representative carried a renewed sense of purpose, sparked by the discussions of responsibility and unity. Mary caught Gwyn's gaze, a flicker of something deeper reflected within it, an acknowledgement of what they had begun together. The flickering torchlight seemed to accentuate the connection forming in the very air around them, thick with possibility. With the gathering drawing to a close, the notes of the ceremonial chimes resonated one last time, threading through the hearts of all present, binding them together in a moment of understanding. As delegates began to disperse, Aran's authoritative voice brought the assembly to a dignified conclusion. May we walk this path together, balancing our worlds and safeguarding what we hold dear. As Mary and Gwyn stepped out of the chamber, they carried with them the weight of expectations mingled with the thrill of shared visions. The way ahead would undoubtedly be complex, but for the first time, they could sense that the harmonies of their disparate worlds were beginning to meld, each note of understanding creating the foundation for a new legacy they would build together. Chapter 22: Harmony's Embrace. As the bus jolted to a stop, Mary stepped onto the cobbled streets of Tir Afallach, the coastal town where salt danced in the air, wrapping around her like a familiar melody. The dusk painted the cottages in hues of amber and lavender, each warm glow beckoning her back home. Beside her, Gwyn's presence was a quiet assurance, strong and steadfast as the ancient cliffs that lined the shore. They had barely taken a few steps when the calming embrace of home enveloped them, filled with the scents of brine and blooming heather. Mary inhaled deeply, letting the flavors of the sea mingle with the anticipation bubbling within her chest. Gwyn, tall and elegant with his dark hair framing striking green eyes, glanced toward her, a smile breaking through his usual reserve. He shared in the moment's magic, acknowledging the familiar streets and the faces that quickly appeared around them. "Look who's back," a joyful voice called, breaking through the gentle murmur of the ocean waves. Mary turned to see Nine, her grandmother, hurrying toward them with arms wide open. The sight of her tall figure, framed by the ivy-laden cottage door, was enough to send warmth surging through Mary's heart. "Nine!" Mary exclaimed, barely able to wait for the embrace. Nine enveloped her in a tight hug, the faint scent of lavender and earthiness surrounding her, a scent that felt like home. "I've missed you so much." "And I you, my darling," Nine replied, pulling back just enough to cup Mary's face in her calloused hands, her gray eyes shimmering with a lifetime of memories. "You look more like your mother every day, just as beautiful and strong." "I can see where she gets it," Gwyn interjected softly, a hint of mirth in his voice which caused Nine to chuckle. There was a gentle ease between them, one that told of years of shared stories and small comforts. Then Professor Rhiannon Davies, ever elegant in her silver-streaked auburn hair, approached, her brown eyes sparkling with delight. "It's good to have you back where magic feels like home," she said warmly, her Welsh accent wrapping around each word with melodic precision. Gwyn nodded solemnly, his posture shifting slightly, as if he carried the weight of new responsibilities. "The worlds have shifted, and so have our roles as guardians," he stated, his voice low and serious, the gravity of his words weaving through the air like a gust of wind. Mary felt the underlying tension in his statement, but Nine responded with a reassuring smile, her strength radiating comfort. "The balance is ever delicate," she mused, glancing knowingly at Professor Davies. "Have there been unusual happenings during your journey?" As they stepped into the quaint stone courtyard outside Nine's cottage, the animated conversation bloomed like the vibrant flowers dotting the garden. Mary caught snippets of excitement about mystical landmarks and shared journeys, Gwyn's steady responses cutting through the cheerful chaos. The group stood beneath the climbing ivy, shadows stretching and intertwining as the sun sank lower, bringing the stars closer. "Tell me about the places you saw," Nine insisted, her eyes sparkling like the evening stars. The scene around them felt alive, each word a thread weaving them all closer together, pulling at the intricate tapestry of shared experiences. Gwyn exchanged a glance with Professor Davies, who nodded knowingly, encouraging him to share. "There were relics that spoke to us," he began, his voice imbued with the weight of history, "places where the veil between our worlds thinned, allowing whispers of ancient tales to resonate in the air." Mary's heart quickened at his words, intrigued by the prospect of discovering their new responsibilities and challenges. She could see her grandmother nodding, a sign of understanding born from the strength of tradition, while the professor maintained her usual air of composed insight. "We are not alone in this task," Professor Davies added, her tone weaving reassurance into the group dynamic. "Our duties have evolved, but together we can preserve what both realms hold dear." The conversation flowed as easily as the tide rolling onto the shores, each voice adding a layer of warmth and community to their reunion. Nine shared old folktales, interspersed with laughter and occasional gasps of astonishment, as the sun surrendered its hold on the sky, draping the world in twilight. For a moment they all felt it, the comforting power of belonging, the safe haven of Tir Afallach, rich with its traditions and mystique. Mary felt an unmistakable pulse of magic, resonating like a familiar chord, connecting her to the essence of both her heritage and the ancient bond with her guardian. As they all shared in the joyous exchange of stories, nestled in their shared histories and hopes, Mary caught Gwyn's eye. The unspoken connection between them was as strong as the tides, a promise that they would face whatever came next together. The evening wore on, laughter still echoing through the night as the shadows deepened, revealing the endless possibilities that lay ahead, cloaked in the mysteries of the worlds they cherished. They had each other, and that alone felt like an enchantment. Later that evening, in the quiet intimacy of Nine's old seaside cottage, Mary and Gwyn found refuge from the world outside. The gentle glow of the lamplight flickered softly against the walls, and as they settled into the warmth of the room, the soothing rhythm of the waves echoed through the windows, merging with the whispered promises of the night sky. It was as though the very fabric of reality wrapped around them, inviting their hearts to speak. "Can you believe we're back?" Mary breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, breaking the peaceful silence as she leaned against the cool wooden frame of the window. The reflection of the shimmering auroras danced in her deep blue eyes, mesmerizing Gwyn as he stepped closer, enveloped by the fragrance of sandalwood and sea salt that lingered in the air. "I've missed this place more than I can express," he replied, his tone earnest yet soft, filled with the depth of unspoken emotions. The words slipped easily between them, as if nothing else needed to be said to bridge the space between their hearts. "But more than that, I've missed you." Her heart swelled, and she looked up at him, meeting his gaze that held an ocean of feelings. "And I've missed your strength. It's like the tide, you've always been there, a constant, even when I felt lost." The sincerity of her voice drew Gwyn closer, an invisible tether binding them together, drawing them into a shared cocoon of intimacy. Mary felt the warmth of his presence wrap around her, igniting a sense of safety. They were both guardians, yet in this moment they shed the weight of responsibility, simply allowing themselves to be who they were, Mary and Gwyn. The air felt charged as they inched closer, an unspoken understanding passing between them like electricity, as if the universe conspired to bring them to this moment. As if guided by an invisible force, Gwyn reached up and brushed a stray hair from Mary's face, his fingers lingering as they swept across her cheek with tender reverence. The gentle touch sent a ripple of warmth through her, igniting a fire she hadn't realized had been kindling within her heart. Mary smiled in response, a soft, inviting gesture that felt like a gentle sunrise breaking through a cloudy sky. Her heart danced with anticipation, and before she could fully process it, the distance between them had evaporated, bringing their lips inches apart. "Mary," Gwyn whispered, his breath mingling with the salty air as his gaze deepened, revealing the depths of his devotion. "In this moment, I feel the weight of all our duties, but I also feel us." And just like that, time seemed to pause, stretching infinitely as they surrendered to the magnetism pulling them closer. Her heart raced as their lips finally touched, tentative at first, like a soft wave kissing the shore. But then it evolved, growing fervent as they pressed together, lost in a world all their own. Mary melted against him, her hands finding their way to the back of his neck, feeling the soft strands of his hair between her fingers as if anchoring herself to this wondrous moment. The rhythm of the waves outside seemed to sync with the deepening connection as their bodies molded together, igniting a passionate warmth that made the room pulse with life. With each heartbeat, they explored the contours of their newfound intimacy, the fabric of their clothes brushing against skin, igniting sparks of longing that they had long held at bay. The world outside faded, replaced only by the sounds of their quiet breaths mingling with the sea's soothing lullaby, cocooned in the shared light of the auroras painting patterns across their silhouettes. Finally, they broke the kiss, gasping for breath, but their foreheads remained pressed together, both of them feeling the weight of everything unspoken lingering in the air. "I've never felt anything like that," Gwyn murmured, a touch of astonishment coloring his words as he looked deep into her eyes, seeking reassurance, connection, something to ground them in this extraordinary moment. Mary's heart fluttered wildly within her chest, and she replied, "Neither have I. It feels like we're promising something more than just being guardians. It's like we're binding our spirits together." His gaze softened, an array of emotions shining in his striking green eyes: relief, joy, determination, and the weight of new beginnings. "Together we can keep both worlds safe," he promised, his voice imbued with a profound sincerity that echoed deep within her. As they stayed there, locked in each other's gaze beneath the aurora-lit sky, Mary felt the promise of their union hanging between them like an unbreakable thread. No matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them as one, guardians of their worlds and each other. The night enveloped them, a tapestry of stars and the gentle whisper of the ocean sealing their promise, a new chapter unfolding rich with possibilities yet to be discovered. And in that moment, amidst the embrace of the shimmering lights, they realized that love was not just a part of their journey, it was the essence that would guide them through every storm to come. Chapter 23: The School of Magical Music. The main hall of the new school shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as sunlight spilled through the intricate stained glass, splashing colors across the polished stone floor. Mary stood at the front, her wavy brown hair catching the light like polished copper, ready to embrace the wave of excited students gathering from both realms. Her deep blue eyes sparkled with anticipation, as she prepared to share the vibrant possibilities waiting ahead in this blend of magic and music. As the hall began to fill, the air thrummed with soft murmurs of excitement and curiosity. Students shuffled in, their voices mingling with the gentle hum of magic that seemed to linger in the air. The high ceilings echoed faint laughter and whispered conversations, as colors shifted and danced upon the walls, each beam of light weaving stories untold. Mary inhaled deeply, allowing the mingled scents of fresh wood and the faint sweetness of blooming flowers to ground her in the moment. This was it. This was the place where worlds would unite. "Welcome to our School of Magical Music," she announced, her melodic voice rising effortlessly over the gentle chatter. The room hushed, eyes turning toward her, as if she were the conductor to a grand symphony. A soft rhythm began tapping at her fingertips, a habit of hers when deep in thought, but now it merely reflected the heartbeat of her excitement. She felt the warmth of a smile curl at her lips, radiating her kind-hearted nature, and welcoming anyone who might feel lost in the sea of new faces. Gwyn, positioned near an impressive display of instruments that seamlessly blended ancient design with modern craftsmanship, looked over at her, his striking green eyes holding an unwavering gaze of admiration. There was a certain elegance in his posture, a dignified reserve that hinted at the depth of emotions he often kept hidden. "Music speaks beyond borders," he interjected, his voice smooth and measured, carrying the wisdom of ages. The moment he spoke, the students felt an unspoken connection, a reminder that they were all part of something grander than themselves. Sian, her wild curly red hair framing her face like a playful halo, was animatedly chatting with a group of new students who were visibly enthralled. "Can you believe we're actually here?" she exclaimed, her enthusiasm bubbling over like the vibrant laughter that followed. With each shared joke and story, she beckoned the new arrivals into the fold, ensuring no one felt left out. The way she gestured and fidgeted with her Celtic charm bracelet brought a touch of vivacious energy, as if she were a spark igniting the imaginations of those around her. The polished stone floor beneath the students' feet provided a comforting solidity, contrasting beautifully with the intricate etchings of musical notes that adorned the walls. Each note seemed to hum with resonance, hinting at melodies yet to be discovered. Mary watched as a shy girl approached, hesitantly extending her hand for a warm handshake, her eyes bright with curiosity. Mary welcomed her with an encouraging smile, feeling the electric thrill of shared potential, as others joined in to greet one another with genuine warmth and friendly exchanges. The hall was abuzz with the sounds of handshakes and excited murmurs, laughter bubbling up among the students. Nearby, a few of them excitedly traded stories about their backgrounds, marveling at the intricate beauty of the stained glass designs that seemed to tell tales of both realms, of mundane life interwoven with threads of magic. Every glance around revealed a subtle enchantment that enveloped the atmosphere, igniting the sparks of innovation and camaraderie among the young muses. "This place feels like it's alive, doesn't it?" Sian chimed, turning to Mary with a gleam in her eye. "It's like each corner is whispering secrets, waiting to be uncovered." She twirled, letting her dress flare out slightly, as if inviting the air itself to join in the celebration of their shared adventure. Mary nodded, her heart full as she observed the energy in the room. "Exactly. Each note we play will bridge the worlds," she added thoughtfully, her mind racing with possibilities. "We'll blend the old with the new, and create something extraordinary together." Gwyn stepped closer, aligning himself with her optimistic vision. "Indeed, every note brings a bloom," he noted, his voice low but carrying an undeniable authority. The students turned their heads, entranced by his poetic metaphor, as it painted a picture of musical flowers flourishing in the space they would soon cultivate together. As the echoes of laughter and music swirled around them, the day unfurled like the petals of a flower awakening to the sun. Mary felt a rush of excitement course through her veins. Here in this vibrant hall, they were more than just individuals. They were a collective, weaving their talents into a unified tapestry of creativity. The promise of discovery loomed ahead like an open path, inviting them to walk forward and embrace their new journey. As the gathering settled in, Mary raised her arms slightly, an instinctive gesture urging everyone to listen closely. "Together, let's make magic," she declared, her eyes shining with hope and unity, igniting the spark of dreams yet to unfold. And just like that, the room brightened, filled with a profound sense of belonging, a shared determination to explore the transformative power of their combined musical talents. Outside, the expansive garden stretched like a tapestry woven from the very essence of both worlds. Pathways of cobbled stone wound gracefully through the lush greenery, dotted with ethereal blooms from Annwn that glimmered softly in the sunlight. Mary led the way, her heart dancing with excitement, ready to reveal the wonders that awaited in this magical sanctuary. The air was rich with scents that mingled the familiar crispness of Tir Afallach's landscape and the sweeter, almost sugary fragrance of otherworldly blossoms. Each step against the cobblestones echoed with a comforting solidity, drawing laughter and bright smiles from the students who trailed behind her. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, causing them to rustle like the soft whisper of an ancient secret being shared. "Look at this place," Sian exclaimed, her voice bubbling over with enthusiasm as she gestured broadly. She spun in circles, her wild curly hair trailing behind her like fiery ribbons. "It feels like we've stepped into a fairy tale. Do you think we'll find actual fairies here?" Mary chuckled at her best friend's boundless curiosity. "With any luck, we might just stumble upon a few. Just don't scare them away." In the center of the garden, Mary and Gwyn arranged the space for their demonstration, each step echoing the significance of the moment. Gwyn, with his usual grace, selected an instrument resembling a sculptural creation made from moonlight, its surface glimmering as if reflecting the stars above. With an almost reverent touch, he positioned himself, embodying a quiet authority that made the students lean in closer, their excitement palpable. "Are we ready?" Mary asked, her voice carrying a hint of nervous energy as she adjusted the placement of plants around them. The students nodded eagerly, their anticipation hanging in the air, waiting to take flight. She glanced at Gwyn, who met her gaze with an understanding nod, reaffirming their connection in that charged moment. As he began to play, the first notes rippled outwards, like the gentle undulation of water disturbed by a pebble. The sounds hung delicately in the air, rising and falling with a serene fluidity. And then something magical happened. The surrounding plants began to respond. Blossoms unfurled, petals dancing as if stirred by an unseen breeze, drawing closer to the source of the music. "This is unbelievable," Sian squealed, clapping her hands in delight, the melody resonating through her very being. "It's like they're all singing along." She began to dance around the circle, her laughter mixing with the gentle music, a living embodiment of the magic woven into the atmosphere. Mary, entranced by the unfolding beauty, explained the significance of the flowers to the nearby students. "Each plant represents a bond between our realms. When we play, we're weaving the magic of both worlds together." She watched in awe as the magic unfurled, every note sprouting new life around them. With each deliberate note Gwyn played, the flowers responded, opening and closing in harmony, moving in time with the music. The colors shifted subtly, some blooms shimmering with a silvery sheen, while others exuded an ethereal glow that seemed to illuminate the garden in a dance of light. Nearby students exchanged glances, a few venturing to reach out and touch the radiant flowers as they breathed with the rhythm. Mary felt a thrill ripple through her. This was their magic at play. Each note birthed blooms, creating a lush landscape of vibrant life that connected them all. "Wait, let me try," one bold student shouted, rushing forward to join Gwyn at the center. With a tentative hand, she plucked a note from the air, an idea they'd discussed during preparations. Her attempt at mimicking the notes swayed awkwardly yet sweetly through the air. The plants hesitated at first, but as her laughter filled the space, they seemed to respond, bursting open as if her joy had painted the air with colors unseen. "Bravo!" Sian cheered, her voice alight with encouragement, inspiring more students to join in. As the garden became alive with laughter and experimentation, Mary felt an overwhelming sense of connection blooming among them, a blossoming friendship nurtured through music and magic. The soft crunch of footsteps echoed throughout the garden as students wandered among the flowers, discovering hidden harmonies within their newfound surroundings. They leaned in closer to examine how the notes altered the landscape around them, each playful poke eliciting peals of laughter, blooming with magic and wonder. "Every time you play, something else opens up," one student remarked in awe, watching as a previously closed blossom transformed into a dazzling display. "It's like the music has a life of its own." Mary smiled, heart warmed by the sight of new friendships being forged over music and magic. She caught Gwyn's eye and nodded appreciatively, recognizing the bond they had created, not just as mentors but as catalysts for unity. His serene smile mirrored her own sentiment, the quiet wisdom between them tangible, as the garden continued to come alive with enchantment. As the demonstration began to draw to a close, Gwyn played a final series of notes, an intricate weave that seemed to intertwine every student's laughter with the sound of nature. The flora shimmered with joy, every petal aglow, basking in the embrace of their shared experience. "Thank you, everyone, for joining us," Mary announced, her voice ringing out with sincerity. "This is just the beginning. Together, We'll create something beautiful." The garden felt alive, resonating with hope and promise, a place where realms intertwined through the magic of music. Students lingered in the garden, energy still bubbling as they chatted about their experiences. Mary could see the bright spark of inspiration lighting their eyes, igniting the potential for adventures yet to unfold. They walked among the vibrant plants, forming bonds as strong as the roots that nourished the very earth beneath them. As they gathered, conversations weaving like melodies through the air, Mary felt a profound sense of belonging wrap around her, a promise fulfilled in this magical garden, alive with creativity and connection. She smiled, knowing that this was more than just a school. It was the beginning of a journey unlike any other. Chapter 24. A Song for Two Worlds. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the large open-air venue, where the vibrant textures of Tir Afallach merged seamlessly with the ethereal shimmer of Annwn. String lights twinkled like stars just beyond reach, and runic lanterns swung gently from above, their flickering illumination dancing with the excitement of the diverse crowd. Here, amidst laughter and soft conversation, two worlds came alive, preparing to share an unforgettable night. As musicians from both realms began to tune their instruments, a harmonic blend of sound filled the air. The resonant strumming of ancient harps intertwined with the spirited notes of modern violins, creating a musical tapestry that seemed to weave the audience together. Faces brightened as the enchanting atmosphere wrapped around them, igniting a palpable sense of anticipation. Among them, shimmering translucent boundaries gently pulsed at the edges of the gathering, a reminder of the delicate connection binding these two realms together. Standing at the front, Meredith Merry Lloyd inhaled deeply, letting the crisp evening air fill her lungs. Her fingers brushed the polished surface of the grand, Celtic-inspired piano, positioned at center stage, and she felt a spark, static from the dry air, but it jolted her nonetheless, a subtle reminder of the magic that thrummed just beneath the surface. She let her gaze drift over the audience, her deep blue eyes reflecting the collective excitement, as murmurs of delight floated up like notes into the sky. "Looks like we're in for quite a show, huh?" she said softly, turning her head slightly to catch a glimpse of her companion. Gwyn stood beside her, tall and graceful, his dark hair catching the ambient starlight in a way that made him seem almost ethereal. His striking green eyes held a steady gaze, observing everything with a combination of authority and warmth. "Indeed," he replied, his voice measured and calm, though a glint of enthusiasm danced in his eyes. "Tonight is a rare convergence of our worlds. We must make it memorable." As she prepared for the performance, Mary felt her heart flutter in her chest. Thoughts of her family's legacy flickered like shadows in her mind. Her grandmother's journal, with its stories of magical melodies and ancient traditions, had ignited her curiosity. She sought to honor that legacy, blending her own voice into the symphony of existence that surrounded her. Mary's fingers, delicate and skilled, danced lightly over the keys, letting out a few tentative notes. The sound was rich and layered, stirring something deep within her, as she tested the instrument's responsiveness. Each press released a surge of energy that rippled through her, echoing the connection she felt to her ancestors, musicians who had stood in this very place, perhaps playing for the same unseen audience. Gwyn shifted beside her, his presence radiating a calm that grounded her nervous excitement. He turned slightly, adjusting his stance, and she could sense the protective aura he exuded, a subtle reminder of the role he had taken upon himself. "Focus on the music, Mary. It is in our hands to guide them," he murmured, and the way he said her name, infused with a gentle authority, made her heart swell. As she glanced up, their eyes met, a shared understanding passing between them in that fleeting moment. There was an unspoken bond that had developed through years of navigating the complexities of both realms, and it seemed to strengthen with every note they played together. She couldn't help but smile, a soft expression that lingered on her lips, while Gwyn responded with a slight nod, the corners of his mouth twitching upward just enough to show his appreciation. In the crowd, audience members turned toward each other, their expressions illuminated with delight as the first notes began to fill the space around them. The buzz of conversation diminished, replaced by the enthralling vibrations of strings and voices harmonizing in anticipation of what was to come. Shimmering boundaries sparkled overhead, echoing the rising thrill coursing through the crowd, each individual as vital to the tapestry of the evening as the musicians about to perform. Finally, with a signal exchanged between Mary and Gwyn, they prepared to step into the spotlight, letting the warmth of unity and shared heritage envelop them. The air seemed to hum with possibility as they took a deep breath together, waiting to unleash their musical gift upon the gathering, a celebration of their worlds, interwoven with melodies of hope and connection. As the music swelled, the very atmosphere transformed, pulsating with each note as it merged the magical essence of Annwn with the tangible energy of the human world. It was a moment where harmony prevailed, and the extraordinary unfurled like a delicate flower blooming under the twilight sky, promising adventures yet to come. The anticipation swelled like a tide, palpable in the air, as Mary and Gwyn took their positions at center stage. Time seemed to stretch and contract, each heartbeat a reminder of the moment they were about to share with the audience gathered before them. With a deep breath, Mary's fingers poised above the piano keys, ready to summon melodies that would intertwine their worlds and create something beautiful. With a glance exchanged, filled with an unspoken promise of trust, the performance began. As Mary pressed down the keys of the piano, rich chords filled the air, blending seamlessly with the lilting strains from Gwyn's violin. The notes cascaded like a gentle stream, flowing together in perfect harmony, enveloping the audience in a warm embrace of sound. It was a duet of worlds, of human and mystical, of emotion and artistry, unfolding like a spellbinding story told through music. Every note they played resonated not just within the venue, but reached outward into the hearts of those gathered, a palpable energy pulsing like the very magic that coursed through Annwn. The shimmering boundaries above them danced, reacting to the intertwining melodies, as if the very air were listening, drawn into the spell they were casting. Audience members held their breath, captivated by the enchanting harmonies, exchanging glances filled with awe and delight, their hearts synchronized to the rhythms pouring forth from the stage. With every beat and trill, Mary's gaze remained firmly locked on Gwyn's, her heart racing as the world around her faded into a hazy backdrop. His confidence infused her with strength, and she poured every ounce of her spirit into their performance, each chord telling a story of longing, of joy, of a journey shared. Their instruments became an extension of their souls, revealing layers of emotion that went unspoken. As they entered the climax of the duet, the notes intertwined more fiercely, their movements becoming a silent dialogue of trust and affection. Gwyn's graceful nods signaled each cue, an intimate choreography developed through years of understanding. Mary felt a warm rush of exhilaration as they synchronized, finding themselves enveloped in the crescendo they had both been building toward. The atmosphere shifted. The crowd was now a living entity, swaying to the rhythm, captured by the beauty unfolding before them. Mary could see her friends and family, their faces illuminated by the enchanting glow of the runic lanterns, wide-eyed and spellbound. Every person in attendance became a note in the symphony, creating a collective heartbeat that pulsed in time with her music. Clusters of onlookers gasped as clusters of magical energy swirled above their heads, responding to the passion exuded by the duet on stage. Some swayed gently, letting the melodies wash over them, while others remained rooted in place, struck by the raw power of the performance. Merriment spread among the crowd, laughter mingling with tears of joy as the worlds bridged ever so closely through sound. With each deliberate phrase of music, Mary felt the bond between her and Gwyn deepen, their connection more profound than the song itself. She remembered the moments spent together, lost in laughter and musical exploration, and how it had led them here, to this very moment, standing as two halves of a whole. Her heart swelled with gratitude, every note resonating with the truth of their journey. And then, as they approached the pinnacle of their performance, the notes grew sharper, clearer, taking on a life of their own. It was a dazzling display of sound that filled the venue with electric energy, sending waves of enchantment rippling through the air. The shimmering boundaries pulsed and flickered with vivid colors, mirroring the passion igniting the music, weaving a radiant tapestry of light around the concertgoers. Finally, they reached the final cadence, a heart-stopping moment where time paused, and every pair of eyes was glued to the stage, breathless in anticipation. With a final flourish, Mary's fingers danced across the piano, culminating in a delicate, lingering note that hung in the air long after the sound had faded. The silence that followed was electric, a moment suspended in time where magic felt tangible, settling over the audience like a soft cloak of wonder. As applause erupted from the crowd, it washed over them like a tidal wave, roaring with appreciation and admiration. Mary and Gwyn stood side by side, bathed in the glow of the starlit sky above, their hearts racing as they soaked in the appreciation of their audience. Each clap was an acknowledgement of the connection forged between the realms and within themselves, a testament to the power of music and friendship. Hand in hand, they stepped back from the stage, leaving behind the echoes of their performance as they moved toward the edge of the merged realms. Together, they faced the breathtaking panorama that fused Tir Afallach's rugged coastline with Annwn's fantastical vistas, a symbolic representation of their journey. In that moment, under the soft twinkling of stars, they silently affirmed their readiness for the adventures that awaited them, confident that the music would forever bind them together.